Fuyuki City, Emiya family residence, early morning. Shirou Emiya slowly woke up in his own warehouse. Last night, he accidentally fell asleep in the warehouse again. Shirou Emiya's daily magic training will be carried out in this warehouse. But he didn't sleep in the warehouse last night because he stayed up late to practice magic. Instead, something happened in the middle of practicing magic that Shirou didn't expect. Late last night, Shirou sat on the floor of the warehouse to practice his enhanced magic. Halfway through the practice, his eyes suddenly felt a severe burning sensation. Shirou, who had never encountered such a thing, thought that there was something wrong with his magic circuit, but he couldn't find a solution. Before he decided what to do, his brain was like a broken line and he lost consciousness. At dawn, he woke up. What happened last night? Shirou covered his head and stood up. No matter what happened, he was fine except that he was a little dizzy. He had to go to school today, so he had to wash up and make breakfast quickly. When he came to the bathroom, Shirou saw himself in the mirror and was stunned. Everything was normal except his left eye, which had turned purple with circular patterns and 6 magatamolite patterns on it. What's going on? Shirou stared in disbelief as he lay on the mirror. Mutation? Or was he sick? But his eyes didn't hurt or itch, so it didn't seem like he was sick. If there was any difference other than appearance, it was that Shirou felt his eyesight had improved a lot. No, it couldn't be said that much. After leaving the bathroom, Shirou went to the yard to try. He could even see the feathers of the birds perched on the electric poles 7 or 8 streets away. This wasn't human vision, was it? Although he was very curious about this left eye. It was already time for class, so Shirou had no choice but to find a way to sew a simple eye patch himself, cover his left eye, and go to school. She didn't come today. Shirou muttered to himself as he walked out of the house, the empty road in front of the mansion. Shirou's schoolmate, Sakura Matu, often comes to his house to help cook, and the two often go to school together in the morning. However, it seems that something happened at home these 2 days, so she asked for leave. When he arrived at school, Shirou was inevitably called by the student council president Yanagito Kazunari to the student council room to repair the machine. This is relatively easy. Shirou checked it briefly. It was an electric heater that was broken. It was just that the internal circuit was burned out, so it could be replaced. After the replacement was completed, Shirou looked back and Kazunari left at some point. There was no one else in the room. Shirou hesitated for a moment, but still raised his hand to aim at the internal circuit of the electric heater. Trace on. Material. Reinforcement completed. The structure and circuit inside the heater were all strengthened by Shirou's magic, but after a few seconds, the effect of the magic disappeared. Is it too complicated? Shirou sighed. Although strengthening magic is a magic he has practiced for many years, the success rate is still touching. Using a strange technique, but doing the same thing as an electrician, ridiculous. Shirou was startled. Just now, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind, exactly like his own voice, but saying something mocking him. But only that one sentence. No other voice appeared. Am I too tired? Shirou shook his head, stood up, picked up the repaired electric heater, and put it in the storage room of the student union room. After leaving a note for Kazunari to tell him that he had repaired the heater, Shirou packed up and went home. Hey, Emiya, did you just finish doing odd jobs in the student union? It just so happens that our archery club also has some odd jobs to do. How about you help us finish them before going back? Before he walked out of the school gate, he met a student with a blue kelp head and a few female students. You will help me, right, Emiya? No problem, Shinji, I'm free anyway. Shirou nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Helping others has always been Shirou's code of conduct. Watching Shinji leave with the female student in his arms, Shirou smiled. Let's do a long-awaited spring cleaning. As Shirou began to clean the archery club's grounds, he snorted again in his heart. Time passed, and on the roof of the school, a girl wearing a red cloak and a shawl with twin ponytails stood in the wind. The man in the same red robe was hiding behind her, and no one could see him except her. Here they come. They seem to be waiting for the sunset. The two looked at the other side of the roof at the same time. Under the moonlight, a blue figure appeared at some point, holding a blood-red spear, and a pair of eyes stared at them like a predatory beast. The moonlight is so beautiful. Does the guy over there think so too? He can see Archer. He's a servant. Tosaka Rin became alert. Since you know that I'm a servant, then, little girl, you are indeed my enemy. The blue servant raised a spear and moved to attack, and Tosaka Rin turned and fled when she saw this. Archer, I'll leave the landing to you. Tosaka Rin jumped from the rooftop and stayed in the air for a moment when she landed from the six-story building. That was because Archer hugged her in a transparent state to cushion her landing. After landing smoothly, Tosaka Rin quickly ran to the playground. The opponent looks like Lancer. We have to move to a wide place to be advantageous. The plan is not as good as the change. Before she finished speaking, Lancer appeared in front of Tosaka Rin and blocked her way. Archer immediately appeared and blocked Lancer, not giving him a chance to attack Tosaka Rin. Two servants, one red and one blue, fought. Shirou, who was in the archery club, heard the sound of metal clashing outside and curiously followed the sound. When he arrived at the playground, Shirou saw a scene that he had never dreamed of. Two big men fought back and forth on the school playground at night with sharp weapons. Every blow seemed to kill the other party. It didn't seem like acting. What's going on? Suddenly, Shirou remembered that there seemed to be news reports recently that there were frequent murders nearby, and, judging from the wounds, the injuries were caused by swords. Who? Suddenly, Lancer found Shirou and immediately shook off Archer and chased after Shirou. In order to prevent the Holy Grail War from being discovered by ordinary people, if there are ordinary witnesses, they must be killed to silence them. Shirou fled to the teaching building and sat in the corner, gasping for breath. Who was that person? Joe. Before Shirou could catch his breath, a devil-like face appeared in front of him. Puff! The blood-red tip of the gun pierced Shirou's heart. Sorry, who told you to see it? Lancer apologized, but his hands cruelly deprived Shirou of his life. After a successful attack, Lancer quickly left the scene. Shirou sat on the ground against the wall, and the things in front of him became more and more blurred. It's over like this? Ridiculous. Can't I avoid that kind of attack? The voice in his head couldn't cheer Shirou up. He was like a man who had been through a night for days. He tried his best to open his eyes, but they slowly closed. It seems that if this guy dies, I will die too. Although I don't want to use this technique. Outer Path Reincarnation Natural Creation Technique. Chapter 2. The Lion's Barrage. The Forbidden Technique of Reincarnation. 5 minutes later, Shirou opened his eyes once more. After a moment of disorientation, he hastily inspected his chest. No wounds were present, only a tear and bloodstains on his clothing, seemingly serving as a reminder that his recent demise was not a mere dream. Gazing at the ominous corridor, Shirou was consumed by a singular thought: to return home. Regardless of the objective reality, home eternally provides a sense of security. After Shirou's departure, Rin Tosaka arrived in the corridor and, upon observing a pool of blood on the floor, her expression soured. Where's the body? I don't know. Furthermore, I didn't see Lancer. He must have already left, Archer replied. Once back home, Shirou exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the floor as he gasped for air. What a disgrace. Have you been so frightened by such an opponent? Who? Shirou exclaimed, startled, as he grabbed a nearby newspaper for reinforcement. Is this what Naruto looked like when he first faced the Nine Tails? No, perhaps that fellow would have been more optimistic. The voice in his mind continued, speaking in a language Shirou could not comprehend. After a moment, the tone shifted. I am Sasuke Uchiha, and there is nothing more to inform you. Sasuke's demeanor was far from pleasant. He was perplexed as to why he found himself here, within the body of Emiya Shirou, much like the Nine Tails residing within Naruto. Sasuke now existed within Shirou, capable of conversing on a mental level but unable to move freely or separate from Shirou. At the climax of their battle at the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their signature ninjutsu in a clash. The explosion resulting from the collision of Chidori and Rasengan rendered Sasuke unconscious. When he awoke, he discovered himself in Shirou's body. Initially, Sasuke presumed he had perished or was on the brink of death, yet Naruto and the others had somehow preserved his life. However, after observing his surroundings for 2 days within Shirou, he realized he had entered a different world. The good news was that aside from lacking freedom like a tailed beast, he faced no other limitations. Within Shirou's mental realm, he held absolute authority. This psychic space could be reshaped at will, and all ninjutsu and ocular techniques were at his disposal. To Sasuke's surprise, Shirou also possessed a form of magic, albeit with limited prowess, even with combat capability. He was no match for a mere genin. What astonished Sasuke further was that Shirou had been unwittingly drawn into a mysterious endeavor, leading to his own demise. Since I now reside within him, he can be considered an unconventional Jinchuuriki. Let me save him this once. The technique of reincarnation, utilized through the Rinnegan, consumes the user's chakra to revive the deceased. However, reviving too many individuals could even result in the death of the caster. After performing the reincarnation technique, Sasuke examined the chakra within him. Has about half been consumed? Suddenly, Sasuke detected an anomaly. The rate at which his chakra was recovering had drastically slowed, to the point of being negligible. It wasn't until Shirou returned home that Sasuke began to hypothesize the possible cause. My chakra state appears to be linked to this little wretch. Given his lack of talent, as the tailed beast residing within him, my chakra recovery is significantly hindered. The chakra expended in the mental realm returned at a normal pace. However, if the chakra were to leak into the external world, its recovery would be influenced by Shirou. The Jinchuuriki. Shirou sat on the ground for a while before reacting. Uchiha Sasuke, have I developed a split personality? He gazed in astonishment at his own hands. The voice in his mind was identical to his own, almost like another version of himself, yet with different thoughts and even a distinct name. Was this not a form of dissociative identity disorder? I'm merely trapped within your body due to an unforeseen circumstance, not a case of split personality, Sasuke explained, though with a hint of impatience, as he did not wish to be regarded as a product of mental illness. Unforeseen circumstance? Does it relate to those two ruffians at school earlier? Perhaps. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, not dismissing the possibility. Suddenly, a bell rang within the mansion, causing Shirou's heart to race, and he instinctively rolled aside. Just above his head, a blue servant appeared abruptly, thrusting a spear into the ground. Oh, did you evade my attack? Lancer remarked, unfazed by his failed strike. The Emiya residence was protected by a barrier against intruders, though it was virtually ineffective against servants. It was sufficient to alert Shirou, a novice, before the initial strike landed. In his role, Shirou seized a newspaper nearby and instantly reinforced it with magic. The fragile paper transformed into a stick as sturdy as steel. However, facing a servant, such an object still felt rather inadequate. To kill a person twice in a single day, is humanity always this cruel and bloody? Lancer aimed his spear at Shirou, his tone indifferent, seemingly dismissing Shirou's token resistance. Upon witnessing Shirou wield magic, he cautiously thrust his spear, which Shirou managed to deflect with the newspaper. The attack veered slightly off course, grazing Shirou's arm and drawing blood. Is that so? A smile grew wider in Lancer's eyes. Having gauged Shirou's strength, he became increasingly playful. In a matter of moments, he sent Shirou flying down the corridor, swiftly pursuing him with relentless determination. Realizing he was outmatched, Shirou opted for a tactical retreat, crashing through the glass window of the corridor and rolling into the courtyard. On the ground of the courtyard's warehouse, a circular formation glowed with a brilliant azure light. Curse it! Shirou struggled to lift his body, yet despite Lancer's attacks being few, they felt no different than being struck by a car, as if his bones were about to shatter. Anxiously, he pondered how to confront his adversary when a voice echoed once more in his mind. It's time for a change, kid. Thump, thump. Shirou's heart pounded heavily twice. His right eye transformed from black to a swirling mix of black and crimson, 3 tomo rotating within. In an instant, Lancer appeared before Shirou, launching a sweeping kick. What should have been a certain hit missed entirely. Shirou, using one hand to support himself, leaped from the ground, evading Lancer's strike and creating distance between them. What? Lancer furrowed his brow. The previous maneuver was not something that boy should have been able to accomplish. Undeterred, he seized his spear and leaped several meters to confront Shirou, thrusting his weapon forward. However, to Shirou's eyes, Lancer's movements appeared as though captured in slow motion. With enhanced reflexes, Shirou twirled the reinforced paper into a dazzling display, parrying Lancer's spear. Before Lancer could react, Shirou's body sank, executing a kick that connected with Lancer's abdomen, propelling him into the air. Seizing the moment, Shirou leapt up, delivering a powerful punch to Lancer's face, sending him crashing down to the ground. Lioness roar. Upon landing, Shirou brought his heel crashing down onto Lancer's chest, creating a circular pit in the earth beneath them. Chapter 3. Summoning Saberahem. Lancer was caught off guard by a flurry of strikes, yet the ethereal body of the heroic spirit was not so easily vanquished. In mere moments, he regained his composure, spinning his spear to repel the advancing Shirou and vaulting from the pit with agility. You've roused my ire, boy. Huh? And what do you intend to do about it? Shirou unexpectedly bore a sinister grin. Lancer remained silent, lowering his stance like a stalking cheetah, signaling his resolve. Shirou also wiped the smile from his face. At present, it was Sasuke manipulating Shirou's body, yet due to Shirou's inherent limitations, Sasuke could scarcely unleash his full potential. Although Shirou's physique was commendable compared to an ordinary person, it paled in comparison to that of a ninja, lacking in speed, strength, stamina, and endurance. Lancer surged forward. His speed was exponentially greater than during their initial encounter. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked Lancer's movements, but his body was too sluggish to respond. Clang! Clash! Lancer's spear lunged toward Sasuke, who deflected each assault with the reinforced paper. However, Lancer's strikes were too rapid. Even under Sasuke's guidance, Shirou's untrained body could barely evade critical hits, suffering several grazes that left his skin marred and bleeding. What's the matter? You were quite boastful just a moment ago. Lancer taunted, reveling in his dominance over Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent, silently forming a hand seal at his chest. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted, engulfing the entire courtyard. Elemental magic? Lancer gasped, astonished that the boy could wield such potent sorcery. Had he been feigning weakness all along? With a sweep of his spear, Lancer deflected the flames and teleported directly before Sasuke, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Sasuke braced himself with the reinforced paper against his chest, yet the paper's durability had reached its limit and shattered under Lancer's assault. The residual force sent Sasuke hurtling backward. Crashing through the warehouse door, he rolled and landed gracefully. Ouch! This body is truly a nuisance. Sasuke gritted his teeth. In his original form, that kick would barely have felt like a tickle. In light of this, the 3 tomo in his right eye morphed into a black and red 6-pointed star. Just then, Sasuke noticed an unusual glow beneath him. He was standing on a blue-tinged sigil. It's over. Lancer charged into the warehouse, thrusting his spear at Sasuke. Suddenly, a tempest erupted within the warehouse, violent gusts swirling toward Lancer. The 7th servant. Lancer could not evade in time, hastily raising his spear in defense. An unseen longsword struck his spear, the immense force propelling Lancer backward, crashing him out of the warehouse. Sasuke gazed at the golden-haired maiden clad in knightly armor who had just intervened to shield him from harm, his brow furrowing in contemplation. She wielded an ethereal sword, seemingly forged from the very air itself. After repelling Lancer, the young woman turned her attention to Sasuke. I am the servant Saber, summoned forth. Might I inquire if you are my master? Saber, Sasuke echoed, feeling a slight burn on his left hand. Raising it, he noticed a sword-shaped pattern materializing on the back of his hand. A curse mark? No, this is something entirely different. Master, from this moment forth, my sword shall be with you, and your destiny shall intertwine with mine. The contract is complete. The maiden tightened her grip on her weapon, pledging her oath. Lancer, having been thrown outside, realized that he could not best these two today. If that boy lacked combat prowess, he might have had a chance against Saber. But given their previous encounter, it was highly probable that the boy was not as defenseless as he appeared, who could predict what tricks he might conjure. With that thought, Lancer hastily retreated from the Emiya residence. Trying to escape? Saber exclaimed as she dashed out of the Emiya abode after Lancer. Running away? Then the next step is yours to take. With the battle subsiding, Sasuke relinquished control of his body back to Shirou. The moment Shirou regained command, he felt utterly drained. Gasping for air, the exhaustion he experienced was not solely physical. It stemmed from the immense psychological strain. So much had transpired in those fleeting minutes. Soon, Shirou heard the clang of weapons clashing outside and hurriedly exited the residence to assess the situation. He beheld Saber engaged in combat with a crimson figure, while a black-haired girl sat on the ground behind the red figure. Who could that be? Shirou recognized her instantly. Saber swung her sword, shattering Archer's defenses. Blood gushing forth as Archer sustained a grievous wound. Hurry and vanish. Archer disappeared, causing Saber's strike to miss its target. Saber, cease this at once. Shirou's urgent call halted Saber's continued assault. Ah, I see now, the novice master, Shirou Emiya inviting Rin Tosaka inside. Shirou recounted the events that had unfolded. From witnessing a battle at school to Lancer's pursuit leading him home. However, he refrained from mentioning Sasuke's involvement. Rin elaborated on the nature of the Holy Grail War, explaining that Shirou had been ensnared in a conflict over the Holy Grail, an artifact capable of granting any wish. 7 masters, each with their summoned servants, would engage in a deadly struggle within Fuyuki City, and the last one standing would claim the Grail. Saber is in an incomplete state, is she not? Given that Shirou is but an amateur. As you mentioned, Shirou, as a master, is still immature and unable to provide me with mana. Is he actually speaking the truth? Tosaka Rin expressed her surprise. Since my intentions have been uncovered, I might as well reveal everything, allowing Shirou to fully comprehend the current situation. Is his demeanor truly impeccable? Tosaka Rin took a sip of tea, then forcefully slammed the cup onto the table. Why wasn't I the one to summon Saber? Tosaka Rin lamented, collapsing onto the ground in anguish. Within Shirou, Sasuke listened intently to their exchange. Is this truly the case? Shirou's qualifications as a master were indeed lacking, rendering him incapable of supplying mana to his servant. As for Sasuke's existence within Shirou, it was more akin to an alternative servant rather than a tailed beast, as he too required Shirou's mana. This posed a dilemma, as his chakra was dwindling. Its recovery was not entirely non-existent, but certainly minimal. However, there was a silver lining. From Sasuke's perspective, if the prowess of that lancer served as a benchmark, the strength of these servants was not particularly daunting. Even without the ability to replenish his chakra, relying solely on the remaining reserves, he was confident he could withstand 10 of them if necessary. Suddenly, a thought struck Sasuke. Oi, kid, grab that woman's arm. Huh? What are you talking about? Shirou instinctively retorted. What's the matter, Shirou? Saber turned her attention to him as he spoke. And nothing. Absolutely nothing, Shirou quickly denied. Very well then, let us take you to the overseer of the war, Tosaka Rin suggested. That night, the trio walked along the path. What about your servant, Tosaka? She was severely injured by a half-baked master-S servant and is currently in a spiritual recovery state. I'm sorry. This isn't your fault. Being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a saber is a miscalculation on my part as a master. If it were someone else's saber instead of yours, perhaps my role would have ended right there, Tosaka Rin remarked, surprisingly at ease with the situation. Chapter 4. The Fiery Battle of Amaterasu. The trio swiftly arrived at the church. Saber remained stationed outside while Shirou and Rin Tosaka entered the sacred space, where they encountered the overseer of the Holy Grail War, Kirai Kodomine. Shirou Emiya, the priest remarked, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth that he could hardly suppress. The Holy Grail War is a trial conducted by the Holy Grail to select one worthy of its power. Even so, the notion of killing others to fulfill one's desires. Shirou began, hesitating. Not at all. The Holy Grail War does not necessitate the death of the masters. Should a servant perish, the master will automatically lose their qualification. However, do you truly believe you can defeat a servant with your human form? The priest's gaze fixed upon Shirou. Defeat a servant? Shirou fell silent, not because he doubted his capability, but rather, he recalled the moment when Sasuke had taken control of his body. His own inadequacy and weakness had hindered his ability to supply mana to Saber. Perhaps Sasuke faced a similar plight? By the way, the great fire that engulfed Fuyuki City a decade ago was the result of the last Holy Grail War. Kirai stated casually. What did you say? Shirou exclaimed in shock. It may have been the wish of the ultimate victor, or perhaps something else entirely. Kirai replied with a wry smile. Anxiety surged within Shirou. His greatest fear had come to fruition. Upon learning that the Holy Grail could grant any wish, he pondered what would happen if a nefarious individual were to exploit it for selfish desires. If a madman sought to obliterate the world, how could he be thwarted? Nevertheless, since he was already embroiled in this conflict, he resolved to secure victory, ensuring that the wicked would not seize the Holy Grail. I will fight. I shall obtain the Holy Grail, eradicate evil, and prevent the tragedy of a decade past from ever repeating, he declared fervently. Excellent. But remember, without a clear definition of evil, your wish may remain unfulfilled, the priest acknowledged with a nod. Shirou fell silent, while Sasuke scoffed derisively. Boring. Once outside, Saber promptly approached to ascertain Shirou's resolve to battle. Saber, I wish to be your master, he proclaimed. You have been my master from the very beginning. I vowed it once, Saber replied. As they clasped hands, a small girl's voice interrupted their exchange from afar. Bathed in moonlight. At the end of the road stood a towering black giant, beside whom a pure white-haired girl, appearing no older than a primary schooler, stood. Good evening. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your conversation, big brother, the girl said, lifting her skirt in a courteous gesture. My name is Iliasviel von Einsburn. Enough of the pleasantries. I implore you to perish here and now. Despite her innocent demeanor, Ilya uttered words of chilling intent. Unleash a massacre, berserker. The black giant wielded a massive bone sword. Leaping toward Saber. Saber was compelled to engage in battle against Berserker. However, due to a deficiency in magical energy, Saber's attributes were significantly diminished, rendering her incapable of confronting Berserker directly. Within mere rounds, she was wounded and fell to her knees. Saber! Shirou exclaimed anxiously. Rin Tosaka intervened. But her gem magic had little effect on Berserker, while Archer was gravely injured and unable to fight. Sasuke, can you see this? Can you assist me? If this continues, Saber will be eliminated. Quiet, I am contemplating. Sasuke interrupted Shirou's frantic inner cries. At present, the speed of chakra recovery was insufficient. And Saber was a vital combat asset. Preserving Saber from Berserker's grasp was no simple task. This Berserker appeared far more formidable than Lancer. Not someone to be dealt with lightly, particularly by Shirou's frail body. Therefore, hope must be placed in techniques beyond physical prowess, ninjutsu, and ocular techniques. The servants and their masters operated in pairs, and Sasuke's proficiency in illusions was lacking, rendering such tactics impractical. As Berserker swung his bone blade towards the injured and kneeling Saber, Sasuke declared, "Entrust your body to me." In an instant, he took control of Shirou's body, removing the eye patch from his left eye. Heavenly Hand Power. Shinra Tensei. Sasuke employed Heavenly Hand Power to exchange places with Saber while simultaneously unleashing Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming repulsive force prevented Berserker's bone blade from descending any further. What? Rin, Saber, and Iliasville were all taken aback. How could Shirou, previously displaying the skills of a mediocre mage, suddenly block Berserker's attack? Well, hulking brute. Sasuke looked up at Berserker, his Sharingan's kaleidoscopic pattern gleaming. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames engulfed Berserker's body. The flames of Amaterasu burned unceasingly, causing him to roar in fury as he swung his bone blade, attempting to take Sasuke down with him before his life extinguished. However, the flames slowed his movements, and under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, Sasuke evaded each strike with finesse. Ultimately, the light in Berserker's eyes faded, and the fire of his life was extinguished. How is this possible? He actually defeated a servant? A Berserker of such monstrous caliber? Rin's pupils trembled. Yet, soon after, an astonishing turn of events unfolded that left both her and Sasuke in shock. Berserker's body suddenly stirred, the flames of Amaterasu dissipating with a tremor. I never expected that my big brother could defeat Berserker even once. I truly underestimated you. But Iliasville paused. The true identity of Berserker is Heracles, the great hero of Greek mythology, who possesses a noble phantasm known as the 12 labors, allowing him to die and be reborn 12 times, each resurrection rendering him stronger. Iliasville divulged this information without a hint of concern, for she believed that Berserker was invincible. Even if his secrets were revealed, they could not be exploited. To defeat Berserker, one must possess the capability to slay him a dozen times. Sasuke felt a heaviness in his heart. Amaterasu. Blood trickled from his right eye as the flames of Amaterasu ignited once more upon Berserker. Yet this time, the flames failed to inflict any harm, dissipating the moment Berserker made a move. So he becomes stronger, I see. The attack that killed him last time is ineffective now? Sasuke scoffed. Killing him 12 times was not inherently difficult, but employing distinct abilities for each of those 12 kills posed a significant challenge. The last individual to possess so many lives was the old man Danzo. Should he resort to the Earth Explosion Stars? Sealing techniques might prove efficacious against such an opponent. However, from the earlier conversation with Rin Tosaka and the others, it became apparent that this Holy Grail war was conducted in secrecy. It seemed the people of this world were oblivious to the existence of such arcane skills. Creating too much commotion might attract unwanted attention. Never mind. Return now, Berserker. While Sasuke pondered his strategy, Iliasville commanded Berserker to cease his actions. Your abilities are not what I envisioned, so it would be rather dull to continue. Let us save your demise for our next encounter. Such audacity, Sasuke retorted with sarcasm. Iliasville offered no reply and vanished with Berserker at the end of the street. Sasuke assessed his chakra, having expended about 5% of his remaining reserves. In the event of a full-scale battle, he would likely need to utilize 10 to 20%, or even more. Thus, he must conserve his chakra judiciously. Chapter 5, The Simulated Servant. Hey, what on earth is going on, Emiya-kun? Indeed, Shirou. You must elucidate the situation. After repelling Iliya and Berserker, Rin Tosaka and Saber, unable to contain their curiosity, converged upon Shirou. How bothersome, Sasuke scoffed, retreating into the spiritual realm and relinquishing control of his body to Shirou. Shirou staggered as he regained control, only to find himself ensnared by Rin's grip. Her slender fingers possessed an unexpected strength, causing his arm to redden under her hold. This force was hardly characteristic of a high school girl. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Isn't this strength unbefitting of a JK? Do not evade the topic. Shirou was compelled to lower his gaze, his vision oscillating between Rin's black hair ornament and the still damp bloodstains on Saber's armor. "You must let me explain," Shirou pleaded, left with no choice but to succinctly convey the situation regarding Sasuke to the two of them. "This is certainly unprecedented," Saber remarked, her expression etched with concern. The fact that Shirou, as his master, harbored another persona within him was alarming. "I have some knowledge of this. Could it be a simulated servant?" "Tosaka, what does simulated servant mean?" As the trio traversed the nighttime streets, their footsteps wove an anxious rhythm along the pavement. The dark-haired girl pondered for a moment before beginning to elucidate the concept of simulated servants to her companions. "Although I have only encountered references to simulated servants in classical texts, they remain merely theoretical constructs without any documented instances." Rin Tosaka recalled the contents of the books she had perused. If a heroic spirit is not granted a corporeal form by the Holy Grail, it will seek a compatible human to serve as a vessel. Upon possession, both the heroic spirit and the human consciousness coexist. The human gains the powers of the spirit, while the spirit acquires the human's physical form. "Sasuke, is he a heroic spirit?" Shirou murmured instinctively. In the spiritual realm, Sasuke's fingers twitched slightly. A heroic spirit? What could a sinner like him claim to be a heroic spirit? Following his fierce battle with Naruto, Sasuke had come to realize the futility of his extreme ideals. Even if he succeeded, the peace he would create would be nothing but a facade. Yet now it was too late. If what that bothersome woman said were true, he must be considered dead, having perished in the explosion of his final clash with Naruto. If that were the case, then what of Naruto? Sasuke dared not continue that line of thought, shaking his head to dispel the unsettling notions. "Oi, tell them I am not a heroic spirit, but merely an ordinary specter." "Not a heroic spirit? What?" "Sasuke says he is not a heroic spirit, just a specter." Shirou relayed Sasuke's words accurately. Rin Tosaka paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "Whether a heroic spirit or a specter, the phenomena surrounding you indeed align with the characteristics of a simulated servant. How infuriating. Why does a novice possess such fortune?" Not only did she summon the most formidable saber, but she also transformed into a pseudo-servant capable of repelling monsters like Berserker. "I might as well just hand you the Holy Grail," Rin Tosaka exclaimed loudly on the street, her head in her hands, utterly losing her composure. Fortunately, the nighttime streets were devoid of spectators, apart from Shirou and Saber, who witnessed the Tosaka heiress in such a disheveled state. Inside the church, Kirai Kotomine stood silently before the cross, reminiscing about Shirou's self-introduction, during which he mentioned the surname Emiya. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face. "You seem to be smiling." "Priest," a golden-haired man remarked, having materialized on the church bench without notice. "Isn't it only natural to feel joy at a reunion with an old friend?" "An old friend, you say? He is not as simple as he appears. You, who remain in this church reminiscing about the past, have yet to witness the intriguing scene that unfolded. What happened?" Kirai's interest was piqued by the golden-haired man's words. The half-breed whelp harbors another hybrid soul within him. It is indeed a repulsive yet curious development. That is quite surprising. Kirai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Could it be possession? Did that man employ some means to attach his soul to the child he adopted? But he quickly shook his head. How could that be? That man, even if he faced the destruction of his physical form, would not resort to such actions. At least, not anymore. Since his abilities are beyond our expectations, we cannot proceed as originally planned. The saplings in the courtyard have grown poisonous vines, rather than pruning the branches. It would be better to allow the toxic blooms to flourish. When the fruits of suffering ripen, the harvest will be all the sweeter. The golden-haired man rose to leave, his voice echoing in the church long after he had departed. Saber, what is it, Shirou? Just outside the Emiya residence, Shirou and Saber had just returned. Rin Tosaka had parted ways with them midway, stating, "Today is merely to familiarize you with the situation. When we meet next, we shall be adversaries." Next meeting, could it possibly lead to a confrontation at school? Shirou felt a twinge of worry. Returning to the present, he gazed at Saber, whose armor was stained with dried blood. "Are your injuries serious?" "They are nothing to worry about. They will not affect my combat ability. The body of a heroic spirit is more resilient than you might expect. Even without magical healing, ordinary remedies will suffice. And these wounds will heal within 2 to 3 days at most. That's a relief. I'm sorry, there is so little I can do." Shirou felt a pang of guilt, realizing he lacked magical talent as a master. Even summoning Saber had occurred without his conscious knowledge of how it happened. Everyone possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Moreover, given that Shirou now functions as a pseudo-servant, He embodies a combat capability akin to that of a true servant, allowing me to remain untroubled by the threat of ambush during battle. You have been a great help. Even if you comfort me like this, Shirou forced a smile. Realizing that Sasuke's abilities were beyond his own, suddenly, Shirou's vision began to blur. Huh? What's happening? A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing Shirou to stumble backward. The last image before losing consciousness was Saber's astonished expression. Shirou. Upon regaining consciousness, Shirou found himself lying in his own room. Are you awake? The first voice he heard was Sasuke's. Sasuke? What happened last night? Shirou's recollection of the previous night was hazy, but after some time, he gradually pieced together fragmented memories. You lost control of your body twice yesterday, utilizing the powers of the Sharingan and Rinnegan, which seems to have taken a toll on you. Although it drained my ocular power, the physical exhaustion for you was also a significant burden. Sasuke conveyed his deductions to Shirou. Shirou breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had merely exhausted himself. Faced with a servant of such monstrous caliber, surviving without losing his life and only collapsing from physical fatigue after the battle was indeed a remarkably advantageous exchange. Chapter 6. You have never smiled. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 in the morning. Today was a day off, and there was no need to attend school. Ah, Saber. Shirou tossed aside the covers and exited his room. Throughout the entire residence, there was no sign of Saber until he finally discovered her in the dojo. Good morning, Shirou. Saber greeted. Saber. What's the matter, Shirou? Is there something on my face? Saber inquired, puzzled by Shirou's silence as he stared at her. No, nothing. Good morning, Saber. After they had breakfast, they sat facing each other in the living room. Saber, there are 6 other teams of masters and servants like us, correct? Shirou asked. Indeed, Shirou. There are 7 servants: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker, each paired with a master, Saber explained. You met Lancer yesterday. His master remains unidentified. Archer's master is your classmate, Rin Tosaka, while Berserker's master is Iliasfeel. Saber continued elucidating the details to Shirou. Emiya, she seems to know me. Shirou recalled Ilia's words, though he could not quite place her. With her snow-white hair and charming appearance, it was hard to believe he could forget someone so distinctive. By the way, that Berserker, is he Heracles? The great hero from Greek mythology? If all the heroic spirits are like that, Saber, are you also a figure from history or mythology? Shirou asked. I had initially intended to keep my true name from you, Shirou, as you are still an inexperienced magus, and your thoughts could be read by the enemy, Saber replied. Is it necessary to conceal your true name? Indeed, as a heroic spirit, if my true name is revealed, it allows others to discover my weaknesses through history. However, Saber's tone shifted. That was my previous judgment. Since you now possess the power of assistance, it is acceptable to disclose it to you, enabling better strategic planning. My true name is Artoria Pendragon, King of Britain, the Night King. My noble phantasm is Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. As Saber revealed her true name, Shirou was momentarily taken aback. The legendary King Arthur was, in fact, a woman? While they were conversing, the phone in the corridor rang. Hello, Emiya residence, Shirou answered. Hello, this is Fujimura. A boisterous female voice came from the other end. It's Fujimura-sensei. I don't have time. I'm currently supervising students at school, so please deliver lunch to the archery dojo immediately. That is all. After Fujimura Taiga finished placing her takeout order, she abruptly hung up the phone, disregarding Shirou's twitching expression. With no other choice, Shirou prepared a bento, neatly packaged it, and delivered it to the school. Saber remained at home to conserve her magical energy. Since Shirou had Sasuke to look after him, there was no need for Saber to constantly keep an eye on him. The reason for Saber's unwavering trust in Sasuke lies in the fact that he had protected Shirou even before she was summoned. Moreover, Sasuke's spirit was bound to Shirou, making them inseparable in life and death. Thus, even if Sasuke acted solely for himself, he would undoubtedly ensure Shirou's safety. Upon arriving at the archery club, the door was opened by a girl with purple hair, her long locks adorned with a pink ribbon on the left side. Senpai, she exclaimed. Hey there. I brought a bento for Fujimura. Could you please call her to come and get it? Shirou greeted the girl, who nodded in agreement and dashed into the dojo. At that moment, another girl with short hair emerged from the dojo, her delicate features exuding a refreshing aura. You've really saved the day? When Fujimura gets hungry, she tends to get cranky. You too, Mizuho. Remember to check on Fujimura's bento in the morning. Shirou sighed. I have my own busy schedule, you know? Is it because of Shinji? Is he not here right now? He's not. He is probably off trying to find a new girlfriend. Mizuho shook her head. It was rare to see Shinji at the archery dojo during this time. Shirou lowered his head, feeling a bit dejected. In the past, Shinji and Shinji's sister Sakura were all members of the archery club, but eventually, Shirou withdrew and Shinji grew distracted, leaving only Sakura to uphold the archery tradition. By the way, Emiya, are you really not considering coming back? Fujimura-sensei is also hoping to persuade you. What are your thoughts? Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Really? That's surprising. When I used to watch you shoot arrows, your precision was almost monstrous, yet when you strung the bow, your eyes lacked any spark. As if you had no interest in hitting the target. It seems like you're indifferent to everything. Mizuho spoke with a hint of concern. While you're not exactly like Shinji in that regard, why not take a page from his book and indulge yourself a little? After hearing Mizuho's words, Shirou scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. He turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. Is it really that concerning that it's reached the point where classmates are worried about you? It's because, Emiya, you've never smiled. Mizuho's words struck a chord in Shirou, causing his heart to skip a beat and his pupils to tremble. Sasuke slightly lifted his head, sensing the turmoil within Shirou. A scene from 10 years ago flashed through Shirou's mind, his expression stiffening as he mechanically turned to face Mizuho. Oi doi, Fujimura has arrived. Quickly present the bento so I can devour it. A woman with chestnut short hair emerged from the archery dojo, boldly snatching the bento from Shirou's hand. At this moment, Shirou regained his senses, his gaze falling upon Taiga Fujimura. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back, he said. Oh, for dinner tonight, I crave fried meatballs. You're already ordering dinner when you haven't even started lunch? Shirou left the archery dojo, his expression blank, moving like a mere shell of a person. Oi, kid. Has something happened to you? On the way, Sasuke pondered for a long time before deciding to inquire about Shirou. After all, their fates were now intertwined. In the face of the unknown of the Holy Grail War, the risks Shirou faced were tantamount to his own. 10 years ago, Shirou said, feeling an inexplicable sense of closeness to Sasuke. He recounted his experiences from a decade past. In that devastating fire, he lost everything, and tragically, he was rescued by Kiritsugu. He, who should have perished in that calamity, became the sole survivor. Sasuke felt a stir within him. Shirou's experiences bore a resemblance to his own. In his youth, the Uchiha clan was slaughtered by his own elder brother, leaving him alone. Don't you plan on avenging yourself? Avenge? To take revenge on the instigator of the disaster from 10 years ago. Sasuke spoke slowly. According to that priest, the calamity from a decade ago was the side effect of the last Holy Grail War. If you wish to seek vengeance, you must identify the victor of the previous Holy Grail War and confront them personally. That's not it. Shirou interrupted Sasuke. Hatred only breeds further tragedy. My dream is to become a just ally like Kiritsugu, to save more people and prevent tragedies like that from recurring. That is my reason for participating in the Holy Grail War. Sasuke fell silent. Although his perspective seemed somewhat naive, Shirou indeed possessed a clarity that surpassed his own. Or rather, the version of himself from the past. He even resembled the underachiever a bit. Chapter 7. Dinner together as Shirou was on his way home. He suddenly recalled that he had not purchased any clothing for Saber. Since Saber was unable to manifest in spirit form, she certainly could not remain in her armor indefinitely. After checking his wallet, Shirou resolved to buy her 2 outfits. Upon leaving the school, a purple figure leaped over the school's walls, vanishing almost instantaneously. Shirou procured a set of casual attire suitable for outings and a pair of comfortable home clothes. As the sun began to set, he finally made his way back home. Welcome back, Shirou, greeted the petite blonde knight as she emerged from the house upon hearing the door open. She paused, taken aback by the shopping bags in his hands. I'm back, Saber. Why don't you try on the clothes I bought for you? Thank you, Shirou. When Saber donned the casual outfit, Shirou found himself momentarily breathless. The white blouse paired with a blue skirt mirrored the colors of her battle attire, yet exuded a completely different sense of relaxation. Shirou had deliberately chosen a garment adorned with a touch of lace, which instantly imparted a young lady aura to Saber. Speaking of which, was Saber herself of noble lineage? No, Arthur Pendragon was indeed royal. Was he? Gurgle both of their stomachs rumbled in unison. They exchanged a smile as Shirou retrieved an apron hanging on the wall. Let us prepare dinner. Fujimura-san ordered some dishes today. Will there be others joining us? If so, I shall wait in my room. There is no need for that, Saber. Shirou halted Saber's intention to retreat. Dinner should be shared together. An hour later. In the living room, Fujimura and Sakura gazed at Saber, who was seated on the tatami mat, before turning their attention back to Shirou. Hey, Shirou, who is this girl? Have you started dating? Why have I never heard of her before? Fujimura's eyes were bloodshot, as if she might ignite with dark flames at any moment. Though Sakura remained silent, her worried expression fixed on Shirou, seeking a denial from him. Wait a moment, Fujimura-san. Sakura. Shirou raised his hands defensively, sensing that Fujimura might devour him whole at any second. Sasuke furrowed his brow upon hearing Sakura's name. Noticing through Shirou's eyes that the person before him was not the one he recalled, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, I meant to ask you earlier, what happened to your eyes? Are they injured? Let me see. Indeed, senpai, what is wrong with your eyes? Does it have anything to do with this lady? Being questioned about his eyes made Shirou uneasy. He absolutely could not let these two see the peculiarities of his gaze. It's nothing, please calm down. My eyes were merely irritated by sand. The doctor advised me to wear an eye patch for a few days as it contains medication that cannot be removed yet. Shirou hastily concocted an excuse to deflect their concern. However, it was far less simple to explain Saber's presence. As Shirou pondered over his excuses, Saber spoke up on her own. It was Kiritsugu who entrusted me with the duty of looking after you, so I will be residing here for a while. Kiritsugu? Fujimura Taiga's eyes widened in astonishment. Shirou too was taken aback, wondering how Saber knew his father's name. With Kiritsugu as an excuse, Saber's identity was conveniently glossed over. Though Fujimura still had her doubts, the mention of someone who had passed made it somewhat inappropriate to inquire further. What troubled Shirou was that after dinner, both Fujimura Taiga and Sakura insisted on staying here, entirely disregarding Shirou's consent. Fortunately, the Emiya residence was spacious with ample rooms, accommodating a few more guests effortlessly. That night, in the building's corridor, dark energy surged, launching towards the bone beasts that scattered them into mere fragments of bones. A purple miasma enveloped the entire building, causing Rin to frown as she surveyed her surroundings. What a sinister display, she remarked. The witch's ointment, perhaps? Archer quipped. It seems the perpetrator has already departed. We arrived too late. The mana of everyone in this building has been completely drained by her. With a sigh, Rin ascended to the rooftop with Archer. Did the power exhibited by that little brat yesterday evoke a sense of crisis in you? Impossible. Even if a half-baked imitation servant were to emerge. It remains merely that, a half-baked imitation. Even if it could confront Berserker directly? Rin fell silent, standing at the edge of the rooftop, gazing afar, lost in thought. Should we deal with him first? I can sense that he does not yet regard you as an enemy. There is no need. An imitation servant, something that previously existed only in concept, can be savored at a later time, Rin replied, shaking her head. Provided he does not present himself before me. Hey, Tosaka. Good morning. In the school corridor, Rin exhibited a shock akin to being stabbed in the back upon Shirou's greeting. What was he doing? He had clearly stated that their next encounter would be as enemies. Why was he so nonchalantly greeting her? Tosaka? Humph. Tosaka, Rin scoffed, flipping her long hair and turning to walk away. Shirou stood frozen in place, scratching his nose with a raised hand. Did I say something wrong? After watching Rin depart, Shirou felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, Emiya. Turning around, he was greeted by his friend Matu Shinji, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of seaweed. Shinji, good morning. What brings you to this place? Nothing much, but speaking of which, with Shinji's arrival, Shirou recalled Mickey's words from yesterday and intended to suggest that Shinji participate more in the archery club activities. By the way, Emiya, I have some matters to attend to after school today. Could you assist me once more with the chores at the archery club? Of course, it is possible. Why does it seem like you're agreeing rather reluctantly? Do you not wish to do it? Shinji noticed Shirou's somewhat hesitant response, and instead of feeling displeased, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Then, how about you join me? Shinji, don't trouble Mizuho too much. Shirou interrupted Shinji's words, causing Shinji's expression to grow cold. Oh, I see. Without looking back, Shinji walked away. In the student council room, the president, Ichinos, sat with his arms crossed, listening to Shirou's woes while occasionally nodding in understanding. If a girl expresses inexplicable anger towards you, it is highly likely that she has feelings for you. Are you referring to that Tosaka? The young lad is still immature and lacks the capacity for further reasoning. Ichinos was not inclined to delve deeper into this matter. Shirou lowered his head, continuing to repair the item in his hands when the door to the student council room swung open, revealing teacher Katsuragi. Ichinos stood and approached the door, engaging in a brief conversation with the teacher, after which his expression darkened. Upon the teacher's departure, Ichinos returned to Shirou's side. "What's the matter, Ichinos? Your face suddenly looks so grim." "The captain of the archery club, Mizuho Ayako, has gone missing since last night." "Mizuho?" Shirou took a deep breath. Sasuke recalled the name as well. It belonged to the short-haired girl who had spoken with Shirou at the archery range yesterday. The timing of her disappearance likely tied to the Holy Grail War. Chapter 8. The chase after school. Shirou hurried through the corridors, seeking to locate Shinji. However, apart from their encounter that morning, he had not seen Shinji's figure within the school again. It appeared that Shinji had skipped class and left before the lunch break. As evening descended, the school was devoid of students, and with no success in finding Shinji, Shirou reluctantly returned to the classroom to collect his belongings and head home. "Stop right there." Shirou halted in his tracks, raising his gaze in the direction of the voice. On the staircase leading from the second to the third floor, a girl clad in uniform with twin tails cascading down her shoulders looked down upon him with an imposing demeanor. "I have already declared that we are enemies. Why do you dare to swagger into the school? Tosaka, listen to me. If you are here, then it signifies that you are prepared to stand against me. Does it not? Even if you are a pseudo-servant, a half-baked one is still just that. Watch as I swiftly dispatch you." Tosaka Rin immediately unleashed a barrage of shadow energy bullets toward Shirou. "Dodge to the right." Sasuke's voice resonated, and Shirou's right eye transformed from black to crimson. With 3 tomos swirling within, Shirou evaded the attack and turned to see that his previous position had been struck, leaving a crater in its wake. "Are you kidding me? Such an attack would inflict severe injury on a person. What did you think I was doing?" Tosaka Rin fired 2 more shadow energy bullets at Shirou, simultaneously leaping from the staircase, charging toward him. The short skirt of her uniform billowed upward as she was caught in the air currents. Having activated Sasuke's Sharingan, Shirou effortlessly dodged the 2 attacks, and as he looked up, the entire landscape lay before him. Pure white. Tosaka Rin abruptly became aware of her wardrobe predicament, and her hands instinctively pressed down on her skirt as her feet landed. A wave of numbing discomfort surged from her heels to her brain. "No, Tosaka. I didn't intend to look. My vision with this eye is beyond my control. You've caused me to land without assistance. I shall repay this favor in kind." Tosaka Rin shouted, raising her hand as a rain of shadow energy bullets descended upon Shirou. "Is this a joke?" Shirou exclaimed, pivoting to flee. Typically, the bullets produced by such magic are singular, and only a few can manage rapid fire. Yet, the shadow energy bullets unleashed by Tosaka Rin sounded akin to a machine gun. That woman is truly bothersome. "Sasuke, spare me the sarcastic remarks. Why not lend a hand? She has not summoned her own servant. She fights solely with her own power. Are you certain you wish to seek my assistance?" Sasuke retorted with dissatisfaction. If Shirou possessed such a petty mindset, Sasuke would only look down upon him. That is a fair point. Well, you've at least activated your Sharingan, so on that basis, entertain her for a while. Not like it's you taking the hits. Shirou dashed through the corridor, evading the onslaught of shadow energy bullets, but as he neared the corridor's end with nowhere left to hide, he yanked open the classroom door and darted inside. "If I jump out the window, bang." As Shirou approached the window, an invisible barrier obstructed his path. It was evident that Rin had employed magic to seal off the classroom. Aim. Fire in unison. Boheo. Upon hearing the commotion from the corridor, Shirou quickly sought refuge behind a desk, using it as a shield. Trace on. Magical energy manifested as azure patterns that spread across the desk, rendering it extraordinarily resilient. Outside the classroom, a barrage of ethereal projectiles rained down, striking the desk multiple times in rapid succession. Just before the desk shattered, the onslaught finally ceased. Has it stopped? Suddenly, a radiant gemstone soared through the window into the classroom. Shirou's 3-tomo Sharingan clearly discerned the flow of magic within the gem. Boom. The explosion's shockwave sent Shirou tumbling, rolling out through the back door of the classroom. As he emerged, he instinctively seized a broken table leg, enhancing it with magic. Finally out, Emiya-kun, Rin remarked with a smile, observing Shirou's disheveled state. "Ah." A piercing scream echoed from outside, causing both to exchange concerned glances. Despite still being embroiled in battle, they nodded in unison and hurried towards the source of the cry. In the corridor of the teaching building, a female student lay unconscious on the ground, her fate uncertain. Rin rushed forward to assess the situation, her expression grave. "Her magical energy has been drained." "Drain, you say?" Shirou gazed at the fallen student, and suddenly, his vision experienced a subtle shift. Through the observation of his Sharingan, he perceived flowing lines within the student's body, their luminescence faint, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Sasuke. This is the Sharingan can observe the flow of chakra, which is the amalgamation of human physical and spiritual energy. In other words, it is akin to the magical energy that constitutes what you refer to as magic. Rin produced the gemstone. With this gemstone, I can barely sustain her life. The gem radiated light as magical energy coursed into the female student. Standing behind Rin, Shirou suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. The air at the periphery of his vision warped. Without a moment to spare, he raised his hand to shield Rin's face. Bang! A violet skeletal structure enveloped the exterior of Shirou's arm, indicating he had blocked an incoming thrust. Thank you, Sasuke. Otherwise, my arm would have likely been pierced. Quick! Pursue them while they are still close. Huh. Oh, Rin, I leave this girl in your care. Shirou hesitated for a brief moment before nodding, gripping his weapon tightly. After exchanging a glance with Rin, he dashed toward the direction from which the attack had come. Upon reaching the school's forest, the only sound was the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Whoosh! A swift sound sliced through the air from the side. I've spotted them. As the Magatama spun, Shirou's Sharingan detected the adversary's assault, enabling him to swiftly pivot and block. Thud! The attack failed to connect, prompting the assailant to retreat momentarily. Yet Shirou remained adept at perceiving her trajectory and preemptively defended against her next strike. That eye possesses a peculiar quality, remarked the servant, her long, cascading purple hair framing her presence as she wielded a chain, appearing not far from Shirou. Have you finally revealed yourself? I had heard that servants are born of legendary spirits. It seems even such entities can harbor the cowardice to strike from the shadows. Eh? By the time Shirou grasped the situation, he found himself ensnared in the mental realm. The moment the enemy manifested, Sasuke had already forcibly exchanged places with him. It appears I've been underestimated by a human master. Are you fond of ambushes, perhaps an assassin? Sasuke inquired, receiving only a silent response from the woman with violet hair. The lack of an answer mattered not. Whether she was an assassin or something else entirely was irrelevant. It seemed she had consumed the magical energy of that unfortunate schoolgirl. Involving innocence was unacceptable. Though Sasuke had once tread a similar path, circumstances had changed, and such individuals could no longer be permitted to exist. Chapter 9, Sasuke vs. Rider. As Sasuke prepared to strike, a figure emerged from the woods, clapping his hands. Shinji. Shirou's eyes widened in disbelief. Sasuke remained silent. Shinji walked over to the purple-haired servant, still clapping. To think you could withstand Rider's attack head-on, Shirou. Should I say you're quite the hidden talent? After so many years of friendship, I never knew you had this in you. Shinji, does Mitsuki's disappearance have anything to do with you? Huh? Ah, that Ayako Mitsuki. I had Rider drain her magical energy and casually tossed her into a hospital. At least I spared her life, considering we were classmates. Upon hearing the name, Shinji seemed momentarily dazed, only to quickly regain his composure, as though he hadn't truly considered the implications of his actions. Speaking of which, Shirou, I never expected you to become a master. How about you summon your own servant, and we have a little duel? There's no need for that. You and your servant will remain here today. Sasuke's tone was cold as he tightened his grip on the iron pipe. Whoosh. Bang. Thud. The iron pipe shot towards Shinji's forehead like a cannonball, but was deflected by Rider's weapon, veering off course and embedding itself into a large tree. Shinji barely had time to react. Had it not been for Rider, his head would have just exploded. Hey Sasuke, no matter what. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. One may choose to be a good person, but being good does not mean sparing the wicked. Sasuke firmly established his stance before Shirou. Some could be forgiven, but others must be eliminated. Shirou, you've really got some guts to actually make a move against me. Rider, make sure to beat him to a pulp. Shinji finally realized he had just brushed with death and erupted in fury. Rider, hearing Shinji's command, swiftly advanced a few steps before charging at Sasuke with a steel spear. Facing Rider's assault, Sasuke stood his ground. His right eye's Sharingan transformed into the kaleidoscopic six-pointed star. Amaterasu. Black flames blazed fiercely on Rider's form. Even the body of a heroic spirit struggled to endure the searing heat. Rider rolled on the ground, but the flames refused to be extinguished. What kind of sorcery is this? Damn it! Rider, quickly phase out. Shinji exclaimed in shock. Rider immediately phased out, successfully shaking off the Amaterasu flames. With the loss of its target, the black flames fell harmlessly to the ground. Humph! Can you really escape with mere phasing? Sasuke scoffed. Using his technique to extinguish the flames on the ground, Rider reappeared, now bearing several burn marks from the flames. After being scorched by Amaterasu, Ryder seemed hesitant, wary of acting recklessly. Are you not coming forward? Should you be unable to come, then I shall proceed to you. With a swift motion, Sasuke brandished the iron pipe as if it were a sword, lunging towards Ryder. The assault was parried by Ryder, prompting Sasuke to promptly kick Ryder's weapon aside, sending their arms clashing into the sky. In an instant, Sasuke formed a series of hand seals, Chidori, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight. A bolt of lightning surged from Sasuke's left hand towards Ryder. As the attack approached, Ryder executed a backward somersault, delivering a kick to Sasuke's arm, deflecting the Chidori. Weapons were lost, and the ninjutsu was rendered ineffective. That eye of yours is quite bothersome. The weapon, connected by a chain, was yanked back into Ryder's grasp mid-air, aimed at Sasuke's eye. Unfazed, Sasuke spoke just as the tip of the blade neared him. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from Sasuke, halting Ryder's advance entirely, causing his body to recoil. Ultimately, Ryder, stripped of his strength to resist, was propelled like a cannonball into the wall of the classroom building. What? Shinji was taken aback. Why? Emiya, how is it that you possess such power? Why even you, Chidori, piercing lance? A lightning spear, accompanied by a screech, pierced through Shinji's shoulder. Sasuke furrowed his brow in confusion. He had aimed for Shinji's heart just moments prior. Sasuke, please. Shinji is Sakura's brother. If you kill him, then Sakura, in the mental realm, Shirou pleaded desperately. I understand. Sasuke closed his eyes, speaking softly. The Chidori, piercing lance dissipated, leaving Shinji's shoulder bleeding profusely. Ah, my hand. My hand. Shinji collapsed to the ground, the intense pain causing tears to stream down his face. Sasuke observed Shinji's pitiful state, and the pattern in his Sharingan gradually faded. Control of his body returned to Shirou. Meanwhile, Rin Tosaka had arrived after ensuring the safety of the female students, her heart racing at the sight of Ryder and Shinji on the ground. Shinji Matu? A bead of sweat trickled down Rin's forehead. To have defeated a servant, Shirou must have employed Sasuke's power, yet he had not used it against her. Tosaka. Shirou looked at Rin wearily. You all, remember this. Shinji clutched his shoulder as he rose, fleeing the scene without a backward glance. The rider, having crashed into the wall, dissipated into particles of light. Rin sighed, feeling a sense of relief. Since Shinji Matu, the master of the Matu family, had fled, Sakura would likely be safe. Thank you for earlier. What do you mean? Thank you? For blocking the attack, just now. Rin's cheeks flushed as she fumbled to explain. Oh, I merely reached out to block. The true defense came from Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke sat cross-legged in the realm of the mind. Yes, Susanoo. Would you care for another round? Shirou inquired, picking up the iron pipe that had fallen to the ground. Another round of what? Did we not just begin our duel? Shall we continue? Shirou asked earnestly. Should Rin Tosaka wish to persist in their battle, he would gladly oblige, relying solely on his own strength. No more fighting. After what transpired earlier, I lack the heart to continue, and besides, I do not wish to owe you a favor. The two momentarily ceased hostilities and subsequently made their way to the Fuyuki City Hospital, where they visited the hospitalized Ayako Mitsuzuri. It seemed that she remained in a deep slumber, likely due to a significant depletion of magical energy. Yet, Shinji had not lied. He had indeed refrained from allowing Ryder to siphon a lethal amount of magical power. Now, Ayako was merely weakened and would recuperate after a few days of rest. Shirou. Rin broke the silence as they walked along the dimly lit road. What is it? Recently, there have been widespread occurrences of mass comas in Fuyuki City, much like Ayako's condition. Is this the doing of Shinji? No. To Shirou's surprise, Rin dismissed this conjecture. You say it is not Shinji? Then who else could it be? Ayako and that student from earlier are both Shinji's servant as Ryder. Last night, I discovered a building where everyone inside had their magical energy drained, and there were numerous monstrous puppets within. Rin recounted the intelligence she had gathered during her reconnaissance the previous night. Chapter 10. Sasuke's past. It is improbable that Ryder possesses such extensive means of absorbing magical energy. At least, the ability to control a multitude of puppets while siphoning magical power is characteristic of a caster. Is there another servant of that caliber? A sense of frustration welled up within Shirou. Was it not agreed that the Holy Grail War would be conducted in secrecy? Why were ordinary people being dragged into this? The good news is that our adversary has maintained a certain threshold. While they have absorbed a significant amount of magical energy, they have not perished. They simply excel at concealing their whereabouts, making them difficult to locate. Rin Tosaka halted her steps. Therefore, Emiya, I propose a temporary alliance. What do you think? An alliance? Indeed. Surely, you do not wish for the Holy Grail War to ensnare innocent lives? If we join forces, we can unearth Castor. Otherwise, they will endanger even more individuals. Thus, an alliance was forged between Shirou Emiya and Rin Tosaka. Upon entering the Emiya residence, Shirou was immediately greeted by Sakura. Senpai, why have you returned so late? Oh. I lingered at the student council for quite some time and ran into Tosaka, which delayed me. Seeing Sakura waiting for him like a devoted wife. Shirou momentarily lost his train of thought. Once he regained his composure, he sought an excuse to explain his tardiness. There was no need for Sakura to be burdened with the realities of the Holy Grail War. Knowing too much would only cause her worry. Tosaka, what is it? Nothing. Nothing at all. Sakura's expression dimmed. Shirou, welcome home. As Saber approached, Sakura turned and returned to the kitchen to resume preparing dinner. Saber, everything at home has been fine. I hope. All is well. However, Fujimura had matters to attend to and could not stay here tonight, so she has returned home. Is there something amiss? I encountered Ryder at school and received information about Castor from Tosaka. Shirou recounted the day's events to Saber, including his subsequent alliance with Rin Tosaka. Saber nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Forming an alliance with an experienced magus like Rin was a sensible decision in the face of an unknown enemy. However, Shirou, please consult me before making significant decisions regarding our future combat strategies. I apologize. I should have considered your perspective, Saber. Shirou lowered his head in contrition. A wooden sword was suddenly positioned before him. Looking up, he saw Saber, her face partially obscured by the wooden blade. After utilizing Sasuke's power, you will inevitably exhaust yourself. Correct? Therefore, to ensure we are better prepared for future battles, you must enhance your training. Indeed, I could not agree more. Shirou grasped the hilt of the sword. 5 minutes later, thud. Shirou was sent flying for the 7th time, crashing against the wall before finally coming to a halt. I always feel that Saber is seeking revenge against me, Shirou muttered, gripping his wooden sword tightly as he propped himself up from the ground. Simultaneously, in the realm of his mind, Sasuke was engaged in training. Although he could not cultivate his chakra in a spiritual form to grow stronger, the honing of his skills was not constrained. In his grasp was the Kusanagi sword, a weapon that did not exist in reality but was conjured from his memories within the confines of his mental space. Trace on. The green patterns unfurled across the Kusanagi sword, instantly enveloping it in their intricate design. With a crackle and a shatter, the Kusanagi sword exploded into fragments. Did I fail again? Sasuke remained undaunted, conjuring another Kusanagi sword in his hands to practice his reinforcement magic. Having witnessed Shirou's use of magic numerous times, coupled with their shared consciousness, Sasuke was already well versed in the methods of sorcery. Had it been his own body, he would have been unable to utilize magic, as there were no magical circuits within him. Yet, within Shirou's spiritual realm, Sasuke's soul shared the magical circuits of Shirou's body. Attempting once more to reinforce the Kusanagi sword. This time he succeeded, elevating both its hardness and sharpness to a remarkable degree. Upon the conclusion of Shirou and Saber's training, Shirou returned to the warehouse to practice magic alone. Hey, shouldn't you prepare a weapon for yourself? Regardless of my control over your body. It seems you often pick up random objects to enhance as weapons when you fight. Why not acquire a knife or a sword? Sasuke inquired as Shirou practiced his reinforcement magic. Such items are not easy to carry. I lack the ability to make a sword disappear like Saber does, Shirou replied. It's just a sword. Can't you carry it on your back? We live in a society governed by law. Walking around with a deadly weapon will get you apprehended by the police, Shirou said with a wry smile. By the way, Sasuke, he continued. Huh? What? It seems you've never called me by my name, he noted. Shirou's words left Sasuke momentarily silent. Sasuke? Sasuke? Are you asleep? Of course not. Since you're awake. Did you hear what I just said? You seem to have never called me by my name. Red-haired brat. Who calls me that? As night fell, Shirou lay in bed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In the darkness, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, and blood flowed down the steps of the house like a river. Corpses. The ground was littered with bodies, young and old. Their forms varied, yet their eyes were all the same, blood-red. On a mound of corpses stood a figure with their back to him. When the figure turned, swirling patterns akin to shurikens filled their eyes. The scene abruptly cut off, and a series of images flashed before Shirou's eyes. Clad in crimson orbs, a monstrous figure roared at me with ferocity. My hand shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 birds, piercing the body of a man confined to his bed. Amidst the ruins, a wounded man lay, blood cascading from his lips, and after pressing his finger to his forehead, he succumbed to the ground. On the battlefield, I fought alongside a man and a woman, summoning 3 colossal beasts to charge into the enemy ranks. In a peculiar realm, a golden-haired youth joined me, placing his palm upon a woman's shoulder. Ultimately, that same golden-haired youth leapt from the ground, clutching a blue orb that collided with the 1,000 birds in my grasp. A terrifying explosion engulfed us both. Shirou jolted awake from his dream, sitting up abruptly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that it had merely been a dream. Revenge? That is no longer my objective. Though I hesitate to admit it, my previous thoughts and the path I chose were flawed. You're awake, Sasuke. Shirou was startled by Sasuke's sudden remark. Existing in a spectral state, Sasuke did not require sleep, but he found little inclination to explain to Shirou. Last night, while Shirou dreamt, Sasuke had glimpsed fragments of Shirou's shattered memories. It's time to prepare breakfast. Shirou glanced at the alarm clock by his bedside, ready to rise. But as he moved, a wave of pain surged through his entire body. Chapter 11. Amaterasu Omelette. It hurts. Shirou clutched his arm, then immediately grasped his abdomen. The intensity of last night's training had been overwhelming. At the moment, he felt no discomfort, but upon waking, the repercussions had fully manifested. Oh no, my body is completely immobile. It seems I must rely on Sakura to handle this. I'll take care of it, came a sudden voice. Shirou was taken aback as Sasuke unexpectedly volunteered to prepare breakfast. To avoid inciting Sasuke's ire, Shirou refrained from inquiring whether Sasuke could actually cook. He relaxed his mind and relinquished control of his body to Sasuke. The pain he endured was unbearable for an ordinary person like him, yet for Sasuke, it paled in comparison to the agony of losing Itachi. Good morning, senpai. As he stepped out of his room, he encountered Sakura in the hallway. Noting Shirou's silence, she tilted her head in confusion. Sasuke, respond. Good morning, Sakura, Sasuke replied. It was somewhat challenging for him to utter this name he had once spoken countless times. Sakura furrowed her brow, still deep in thought after receiving a response. Sasuke made his way to the kitchen, donned an apron, and opened the refrigerator. Let us make omelets today. Along with some porridge, Shirou decided within his mental space regarding the breakfast menu. Click. Sasuke turned on the gas stove, yet no flame erupted. After several unsuccessful attempts, he exclaimed, What is going on? Oh, I just remembered, the gas is out. With everything going on with the Holy Grail War, I completely neglected to purchase gas. It seems we have no choice but to buy breakfast outside today, Shirou lamented. It appears we must, Sasuke conceded, preparing to return the eggs to the refrigerator. Just then, Sakura entered the living room, locking eyes with Sasuke before her gaze fell to the eggs in his hands. Senpai, are you making omelets today? That is wonderful. I was just craving eggs. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, gripping the eggs before returning to the stove. His right eye transformed into the 6-pointed star pattern of his Sharingan. Hey Sasuke, what are you planning to do? Amaterasu. Black flames ignited from thin air atop the gas stove. Heat the oil in the pan. Crack. With a flick of his wrist, Sasuke shattered the eggshell, allowing the egg white and yolk to cascade into the pan, sizzling audibly. While cooking the eggs, he simultaneously ignited the fire on the other side of the stove using Amaterasu, setting a pot to boil rice porridge. Shirou, breakfast is almost, Saber, drawn by the enticing aroma of the omelets, entered the kitchen, her first glance landing on the black flames at the bottom of the pan. Surely, she couldn't be mistaken? Was that Sasuke's Amaterasu? Sasuke turned to look back at her. Saber, breakfast will be ready shortly, so please wait. It's you, Sasuke? Why are you the one cooking? Saber, deviating from her usual demeanor, approached with an anxious expression and spoke in a tone only audible to Sasuke and herself. Due to your training yesterday, Shirou is unable to rise from bed today, so I shall bear the brunt of this discomfort in his stead. Is it my fault? Saber's cheeks flushed, and she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, ultimately resigning to sit at the dining table and await breakfast. Sasuke swiftly prepared the morning meal and set it upon the table. Following the tragic demise of the Uchiha clan, he had lived alone for a considerable time. And while he could not claim mastery over culinary tasks, he managed them without hesitation when necessary. At the table, Sakura, although engaged in her breakfast, kept her gaze fixed on Shirou. Sasuke, Sakura has been watching you, he remarked. I am aware, Sasuke replied without uttering a word, communicating instead with Shirou in his mental space. Has she noticed something? If necessary, I could employ an illusion to probe her memories, or even erase her recollection of what she has seen. Such an ability should never be wielded against our own. By the way, if it's so convenient, why not use it in battle? The unpredictability of combat is too great, and enemies are typically on guard. Moreover, our foes are a combination of magicians and servants, right? Using an illusion against one will likely awaken the other. That is the inherent flaw of illusions. Sasuke elucidated the intricacies of illusions to Shirou. Senpai. Sakura suddenly called out to Shirou. Sasuke paused, directing his attention toward her. What is it? The omelet you made today is truly delightful. ISNT. Saber? Faced with Sasuke's indifferent response, Sakura's words faltered, leaving her to grasp for any topic to divert the conversation. Indeed, today's omelet is exceptionally delicious, quite unlike the previous ones. Saber concurred with a nod. Sasuke remained unperturbed, yet Shirou in the mental space pondered deeply. How was the omelet different from before? Could it be due to Amaterasu? Would Amaterasu's omelet be particularly delectable? Perhaps he should inquire if Sasuke could teach him Amaterasu at some point. After breakfast, Shirou and Sakura donned their school uniforms and exchanged their shoes at the entrance. Saber, I leave the house in your care. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a vibrant girl with twin tails, beaming at him. Sakura gasped upon seeing Rin. Good morning, Emiya-kun. Tosaka, why are you here? Oh. Is my relationship with Emiya-kun not worthy of me seeking you out to walk to school together? Rin's gaze shifted from Shirou to Sakura as she spoke, only to return swiftly. As they made their way to school, Shirou and Rin walked ahead, whispering to one another, while Sakura trailed behind them silently. Could you explain why Sakura is at your house so early? Long ago, Sakura frequently visited, and after Saber's arrival, she naturally took up residence here as well. I shall tentatively trust you. Although Tosaka Rin claimed to believe, her expression was laden with skepticism. So, you seek me out regarding Castor, then? Quite astute of you. However, with Sakura present, let us discuss it during the school's lunch break. Rin chuckled softly. Sakura, trailing behind, observed the two walking side by side, her lips pressed together. Senpai, why are you with my sister? Damn it. Curse it. Why must I be bestowed with such a worthless servant? In the Mata residence. The boy with blue seaweed-like hair vented his frustration upon the various items and furniture in the room, shattering them into countless pieces. Matu Shinji, as the eldest son of the Matu family in this generation, was originally entitled to inherit their magical legacy. Yet, despite being exceptional in many respects, his aptitude for sorcery was utterly non-existent. Consequently, his grandfather, Matuzoken, utilized the Tome of False Servants to grant Shinji, devoid of magical talent, the ability to command Rider. Chapter 12. The incident at Lu Dong Temple. Shinji was in his room, violently smashing furniture, while Rider stood silently by his side. What infuriates me the most is not who I lost to, but the fact that I lost to Emiya. As he uttered these words, Shinji nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Why was Emiya so formidable? As a mage, he managed to confront and defeat Rider, a servant. The existence of a servant, no matter how weak, should not be something that can be challenged by mere human strength. After fuming for a while, the young Matu recalled his half-sister. What about Sakura? She will be staying at Emiya's house for the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Rider finally spoke up, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Shinji's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. Emiya? Once again, it's Emiya? What is so special about that man? Both Tosaka and Sakura seemed to revolve around him. In the midst of his tantrum, a hunchbacked old man passed by in the corridor. The old man was emaciated, with deep-set eyes that made him appear more like a zombie than a living person. What a disgrace. The Mata family has truly fallen. The old man leaned on his cane, moving forward step by step. At the entrance of Lu Dong Temple that night, a long-haired swordsman was bleeding profusely from his mouth. I never expected to encounter such malevolent spirits. The swordsman, with vacant eyes, collapsed to the ground, his abdomen swelling suddenly. Flesh and blood erupted. From the swordsman's abdomen emerged a creature clad in a black robe and a white mask, emitting a strange cawing noise. The creature leaped away, leaving the swordsman's corpse abandoned at the temple's entrance, the blood staining the steps crimson. After a long while, a mass resembling water and mud appeared beneath the corpse, consuming it entirely, leaving no trace of blood behind. Inside the temple, Kotomine Kirai suddenly looked up from his work. Once an assassin, he had fled from his organization and was taken in by the temple's head priest, subsequently becoming a teacher and the homeroom teacher for Tosaka Rin's class. A few days prior, he had encountered Castor, who had been lost in the wilderness, and became her master. "What's wrong, Kirai?" Ichijo inquired, noticing Kirai's unusual demeanor. "Ludong, you and the others stay here." Kirai rose and walked outside. In the night city, another office building was enveloped in a barrier. An immense amount of magical energy was being drained, causing people to faint and collapse on the ground. This much is sufficient. It would be unfortunate if they died. One must consider sustainable development. The dark-robed which stood atop the building, extracting the last remnants of magical energy from the barrier. Just as she was about to leave, a sudden tightening in her chest alerted her. "Assassin?" the witch murmured, immediately flying towards Ludong Temple at her utmost speed. Just moments ago, an abnormal fluctuation had occurred in the magical connection with Assassin. This situation had never occurred before, compelling her to return and ascertain the truth. Assassin was the servant she had summoned. Summoning a servant from another servant was, in theory, impossible. Yet, with her exceptional abilities, she had exploited a loophole to summon a servant of the assassin class in the guise of a magician. Typically, she would venture out to gather magical energy, while Assassin was tasked with safeguarding their stronghold, the Ryudu Temple. Upon returning to the temple, Castor donned attire indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person and approached the temple's entrance. "Assassin? Where have you gone? Come forth." No response met Castor's call. As she scanned her surroundings, her gaze ultimately settled on the wild katana belonging to Assassin, situated at the foot of the steps. The katana was gradually disintegrating into particles of light. This was dire. Castor's eyes widened. In an instant, her witch's attire enveloped her, and she swiftly arrived at the temple's backyard. Preoccupied with searching for Assassin, she had failed to notice that, at this hour, many monks should still be at work within the temple. Yet, the current silence of the Ryudu Temple was unnerving. Upon opening the door to the room shared with Suchira, she was met with the shocking sight of Suchira, bloodied and gravely injured. Beside him stood a peculiar figure clad in a mask. This man, his tendons and ligaments are severed, yet he still moves. The figure spoke in a halting manner. "Are you the original Assassin?" Castor raised her hand, gathering magical energy, prepared to obliterate Assassin. At this distance, even Assassin's agility would be insufficient to evade her magical onslaught, provided that Assassin seized the head of the gravely injured man from the ground, lifting him up as a shield. "Lord Suchira," Castor gasped, her magical energy dissipating. "Witch, free me." Assassin tilted his head, threatening Castor with the form of Katsuragi Suchira. Born from the body of the assassin summoned by Castor, Sasaki Kojiru, he naturally inherited the master-servant contract between them. A blade, as swift as lightning, fell into Castor's hand, breaking the seals of all laws. Castor's noble phantasm could sever any magical connection, including the bond between master and servant. She plunged the dagger into her own chest, leaving no wound but effectively severing her contract with Assassin. "Are you satisfied now?" Castor shouted in fury, only to be met by the glint of Assassin's dagger. After a tranquil day, Shirou continued to practice with Saber in the dojo at home. "Shirou, avoid unnecessary movements. Pay close attention to the trajectory of your opponent's actions." "Easier said than done, huh?" Shirou swung his sword, only to have Saber deftly evade the strike. Too slow. Saber's blade came crashing down, so swiftly that Shirou could scarcely perceive it. Just as the wooden sword was about to make contact, a pattern of red and black tomo suddenly manifested in his vision. What is this? The once blindingly fast attack now appeared to unfold in slow motion. With a swift sidestep, Shirou narrowly avoided the blow. After the strike missed, Saber fixed her gaze upon Shirou's eyes. "Shirou, did you not promise that during training, you would refrain from relying on Sasuke's power?" "No, Saber, I didn't." Shirou protested vehemently, insisting that he had not sought Sasuke's assistance. "Your body sensed the danger and activated the Sharingan on its own," Sasuke stated calmly. Though he had attached his spirit to Shirou, his Sharingan and Rinnegan had manifested corporeally upon Shirou. Thus, strictly speaking, those were now indeed Shirou's own eyes. Once you grasp this sensation, you will be able to wield these eyes independently of me in the future. "Really?" Shirou raised his sword once more, assuming a combat stance. "Saber, Sasuke says that I activated these eyes myself, and that I should seize the opportunity to master their usage. In that case, there should be no issue." Saber had no objections. Shirou's growth was a pursuit worth undertaking. 5 minutes later, Shirou found himself sprawled on the ground, his entire body aching with discomfort. Even with the Sharingan granting you extraordinary insight, If your body cannot keep pace with the speed of your eyes, it is all in vain. It seems I still have a long way to go, Shirou sighed, lying flat on the ground in a star shape. Just as the two were preparing to take a break, the door of the dojo swung open. Oh, did I interrupt you? Rin Tasaka stood at the entrance. One hand on her hip, her two butterfly hairpins quivering slightly as she tilted her head. A few moments later, the three departed from the Emiya residence, oblivious to the gaze that lingered at the entrance, silently watching them leave. Chapter 13. Lancer vs. Assassin Ludong Temple. Indeed, after my investigation with Archer, the stronghold of that enigmatic caster is located at Ludong Temple. Could it be ISC? No, that doesn't seem right. ISC doesn't strike me as someone capable of participating in the Holy Grail War. Shirou immediately thought of his friend, who juggled the roles of student council president and monk. Regrettably, we no longer need to speculate on the identity of Caster's master, for Caster has already perished. Alongside her master. What? Shirou, Rin, and Saber ventured to the Fuyuki City Hospital. In the morgue, the corpse of Kirei Kotomine lay upon the autopsy table. His tendons had been severed, and his limbs contorted grotesquely. A gaping wound on his forehead revealed the very tissue of his brain. Upon witnessing this sight, Shirou nearly lost his dinner. He covered his mouth with his hand and leaned against the wall, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. It was not the sight of the corpse that had unsettled him. He had encountered countless bodies a decade ago. The horror stemmed from the realization that Caster's master had been right beside him, a teacher who instructed him daily, and had met such a gruesome fate. The nature of these injuries, coupled with the absence of any battle at Ludong Temple, clearly indicates the involvement of assassin, Saber conjectured. This means all 7 servants have made their appearances. The Holy Grail War has officially commenced, Rin remarked as she carefully draped the shroud over the body once more. Only Kirei Kotomine had perished at Ludong Temple, while the others had merely lost consciousness. The Fuyuki City Police classified the incident as a murder, and further inquiries would have to wait until the staff of Ludong Temple regained consciousness. To the outside world, this was the case, however, for the mages participating in the Holy Grail War. Even those who had not been present at the scene could surmise that one group of participants had already exited the fray. Meanwhile, not far from Ludong Temple, at the port, a figure draped in tattered black cloth, resembling a skeleton, stood at the railing, almost merging with the night-esque shadows of Fuyuki City. Thud. The sound of footsteps caused Assassin to turn and regard the newcomer. Clad in a tight blue suit and wielding a crimson spear, it was Lancer. Did you orchestrate the events at Ludong Temple? Cuckoo. The skeletal figure cackled, leaving those nearby uncertain whether he comprehended Lancer's words. The blue-clad Lancer pointed the tip of his spear to the ground and stepped forward with measured strides. My master sent me to investigate the situation at Ludong Temple. Yet I find myself tangled in a mess. Assassin, is it? TSK. If I had my way, I would prefer not to engage with such vermin. Cuckoo. Assassin discerned that the figure before him was an adversary, not an ally. From within the dark cloak, 3 gleaming daggers were suddenly propelled towards Lancer's face. The tips of the weapons swept through the air, clattering to the ground, as the swiftly launched projectiles were rendered ineffective by a mere glance from Lancer. Shield of evasion. Any flying projectiles unleashed by the enemy within his line of sight would be deftly blocked or evaded by Lancer. As long as the attack was not a distant sniper shot or a widespread indiscriminate assault, ranged attacks could not harm Lancer. In the blink of an eye, Lancer closed the distance, his spear meeting the short blades with a resounding clash. Bang! Clang! The spear tip grazed the skull mask, knocking it askew. Ha, Lancer. Now you see my face. You speak true. You are indeed a servant. Pray, reveal your identity as a hero without delay. Ah, I see. You are constrained by unnecessary bindings. No wonder you refrained from striking me down. Lancer's gaze sharpened. Indeed, he had been instructed by his master to gather intelligence, not to engage in combat. Thus, he could not summon the intent to kill, and in the absence of necessity, he could not unleash his noble phantasm. Otherwise, with the combat prowess of this assassin, surviving more than a minute before him would have been a stroke of luck. Assassin had no intention of confronting Lancer head-on. Another blade shot forth, momentarily obstructing Lancer for a fraction of a second, allowing the cloaked assassin to swiftly escape. Employing such trivial tactics. Your speed is commendable only when fleeing, Lancer scoffed, slightly bending his legs before leaping off the bridge, pursuing Assassin into the depths of the forest. As the fleeing assassin glanced back, Lancer had already closed in, his spear striking against the assassin's back. Thud. Crash. Assassin was plunged into the swamp. Lancer followed suit, the water rising to his hips. Do you understand the fate of insects that fall into the water? The one who falls into the water is you, insect. Before the skeletal voice could fade, Lancer's heart tightened, an instinct honed through countless battles. Before he could react, his body lost balance. Looking down, he found a dark strap ensnaring his ankle, dragging him towards the depths. What? A pitch-black, gossamer substance spread through the swamp like the tentacles of a sea monster. Lancer swung his spear, severing the binding around his ankle, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball. The tentacles immediately pursued Lancer as he ascended. As Lancer began to descend under gravity, he employed his spear to parry the attacks of that thing, but he was struck repeatedly. The wounds left by that thing spread like a virus throughout Lancer's body. Boom! Lancer crashed into the water, creating a vast splash. Rune magic. Lancer unleashed a multitude of rune inscriptions into the water, forming an ethereal barrier that enveloped him. Crack! At the very moment that that thing made contact with the barrier, it began to corrode and consume it. This is bad. Sweat beaded on Lancer's forehead. What is the matter, Lancer? Standing there will lead to your demise. The skeleton remarked with undisguised glee. Gritting his steel teeth, Lancer summoned tremendous strength from his legs and leaped high above the water's surface. Sensing Lancer's resolve to fight with no retreat, Assassin mirrored his approach, his black cloak billowing as he extended a right hand resembling a demonic claw. Distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. The magical talon, akin to a tentacle, elongated to touch Lancer's chest before swiftly retracting, leaving a cursed crimson ripple upon his heart. In the skies, Lancer raised his spear high, channeling all his might into his arm. The spear of piercing death thorns. What was once a weapon for direct confrontation transformed into a formidable projectile in Lancer's hands. As he prepared to unleash his noble phantasm, that thing swiftly filled the air, obscuring Lancer's vision. Dark tendrils ensnared Lancer's limbs, extinguishing the brilliance of his weapon. Has it consumed him? Assassin observed, refraining from deploying his own noble phantasm. Originally poised to eliminate Lancer, he found that that thing had preemptively devoured him, rendering the marks it left behind useless. That thing enveloped the body of the spearman, its remnants advancing towards the skeleton. With no target left, it comes for me, haha. After executing a series of evasive rolls to dodge the attack, Assassin swiftly made his escape. Upon losing its target, that thing gradually sank into the depths of the water, vanishing from sight. Chapter 14. Seizing Rin's neck after departing from the hospital, Shirou and his companions conducted a thorough search around the Inajadu temple. Yet they found no trace of Assassin and had no choice but to abandon their efforts and return home for the time being. On their way back, Archer silently materialized beside Rin. Rin, shall we continue this alliance? What alliance? Rin turned to gaze at her servant. I refer to the pact with Shirou Emiya. We had agreed to collaborate in exposing Castor, did we not? Now that Castor has been vanquished, it seems prudent to revert to our previous adversarial relationship. Upon hearing this, Saber instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Shirou. Although she did not exude hostility, her serious demeanor fixated on Archer was unmistakable. This man appeared to harbor significant animosity toward Shirou. Archer. Our initial collaboration with Shirou was due to the fact that we were in the light while Castor lurked in the shadows. Rin sighed and began to elucidate her reasoning to Archer. Now that Castor has been defeated, we are faced with the emergence of Assassin. If we do not eliminate these hidden foes, how can we confront our true challenges with peace of mind? Archer remained silent, turning his face away, a clear indication of his disdain for Rin's excuse. Indeed, Rin was seeking justification, reluctant to become adversaries with Shirou so soon. In every conceivable way, she hoped to postpone their confrontation until the very end, or perhaps avoid it altogether. It seems the young Tosaka lady has yet to mature, always yearning for companionship. Came a mocking chuckle from across the street. As the group turned their gaze, they beheld a gaunt, skeletal old man, his face ashen. I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the old man from the Matsu family. Has Shinji proven inadequate, prompting you to take matters into your own hands? I had expected you to inquire about your sister Sakura. Sister? Shirou, who had been bracing for a confrontation, turned in surprise to Rin. Shirou, Sakura is my sister. She was adopted by the Matsu family when we were children, Rin explained quietly, avoiding Shirou's gaze. In the world of magicians, a family requires only one heir. The Matsu family has fallen into decline. This generation has proven to be inept, yet Sakura possesses great potential. Matsu Zoken chuckled darkly. Do you intend to involve Sakura in the Holy Grail War? Shirou's anger flared. Sakura was the one person he wished to keep far removed from this catastrophe. What do you mean, Matuzoken? Hasn't Shinji already become a master? And now you are stepping into the fray yourself? Is that not sufficient? Must Sakura also participate in this Holy Grail War? Haha, that useless grandson is utterly incapable. Do you genuinely believe he possesses the qualifications to be a master? As Matuzoken's words fell, a brilliant purple light erupted before him. The radiance enveloped one side of the path before vanishing, replaced by the figure of the black-robed witch, Castor, who stood before Matuzoken. So it's Castor. It appears she was not dead, but rather seized from her original master by you? Rin exclaimed in shock, though her furrowed brow soon relaxed. Huh, with an assassin and a Castor at your side, can that decrepit body of yours even endure such burdens? Matuzoken remained silent as Castor swayed forward. As she approached, they discerned her peculiar state. How dare you desecrate a heroic spirit? In an instant, Saber's expression twisted into a fierce snarl. Her form resembling a furious lion as her magical energy surged uncontrollably, shattering the ground beneath her. Castor bore a gaping wound on her throat, stained with blood. Her gaze vacant, evidently a corpse. Matuzoken had utilized insects to manipulate the remnants of Castor's lifeless body. Heroic spirits possess their own honor and pride. To be used as mere tools after death, regardless of past enmity, stirred Saber's indignation on Castor's behalf. Castor's black robe unfurled, soaring into the sky, surrounding her with expansive magical circles as she unleashed beams of light towards Saber. Saber charged forth, undeterred by the assault, pressing closer to Castor. With an A-rank magical resistance, Saber was largely impervious to most sorcery, even capable of resisting commands to a degree. Whoosh! The energy from the Wind King's barrier struck Castor from the air. Saber immediately advanced, intent on ending Castor's torment, freeing her from Matuzoken's control. As Saber approached, a curved dagger materialized in Castor's grasp. From afar, Shirou sensed foreboding upon seeing the dagger, activating his Sharingan, which analyzed it, leading him to a dire conclusion. Saber, don't. You cannot let that dagger touch you. Archer interjected, warning Saber in advance. Heeding the caution, Saber abruptly halted, retreating at once. That dagger can sever the contract between master and servant. It must not strike. I see. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the cover of night, 3 short swords shot toward Rin from treacherous angles. The dual blades of black and white danced, deflecting the incoming projectiles. I anticipated your move. How dare you, who can only lurk in the shadows, to ambush a master? Claim the title of heroic spirit to partake in the Holy Grail War? Archer defended Tosaka Rin, aiming his blade at the revealed assassin. Roar, then can this withstand it? The Tosaka family's servant, the Castor, manipulated by Matu Zangetsu, raised his hand to gather an immense amount of magical energy, forming a colossal fireball suspended in midair. The searing energy engulfed the street, causing the very air to be drawn towards the gathering magic, converging toward the fiery orb. Hey, that's no trivial matter, Rin exclaimed, her face a mask of horror. The attack was not a noble phantasm, yet it was undeniably a wide-area assault. While Archer and the other heroic spirits could withstand the onslaught, this extensive magic was evidently aimed at the masters. Emiya, quickly summon Sasuke. He must have a way to handle this situation. Are we really giving up? Shirou could not help but retort, taken aback by Rin's almost desperate tone. Well, it is as it is. Sasuke, can I rely on you? It's not that it's impossible, but given the current amount of chakra, Sasuke paused momentarily. Although this attack was not ninjutsu, chakra and magical energy bore similarities. Perhaps the Hungry Ghost path could be utilized for absorption. However, this method required time. And in the midst of such chaos, any attack could spell doom. A thought struck him. Grab Rin by the neck. Chapter 15. Susanoo, why are you grasping her neck? Hurry, or I shall take matters into my own hands. At Sasuke's stern command, Shirou found himself with no choice but to act. He swiftly approached Rin Tosaka and firmly gripped the nape of her neck. Hey, Rin's temper flared instantly. Emiya-kun, what are you doing at a time like this? Do you think you're about to perish, and in your final moments, wish to steal a kiss from the goddess of our school? Rin, it isn't my intention. It's Sasuke. Before Shirou could elaborate, he felt an immense suction emanating from his hand, which was clasped around Rin's neck. This was not a physical pull, but rather an energy draw. Rin sensed her magical energy draining away like a rushing stream, all of it flowing into Shirou's palm. It works. Sasuke, with his single Rinnegan, may not have been able to absorb large-scale ninjutsu, but drawing chakra through physical contact was well within his capabilities. For the denizens of this world, magical energy was tantamount to chakra. As Sasuke continued to siphon Rin's magical energy, Shirou's magical circuits began to undergo a subtle transformation. The dormant circuits, now invigorated, surged to life as if electrified. Caster's attack was fully charged and hurtling toward them. A colossal fireball descended with the oppressive force of a falling sun. Archer and Saber positioned themselves protectively before Shirou and Rin, with Archer raising his hand to commence his incantation. Behold, this is the third power, Susanoo. Before Archer could complete his protective chant, they heard Shirou's voice from behind. Instantly, a layer of purple defense enveloped the four of them. Looking up, they beheld a half-formed figure clad in armor. Boom! Caster's immense fireball collided with Susanoo, erupting like a bomb detonating, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground around them. Fortunately, their proximity to the seaside park spared them the fate of the nearby residential areas. As the explosion's flames subsided, they revealed the battered form of Susanoo. This is... From before, Rin recalled the moment when Ryder had ambushed her, and Shirou had shielded her from the attack with that same purple protective layer. It appeared to be one and the same. There's plenty of chakra now, Sasuke remarked, clenching his fist as he reveled in the newfound abundance of chakra flowing within him. His earlier suspicion had proven correct. He had intended for Shirou to absorb some chakra from this woman previously, but was unexpectedly interrupted. Archer, stealing a glance at the Shirou behind him, felt a shadow of doubt cloud his expression. He had initially sought an opportunity to dissuade Shirou from his naive ambition of becoming a heroic partner, a notion devoid of any practical discourse. Should that prove futile, he intended to eliminate him. Yet, Sasuke's overwhelming power deterred Archer from the idea of confronting Shirou directly. As Susanoo extinguished, Sasuke's gaze shifted toward Archer. What is that expression on your face? Archer's body stiffened, returning to normal. Sasuke, now inhabiting Shirou's body, utilized the insight provided by his Rinnegan and Sharingan to perceive Archer's hostility towards him, even sensing the concealed intent to kill that lay buried deep within. However, Sasuke quickly dismissed any concern for Archer's thoughts. The air on the street felt almost solid, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. An ominous, eerie presence seemed to linger in the surroundings. The sound of heartbeats intensified, yet the rhythm began to falter. With a rigid turn of his head, Sasuke directed his attention toward the strange shadow that had appeared at the intersection, seemingly out of nowhere. This was not a being of immense power, but rather something bizarre and unknown, shrouded in profound darkness that could easily ensnare one who was not careful. Shirou's pupils trembled. From that shadow, he felt an unsettling familiarity. It was the same sensation he had experienced a decade prior. How is this possible? Has it come to this? The old man's voice, filled with disbelief, echoed as he quietly retreated, positioning Caster and Assassin in front of him as a shield. The shadow's dark tendrils wove into a colossal cage, which swung open to reveal a man clad in darkness, wielding a blood-red spear. Lancer. Saber instantly recognized the foe who had first engaged her after her summoning. Yet Lancer was no longer the same. He gazed indifferently at Saber before swiftly redirecting his attention to Rin Tosaka. The spear's tip traced an arc, elevating to point menacingly at Rin. The obsidian warrior's gaze shifted, launching forward like a predatory beast, targeting the bewildered Rin standing there. No way. Trace on. Archer promptly projected his dual black and white blades, stepping forward to shield Rin from the oncoming assault. However, contrary to expectations, the moment the blood-red spear collided with Archer's blades, its force was not entirely quenched. A terrifying surge of magical power erupted from the spear. Crack! The dual blades were shattered. Following the destruction of the blades, the spear, enveloped in a black and crimson aura of magic, lunged towards Archer's chest. Tenzo Chikara. Sasuke switched places with the spear-wielding warrior, causing the spear to miss its mark. Saber had already anticipated this. If Lancer and Sasuke exchanged positions, the landing point would be right beside her. Whoosh! She swung her sword towards the spear wielder. Clang! 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 Lancer's spear pivoted, the swirling crimson blossoms of the spear clashing repeatedly with Saber's ethereal blade. As the frequency of their exchanges increased, Saber's heart began to sink. Lancer's agility had markedly improved, and the recent flurry of attacks was beyond her ability to fully perceive. She was relying primarily on instinct to deflect them. In the brief span of merely 3 seconds, Lancer swiftly shifted his offensive, transitioning from being assailed to countering Saber S strikes, ultimately directing a shot towards Saber S sword. Boom. The release of magical energy. A torrent of power surged along the tip of the spear, crashing against Saber S blade, even dispersing the wind barrier that concealed the true form of the holy sword. Filthy old man, is this also your handiwork? To be honest, I never anticipated it would evolve to this extent. In response to Rin Tosaka's inquiry, Kirei Kodomai neither affirmed nor denied the accusation. Caster and assassin sprang into action simultaneously. So, Caster is a corpse, is it not? Sasuke's Sharingan whirled into motion. Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames ignited upon Caster's form. There were no screams, no terror. For a corpse, there exists neither sensation nor fear. Soon, Amaterasu reduced Caster's body to ashes. Amaterasu, a spell that incinerates foes completely? It appears unquenchable. How intriguing. Intriguing. Is it? You shall be next. The same flames ignited around Kirei Kodomai. Chapter 16. The task is complete, Humph. Now that thing has matured, it is time for me to take a step back. You may engage with it at your leisure. Matu Zongyan, engulfed in Amaterasu's flames, appeared as if devoid of sensation. His flesh and blood seemed to vanish, and his body shriveled into a mass of insects. The outermost layer of insects perished in the fire, while the inner ones scurried away through the sewers. Assassin had, unbeknownst to anyone, concealed himself in the shadows and made his escape. On the scene remained only the shadow and the Dark Lancer. Humph. Just like Orochimaru, a troublesome old foe. But insects are far more repulsive than snakes. Sasuke, we must withdraw quickly. This creature is too bizarre. Let us avoid direct confrontation. Rin Tosaka urged Sasuke to abstain from battle. Yet he remained fixated on the Lancer engaged in combat with Saber. Rin, it seems our desire to escape is no longer relevant, Archer stated gravely, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Unbeknownst to them, the black tendrils of the shadow had spread across the street, enveloping it in a horrific grip reminiscent of a monster. It was as if a hand from hell reached forth, grasping for Rin Tosaka. Why is it me? Aya. Rin screamed, only to be lifted by Archer, who leapt onto the rooftop. Saber, embroiled in battle with Lancer, was also hindered by the shadow. Each moment a black ribbon brushed against her, she felt the sensation of her very essence being eroded. Do not let that thing touch you, Saber called out. But Lancer retaliated, striking her aside with his spear, sending her crashing into a building. One would expect that such a battle would have drawn the attention of bystanders. Yet all humans within a kilometer radius had succumbed to unconsciousness, their magical energy drained to merely sustain their lives. If we cannot touch it, does that mean the cursed seal is also ineffective? Sasuke pondered, furrowing his brow. The black ribbon lunged towards Sasuke, but he deftly rolled onto the rooftop, evading the assault. The black ribbon slithered up, targeting him with renewed vigor. What a nuisance. Sasuke's left hand shimmered with the light of Chidori. Chidori stream. The intense current generated by Chidori swiftly enveloped the rooftop like a vast net, paralyzing the tendril-like black ribbons. Sasuke possessed a broad range of offensive capabilities, while Archer and Rin found their situation considerably less favorable. Archer engaged the black ribbons with his dual blades, while Rin took refuge behind him, occasionally tossing jewels to deflect incoming attacks. However, lacking the ability to launch widespread attacks without endangering themselves, their space for survival was continually constricted by the enemy. Just as Sasuke contemplated rushing to their aid, he caught a glimmer of cold light at the edge of his vision. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a blood-red spear that grazed his cheek. Did I miss? The Black Lancer's tone was indifferent. Upon hearing Lancer speak, a flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's face. Oh, you seem quite different from before. I almost thought you had been possessed and transformed into a monster. To my surprise, you still possess some semblance of reason? In response to Sasuke's taunts, Lancer exhibited no intention of retorting. His demeanor appeared to have undergone a significant transformation. Noticing Lancer's silence, Sasuke's gaze shifted to the spear in Lancer's grasp. The weapon, already razor-sharp, now seemed to radiate an immense amount of magical energy, akin to a blade imbued with lightning. Its power seemingly boundless. Feeling unarmed put Sasuke at a distinct disadvantage. Subsequently, he uttered the incantation that both Archer and Shirou were well acquainted with. Trace on. A glow emanated from his arm as the circuits of magic illuminated, allowing him to materialize a black, sheathed sword of 3 feet in length. How did you accomplish that? Shirou exclaimed, astonished. Even without full comprehension, he could discern that Sasuke's abilities were entirely different from their own as mages, and he had never instructed Sasuke in the art of projection. How could he wield such projection magic? Shirou, not solely a practitioner of reinforcement magic, had initially studied projection magic, albeit with a low success rate, resulting in mere facades of objects. I replicated your and Archer's movements through the Sharingan, observing your magical flow and mastering it through experimentation. Sasuke had been honing these skills within Shirou's mental space, drawing the Kusanagi, its blade glimmering coldly before him. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Lancer, poised for action. With a swift motion, Lancer thrust the tip of his spear forward. Clang! The spear clashed against the long sword. Sparks flying. Sasuke engaged Lancer in a rapid exchange of blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the Kusanagi crackled with lightning, the sound of chirping birds resonating. Through the clash of their weapons, the electric currents surged into Lancer, momentarily paralyzing him. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke delivered a kick that sent Lancer staggering back, propelling himself into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball descended from the heavens, its force rivaling that of the fireball previously unleashed by Caster. We're above a residential area, Sasuke. I am aware, Sasuke replied coolly. The target of the great fireball was solely Lancer. Its trajectory was perfectly calculated, striking Lancer and then soaring over rooftops before dissipating, igniting only a few flowers and plants in its wake. Observing the confrontation between Lancer and Sasuke, Rin immediately instructed Archer to assist, for this sudden appearance of Lancer was most peculiar, evidently influenced by the shadow, leaving them uncertain of the situation's true nature. However, Archer had no intention of heeding Rin's command. His primary objective was to ensure Rin's safety. Rin, we must relocate to the riverside. I share your sentiments. Yet Shirou, no? It should now be Sasuke, over there. At that moment, the inky ribbons enveloping them retreated entirely, vanishing without a trace. What on earth is happening? As the flames of the great fireball dissipated, they revealed Lancer, unscathed. Sasuke was not surprised. An enemy that could be vanquished solely by the great fireball could hardly suppress Saber. My task is complete. Task. Sasuke furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a sharp sting coursed through his left hand. He raised his left hand, noticing the command seal, once emblazoned upon the back of his hand and belonging to Shirou and Saber's master-servant pact, was gradually fading away. Chapter 17, Severing Connections. Naruto. Something must have happened to Saber. Shirou exclaimed with palpable anxiety. With the command spell vanished, could it be that Saber had been slain by the enemy? Within the confines of his mental realm, Shirou's emotions surged, rendering him somewhat uncontrollable, as he subconsciously vied for dominance over his own body against Naruto. However, Naruto bore no ill will. He comprehended Shirou's feelings and harbored concerns regarding Saber's situation. Should Saber vanish, his own burdens would increase significantly. What a splendid opportunity! At the moment when Naruto's control over Shirou's body wavered, a short sword struck with the swiftness of lightning from behind. Swish. Humph. Mere trifles. The skeletal form of Susanoo enveloped Naruto, its formidable defense rendering even a tenfold stronger blade incapable of breach, so it should have been. Naruto was taken aback as the lightning-shaped short sword collided with his Susanoo. Its defense crumbled like ice cast into flames. Caster's noble phantasm, the exquisite rune of annihilation. The ancient insect, Kirei Kotomine, had not truly retreated but lurked in the shadows, intent on sabotaging Naruto's combat prowess. He discerned that Naruto and Shirou shared a bond akin to that of a pseudo-servant, and thus, utilizing Caster's noble phantasm could potentially sever Naruto's control over Shirou's body. Thud! The short sword struck Naruto squarely in the chest. No blood flowed forth, for its purpose was not to slay, but to obliterate all forms of magic. The world spun. Naruto's vision blurred, and he soon lost consciousness. In an instant, the one controlling the body shifted from Naruto to Shirou, while the exquisite rune of annihilation, having fulfilled its final task, dissipated into motes of magical energy. Lancer remained unperturbed by the sudden turn of events. He cast a cold glance at Kirei Kotomine, who had successfully ambushed from the shadows, and at the still-dazed Shirou Emiya on the rooftop. He twirled his lance before retracting it, vanishing without a trace. With the absence of that other persona's strength, and with you, the servant, now powerless, you possess no combat capability as a master, Kirei Kotomine remarked with a smirk. As countless insects surged from the ground and air towards Shirou, There was no time to mourn Naruto's departure. It was Shirou who was now thrust into battle. Grasping the Kusanagi, Shirou struggled to fend off the swarm of insects. Even though Naruto had succumbed to slumber, the two eyes upon Shirou's form remained, unyielding in their existence. Armed with the insight of the Sharingan and Rinnegan, Shirou wielded the Kusanagi to counterattack. Swish! The blade descended, cleaving an insect in twain. Yet for every insect vanquished, 10 more emerged to take its place. His arms, thighs, abdomen, waist, and back were all besieged by bites, his garments swiftly stained crimson with blood. I require strength. I cannot perish here. This individual seeks to ensnare Sakura as well. Regardless of my demise, I must neutralize this fiend. Shirou's body, previously under Sasuke's control, has now reverted to mere ordinary eyes. Shirou possesses the ability to activate the 3-Tomo Sharingan independently. He had already employed the Sharingan when besieged by a swarm of insects. Yet, at this moment, Shirou's 3-Tomo Sharingan astonishingly transformed into the intricate pattern of Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. From the epicenter of Shirou's being, a circle of black flames ignited. Countless insects were engulfed by the inferno, shrieking in chaotic disarray. Still insufficient. Gritting his teeth, another power surged within his eyes. Kagetsuchi. The ability to manipulate Amaterasu. The black flames, centered around him, instantaneously seemed to gain sentience, morphing into countless sharp spikes that surged in a 360-degree assault. Splat. All the insects surrounding Shirou were obliterated in an instant. Unbelievable. Kirai Kotomine regarded Shirou's transformation, his lips parting in astonishment. Before he could utter a word, he sensed a shadow materializing behind him through the ground. It is over. The man's cold voice accompanied the dual blades of black and white as they sliced into Kirai Kotomine's form. The elder's body was cleaved in two. Yet both have inexplicably transformed into a multitude of insects, burrowing into the sewer. Once again, Archer frowned, casually discarding his weapon. After all, it was merely a projection. He could conjure as many as he desired. Moreover, having already severed this old insect, it was certainly no longer of use. Shirou. Rin rushed over alongside Archer, her gaze falling upon Shirou, who appeared utterly exhausted, encircled by a ring of black flames. Shirou lifted his head, barely extinguishing Amaterasu, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. For goodness sake, Archer, could you not lend a hand? Before the entrance of the Emiya residence, Rin complained to Archer, who was ethereal and trailing behind her. He refused to assist in carrying Shirou, insisting he wished to avoid any contact with this man. It was unclear how Shirou had provoked such disdain. In truth, Rin's complaints were merely verbal, given her physical strength. Carrying a typical high school boy like Shirou posed no challenge. In fact, she could easily manage even 3 more. I appreciate your help, Rin. Though exhausted, Shirou retained a semblance of consciousness. While Sasuke's combat did not deplete his magical energy, relying instead on Sasuke's own chakra, the physical exertion incurred by Shirou was undeniably real. The substantial drain he experienced stemmed not from Sasuke's expenditure, but from his own. Utilizing Sasuke's eyes, the Sharingan and Rinnegan required a cost commensurate with chakra, which translated into his magical energy. The good news is that Sasuke has harnessed the power of the Hungry Ghost Path through his Rinnegan, drawing an immense amount of magical energy from Rin Tosaka, achieving an effect akin to the replenishment of magic among sorcerers. However, Shirou's magical circuits have only just been activated, rendering him incapable of withstanding such a substantial influx of magic energy at this moment. As soon as they entered the house, Shirou and Rin stood astonished, mouths agape. Sakura Matu lay collapsed at the entrance, her face flushed and breathing rapid. It was as though a surge of strength coursed through Shirou. He broke free from Rin's grasp, intent on checking on Sakura's condition. Yet, almost immediately, his legs felt drained of all strength, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, crawling towards Sakura. Sakura! Sakura! Shirou exclaimed anxiously. Recalling the ominous words of Matu Zangen, he feared that the old man had inflicted some irrevocable harm upon Sakura. Chapter 18. Training in the mental realm. She is fine, Shirou. It appears she has merely succumbed to a fever and fainted here. Rin Tosaka reassured Shirou after testing Sakura's forehead with the back of her hand. It was just an ordinary illness, not an unfortunate incident. Sakura's tightly closed eyelids fluttered briefly before she slowly opened her eyes, revealing the 2 individuals she had longed to see, one of whom was not meant to be there. Senpai, Tosaka-senpai. However, in the next moment, Sakura found herself unable to focus on why Rin had come to the Emiya residence at such an hour. Her attention was drawn instead to Shirou, whose body was drenched in blood. "Senpai, what has happened? Why?" The girl widened her eyes in shock. Reaching out to touch Shirou's body, the various wounds on him had been treated and bandaged by Rin's magic. Yet magic could not erase injuries completely. There remained a necessary period for recovery. "It hurts. It's just minor injuries. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Don't worry about me, Sakura." Shirou winced as she touched a wound, but he managed to smile to ease her concerns. Perhaps it was the sight of Sakura collapsing at the entrance or the fact that Rin had assisted him back, restoring some of his strength. Either way, he felt somewhat revitalized. His own condition mattered little. His primary concern was Sakura's well-being. With her fever, she needed to rest properly in her room. Allowing Rin to find a vacant room for herself, Shirou gently urged the still worried Sakura into her own chamber, insisting she return to bed. "Senpai, please promise me you won't do anything dangerous, all right?" Sakura, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke, voicing a request she had contemplated for quite some time. Although Shirou had never disclosed the nature of his outings, as a member of the Matsu family, she was acutely aware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Shirou understood this, yet he had chosen to act as though she were oblivious to the circumstances. Both parties had refrained from addressing this unspoken understanding. "I'm sorry, Sakura. There are matters I must attend to, but I assure you, I will do my utmost to avoid danger. Can't you leave it to Saber?" "Saber is not a solution." Shirou opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. "Then, Senpai, you must not overexert yourself, all right?" I promise you." Before exiting, Shirou turned back, offering Sakura a gentle smile before softly closing the door behind him. "Senpai," Sakura murmured, covering her slightly flushed cheeks with her blanket. That night, despite his exhaustion, Shirou made his way to the warehouse. He could not afford to waste a single moment. Throughout his return journey, he had been calling out to Sasuke in his mind, but no matter how fervently he called, it was as though his pleas were swallowed by the abyss. There was no response from Sasuke. However, Shirou understood that Sasuke had not vanished. The two were of one heart and soul. And Shirou could distinctly feel Sasuke residing within his own body. Therefore, he did not succumb to excessive worry. Rather than becoming ensnared in matters beyond his control, he chose to focus his energy on the present. Trace on. Shirou commenced his magical practice in the warehouse. This time, however, he activated the Sharingan to assist him. Through the lens of the Sharingan, he could perceive the flow of magical energy with clarity, enabling him to master the intricacies of spell casting with greater finesse. This practice was not aimed at enhancing magic, but rather at perfecting projection magic. Sasuke had drawn inspiration from archers' techniques during their recent battle and employed projection magic. Although Shirou had initially studied this magic, his success rate had been meager. Yet, witnessing the practical application of projection magic in the recent skirmish spurred him to revisit this art. With the Sharingan at his disposal, his magical practice became remarkably efficient. Outside the warehouse, Archer kept vigil atop the Emiya residence, positioned perfectly to glimpse Shirou through the warehouse window. Shirou often spent nights in the warehouse for his magical training, and tonight was no exception. Exhausted from his efforts, he collapsed onto the warehouse floor, slipping into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he encountered a multitude of memories, or perhaps recollections. These were not his own memories, but those belonging to another, Sasuke's memories. Beautiful childhood moments, the bond of brotherhood, and a night stained with blood. Becoming a ninja, vowing vengeance. To grow stronger. To grow stronger. To grow stronger. To transform into a devil for the sake of revenge, only to ultimately realize that what his enemy had bestowed upon him was love. Unlike his previous dream of Sasuke, which had presented mere glimpses, this time he experienced immersive memories. Shirou opened his eyes to find himself in a mental space akin to where his consciousness resided whenever Sasuke took control of his body. Before him stood a black-haired youth who appeared to be of similar age. "Sasuke?" Shirou inquired uncertainly. The young man nodded, eliciting a sigh of relief from Shirou. "You've awakened? How wonderful! This is the first time we have met face to face. Previously, it was always you outside and me inside, or vice versa." Shirou chuckled, scratching his head. This was indeed the first time he had encountered Sasuke directly. He had not even known what he looked like before. "You have seen all my memories? Perhaps? It was not intentional. No matter, let us discuss the current situation." Sasuke did not dwell on the matter, but instead concentrated on the present information. Due to the breaking of the myriad sigils, The connection between Sasuke and Shirou had been severed, meaning that Sasuke could no longer control Shirou's body. In that battle, I found myself resorting to your abilities in a moment of desperation. What was it called again? The Sharingan, Amaterasu, and Kagutsuchi. Yes, those two. Shirou clapped his hands. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. Since I cannot control your body at present, you must find a way to enhance our combat capabilities by mastering my eyes to the best of your ability. Simultaneously, I shall impart to you all that I know. Sasuke spoke slowly, ultimately forming a hand seal before Shirou's bewildered gaze. The following day, Shirou, Rin, and Sakura once again attended school together. Sakura continued to silently trail behind Shirou and Rin, maintaining a distance that allowed her to keep pace without drawing too close. I'm so exhausted, Shirou lamented, feeling an overwhelming discomfort throughout his body, a result of the physical toll taken by last night's intense battle. Mentally, he was unsettled, having entered the mental realm only to be confronted and beaten by Sasuke before he could grasp the situation. Although injuries sustained in the mental domain did not manifest physically, the pain was undeniably palpable. Chapter 19. A reunion with Emiya. Listen closely. During the time I exert control over your body to utilize both magic and my own ninjutsu, it becomes evident that we are of one mind and body. Our chakra and magic are shared. As Sasuke trained Shirou through combat, he simultaneously imparted theoretical knowledge. Thus, Shirou found himself immersed in training within the mental realm for an entire night, only to be released by Sasuke at dawn. While walking along the road, Shirou yawned repeatedly. In truth, the Holy Grail War had already commenced, and attending school could easily be postponed. However, students like Shirou, who exemplified diligence, would never consider skipping class. Shinji had not come to school, and Shirou felt a twinge of concern for his well-being. After Sasuke had defeated Ryder and injured Shinji's arm, it was likely that he would not let the matter rest easily. Did you see the news? There was another gas explosion near the seaside last night. Yes, I saw it. It was terrifying. Several houses collapsed. What is happening lately? The temple run by the student council president just faced a disaster, and now this. Classmates were discussing the aftermath of the battle Shirou and his friends had engaged in the previous night. Shirou felt a flush of embarrassment as one of the involved parties. After school in the afternoon, Shirou walked home. The year was drawing to a close, temperatures had dropped, and snowflakes began to fall, enveloping Fuyuki City in a silvery cloak. Rin mentioned that for the sake of future operations, she wished to stay at the Emiya residence, so she had gone home with Archer to pack her belongings. Sakura was still at home. Although her fever had subsided, her health had yet to fully recover, and she had taken a leave of absence. Aside from practicing magic in the warehouse each night, Shirou felt he had little else to occupy his time. Previously, he had trained in swordsmanship with Saber. But since that battle, Saber had not reappeared. Lancer had become far more formidable since their initial encounter, and it was possible that Saber had perished in a battle against him, unseen by them. Smack! Shirou raised his hands and struck his own face with vigor. He could not entertain such disheartening thoughts. Saber would not falter, surely. Some unforeseen circumstance had arisen, and she would return to them. Hey, big brother, a sweet voice called out from behind him as he walked home. Turning around, he found Iliasville standing before him. Shirou's eyes widened in surprise as, in that fleeting moment, the uncovered eye transformed into the Sharingan. He deftly evaded the snowball she had thrown. Missed. The girl, clad in a purple coat and hat, with hair and skin as white as snow, was truly the embodiment of a snow fairy. Iliasville. Just call me Emiya, big brother. What is your name? The young girl abbreviated her name for the boy. What do you intend to do? Shirou raised his hand, ready to project a weapon for combat. Having observed Archer and Sasuke utilize projection magic, and after last night's practice, Shirou had become adept at projecting passable weapons. Previously, his success rate in projection had been rather low, but last night, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. The art of projection magic came to him effortlessly, with scarcely any failures. Unbeknownst to him, this ease in wielding projection magic stemmed from two key factors. First, Sasuke had replicated Archer's projection techniques while controlling Shirou's body with a Sharingan. Second, Sasuke had absorbed a significant amount of magical energy from Rin through the realm of hungry ghosts. These two reasons activated Shirou's long-dormant magical circuits, and left him with a substantial reserve of Rin's magical power. The nature and quantity of Rin's magic were fundamentally different from Shirou's own, resulting in a qualitative transformation in his use of magic. A magician does not engage in battle during the day, you know. However, if you wish to, big brother, you may. But you no longer have your other persona to assist you, do you? Iliasville interrupted Shirou's intent to use magic. How do you know? I reside in a castle on the mountain, yet I have always kept abreast of external information through my familiars. To participate in the Holy Grail War, one must certainly have some channels of information, right? Iliasville did not conceal the fact that she was aware of everything that transpired last night. Seeing that the girl had no intention of attacking, Shirou sighed in relief. Then what is it that you seek? To be frank, I no longer consider myself Saber's master. And whether I am even a participant in the Holy Grail War is uncertain. Iliasville has merely come to play with Big Brother. Play? Shirou's expression changed. Was it naivety or ignorance on the girl's part? How could two parties that had faced life and death just days prior now wish to play together? Sensing Shirou's confusion, she approached him with her hands clasped behind her back. Tell me your name. Name? Shirou Emiya. Shirou hesitated for a moment, but ultimately responded earnestly to Iliasville. Little White? It is Shirou, pronounced the same but written differently, with a different meaning. No, I've digressed. You came to play with me? Why? Shirou felt exasperated, but soon shook his head. Because this Holy Grail War is rather dull. Iliasville is not the sole participant this time. So I thought I'd come out to have some fun. Not the sole participant? What do you mean? You know Kiritsugu Emiya, right? The girl's voice suddenly grew somber. Father? Upon hearing Shirou's casual reference to the man, Iliasville's body quivered slightly. Shirou, yes. Shirou? She turned back to Shirou, a smile gracing her face. As Shirou observed Ilya twirling in the open space, she came to a halt and displayed an adorably enchanting smile that could melt hearts. In the next moment, she leaped toward him, knocking him to the ground. Caught off guard, Shirou found himself sprawled on the soft, snowy ground, which offered a gentle cushion against the fall. Ilya, what are you doing? What does it matter? She replied, propping herself on the ground and pinning Shirou beneath her. Today, I've sneaked out of the castle without Sayla knowing, so you should feel truly honored. Chapter 20, The Power of the Heavenly Hand. Shirou, shall we join forces? Iliasville pressed Shirou down, her expression suddenly turning grave. Join forces? Shirou was taken aback. After a moment, he pushed Iliasville away and stood up. You propose an alliance because of that thing, don't you? Indeed, it is precisely because of that thing. It is not something that should exist in this world. Her icy tone was in stark contrast to the impression Iliasville had previously given, as if another persona had emerged within her. Michiri has exploited the loopholes of the Holy Grail War, violating its original purpose. We cannot allow this to continue. Michiri? Matu? Shirou recognized that the alternate reading of Matu was indeed Michiri. Do you have any insights on this, Shirou? Iliasville stood before him, gazing up at him. I do not know. I am no longer Saber's master. I must return now. I'm sorry, Iliasville. Without looking back, Shirou abruptly left. Iliasville watched his retreating figure, refraining from calling him back. Her intention in proposing an alliance was not to unite forces, but to draw Shirou's attention to the connection between that thing and the Matu family. The entrance door of the Emiya residence swung open as Shirou rushed in, barely pausing to remove his shoes. Sakura. He called the name of the girl who occupied his heart, yet her room lay empty, her bed devoid of its occupant. At that moment, the phone rang. Shirou answered it, hearing Shinji's voice on the other end. 10 minutes later, in the library of the school's teaching building, Shirou opened the door. Inside, he saw his once closest friend and the girl he had longed for. At that moment, Shinji held a small knife poised against Sakura's neck. A crystal earring had mysteriously appeared by Sakura's ear. Witnessing this scene, Shirou could no longer contain his fury. He clenched his fists and approached them. Shinji, do you realize what you are doing? Sakura is your sister. As Shirou advanced, Shinji stepped back, maintaining his hold on Sakura, the knife's tip piercing her skin just enough to draw a trickle of crimson. You'd best not come any closer, Emiya, he warned, his eyes gleaming with pride and self-satisfaction, knowing that this trap was laid to lure Shirou in. After having been bested by Shirou previously, Shinji was determined to reclaim his lost honor. Senpai. Sakura's condition seemed to worsen. Her face was flushed, her voice light and airy. If not for Shinji supporting her upper body, she might have crumpled to the floor. Ryder then appeared before Shinji, blocking Shirou's path. Emiya, you fought well last time. How about I grant you another chance to battle Ryder? However, Shinji's tone shifted. The moment you make a move, I will draw a line across Sakura's face. Shinji. Shirou shouted in fury. Ryder, take action. With Shinji's command, Ryder swiftly materialized before Shirou. It's coming. Sasuke, unable to control Shirou's body, could only alert him. I understand. Shirou's right eye transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to perceive Rider's movements with clarity. However, bang! Shirou was sent flying, crashing into the bookshelf. Cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Shirou's mouth. As Rider approached, he was able to see the incoming attack and raised his hand to block Rider's kicking strike. Yet the immense force was beyond his capability to withstand. Not only was his body weakened, but even the arm he used to defend felt numb, as if it no longer belonged to him. Shirou, listen to me. Sasuke offered advice from the mental realm. Rider did not relent, advancing swiftly towards Shirou. Although he was unable to retaliate, it was fortunate that Rider was unarmed, utilizing only his fists and feet. Otherwise, Shirou would have sustained severe injuries in their initial clash. He quickly got up and dashed behind another bookshelf for cover. Rider pursued him, attempting to weave through the shelves. At the end of the library, Shirou kicked over the innermost bookshelf. Boom! The nearly 3-meter-tall bookshelf crashed down, toppling like a line of dominoes, causing a chain reaction that brought down all the shelves in the library. To avoid being crushed beneath the falling bookshelves, Rider was compelled to evade, creating distance between himself and Shirou. What a chance! Oh! Shirou lifted his eye patch, revealing the purple 6-tomo Rinnegan beneath. His gaze locked onto Shinji, who was holding Sakura at knife point. Rider, don't hesitate. Eliminate him. Feeling an ominous shift, Shinji immediately commanded Rider. Rider hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and hurled a short sword, attached with an iron chain, towards Shirou's arm. Jinchuuriki. Shinji felt a wave of disorientation, only to find Shirou cradling Sakura in his arms. Huh. When did this happen? How did you take Sakura? No, it's me. Still reeling from confusion, Shinji looked closely and realized that it was not Shirou who had snatched Sakura from him, but rather he had seemingly swapped places with Shirou. Now standing where Shirou had just been. Whoosh! The short sword from Rider pierced Shinji's arm. Previously, Sasuke had already penetrated Shinji's arm with the Chidori lance. Although it had healed, the pain from that moment lingered in his memory, and now he found himself injured by his own servant. Rider, taken aback by the scene, swiftly yanked the sword from Shinji's arm, blood pouring forth instantly. You insufferable fool. Rider, who are you attacking? Stop this nonsense. Shinji clutched his injured arm, seething with rage as he bellowed at Rider. He brandished the grimoire of the false servant before her. Rider, quickly, strike down Emiya. Rider tightened her grip on her short sword, poised to launch an attack. Sensing the imminent danger, Shirou stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sakura. No, Rider! Sakura suddenly screamed, causing Rider to halt her movements. In that instant, the grimoire in Shinji's grasp ignited with an eerie, otherworldly flame, reducing the book to ashes. The grimoire had been Shinji's sole means of controlling Rider. Without it, she would no longer heed his commands. Sakura? Shirou glanced back at the violet-haired girl, her face awash with tears, her gaze towards him imbued with an indescribable complexity. This ends now, came the voice of Rin Tosaka from the doorway of the library. She approached step by step, her eyes sweeping over everyone present. I mentioned before that the Matu family's lineage as magicians has run its course. I initially presumed that Rider was summoned by Matu Zokin to be handed over to Shinji. However, I overcomplicated the matter. The reality is far more straightforward. The only one currently possessing the title of master from the Matu family is Sakura. Chapter 21. Rampage Sakura is the master? Shirou exclaimed, gazing at Sakura. At some point, Rider had appeared beside her, and the mark of the command seal had manifested upon the back of Sakura's hand. She dared not meet Shirou's eyes, covering her hand, yet she knew this secret could no longer be concealed. I summoned Rider at my grandfather's behest, and I commanded Rider to heed my brother's words using the command seal. Indeed. Sakura, in that case, use the command seal once more to transfer Rider's authority back to me. Shinji declared frantically, advancing towards Sakura. Don't. Sakura's vehement refusal left Shinji momentarily stunned. Her gaze was filled with defiance and reproach. Brother, we agreed from the start, right? Only the senior. We promised not to kill him, didn't we? Rin observed the exchange between Sakura and Shinji with an icy detachment, choosing not to intervene, yet she stealthily approached Shirou with Archer by her side. Shinji, taken aback by Sakura's rejection, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his compliant sister would dare to defy him. In a fit of rage, Shinji crushed a crystal. This was no ordinary crystal. It was connected to the earring dangling from Sakura's ear. As he shattered his crystal, Sakura's earring simultaneously fractured, The liquid within the earring erupted, splattering onto Sakura's skin, which absorbed it instantly. Sakura's heart began to race uncontrollably. The aphrodisiac activated the parasitic marks within her, causing them to stir with vigor. This is bad. Sakura's magical energy is rampaging. Rampaging? What does that mean? Shirou was oblivious to the implications of a magical energy rampage. He attempted to seize Shinji, but upon turning around, he discovered that Shinji had silently slipped away. Sakura knelt on the ground, her face flushed, her gaze towards Shirou now brimming with tenderness and longing. Senior, no, please, do not look at me. Sakura. Shirou sought to assess her condition, but through the perspective of the Sharingan, he witnessed magical energy gathering before him. What are you waiting for? Get away. Fall back. Archer and Sasuke's voices rang out in unison. Shirou felt himself yanked backward by Archer, who seized his collar. Where he had stood, a dark sphere materialized, erupting with countless spikes. Phantom magic. We cannot allow her to continue rampaging. If this persists, not only we, but the magic energy of those nearby could be consumed as well, Rin decisively proclaimed. However, Ryder's assault was already upon them. Clang. Ryder's weapon clashed with Archer's, sending sparks flying. Step aside. Your master is rampaging. If this continues, she will bring about her own demise. My mission is to protect my master. I cannot allow you to harm Sakura. If her magical energy is rampaging, as long as the energy absorbed exceeds the energy consumed, we will manage. You. A person of unchanging nature, how difficult it is to alter one's essence. Archer, having been repelled by Ryder, sought to launch another offensive, but suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body. A frigid, spine-chilling aura spread throughout the surroundings, ensnaring the trio within its grasp. No, the entire school lay beneath its shadow, as if gravity itself had doubled. The barrier. Rin Tosaka attempted to summon her gemstone, yet her movements were sluggish, her vast reservoir of magical energy being drained by the barrier. At this rate, within mere moments, even if Ryder and Sakura refrained from engaging, they would be completely sapped of their magical energy and perish. No, Ryder. Sakura implored, desperate to shield Shirou and Rin from harm due to her presence. Sakura, as your servant, it is my duty to protect you, Ryder replied, removing her eye mask. Her eyes glimmered with a haunting purple light, deep and mesmerizing. Upon locking gazes with her, Archer felt a jolt, glancing down to find his limbs gradually succumbing to petrification. The gaze of Medusa, Archer gritted his teeth, striving to break free from the petrifying curse, yet such transformation could not be resisted by sheer will. Rin collapsed to the ground, her body also succumbing to stone. Her pace of petrification far swifter than Archer's, for she was merely human, not a heroic spirit. Stop! Shirou, wielding the recently projected Kusanagi sword, lunged at Ryder. In an instant, they exchanged blows over a dozen times, Shirou's swordsmanship appearing as though it belonged to another, as proficient as Sasuke wielding the Kusanagi. This was the effect of projection. Upon manifesting a sword, the techniques, strength, and speed of its original wielder synchronized with Shirou. Why does it not work? Ryder pondered, bewildered that her eye's power had no effect on Shirou. Since it is an ocular ability, it is merely a technique of the eyes. Before the power of the Rinnegan, such techniques are rendered meaningless, Sasuke scoffed. Although he could not join the fray, witnessing Shirou gradually harnessing the strength of his eyes filled him with a sense of pride, akin to that of a mentor. The petrifying effect of the magical eye was interrupted, yet the barrier continued to drain everyone's magical energy. If they did not act swiftly, they would be completely depleted. Rin sought to rise, only to find an ominous black sphere had appeared before her. Rin. Archer rushed to protect her but was too late, witnessing in horror as the sphere transformed into spikes that pierced her body. This scene was mirrored in Sakura's eyes. Sister, no. Sakura gasped in shock at the sight of Rin, harmed by her own uncontrolled surge of magical energy, and her overwhelming guilt led to her own collapse, manifesting several black spheres that impaled her. If she were to perish, the magical energy would cease its rampage. Shirou and Ryder, witnessing this tragic turn of events, had no choice but to halt, causing the barrier to dissipate. Sakura. Ryder dashed towards Sakura, who lay in a pool of blood, with Shirou closely trailing behind. The injured Rin was also supported by Archer, who whispered a couple of words into her ear before she succumbed to unconsciousness. This is bad. We must find a way to heal them. The Holy Grail War must remain concealed from ordinary people, and such severe injuries, especially those related to magic, would undoubtedly cause trouble if taken to a hospital. In that moment, Shirou recalled the priest. Thus, the three of them hurried to the church in Fuyuki City, where they encountered Kirai Kodomai. Omai, Kirai remarked, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue upon seeing the two gravely injured girls. It was indeed a delightful sight to witness such injuries at this moment, particularly on these two individuals. Chapter 22. Fratricidal conflict. The moonlight streamed through the stained glass of the church, casting a cold glow upon the pews and the young man seated there, enveloping him in a chilling atmosphere. One was a cherished junior, and the other a girl he admired. Yet, at this moment, both lay grievously wounded, having turned against each other in a tragic display of violence. This scene unfolded like a nightmare. Are you feeling melancholic? The red-clad servant had appeared behind him, posing the question with an air of nonchalance. Shirou lifted his gaze, his eyes fixated on the door within the church. Behind that door, Sakura and Rin awaited. When Sakura went berserk and injured Tosaka, I think I heard her cry out, "Sister?" Archer remained silent, offering no response to Shirou's words. After a prolonged pause, he seemed to have made a decision, circling the pew to sit beside Shirou. It appears that Rider's master is indeed Rin's biological sister. What? The man's words struck Shirou's heart like a cannonball, devoid of preamble. The lineage of magicians is passed down to a single heir. If there are siblings, the one not chosen is either raised as an ordinary person or given away to another family for adoption. Rin is the heir of the Tosaka family, thus her sister. Sakura Tosaka was adopted by the Matsu family, which has severed ties with the magical lineage, all for the sake of the Holy Grail War. Did Rin tell you this? Yes. Archer nodded subtly. How can such a thing happen? For the sake of the Holy Grail War, to force biological sisters into conflict against one another. Unable to contain his fury, Shirou sprang from his seat. At that moment, the priest emerged. What is all this commotion? The operation has just concluded, and the patients require rest. If you wish to cause a disturbance, do so outside. What about Sakura and Rin? Upon seeing the priest, Shirou rushed forward to inquire about their conditions. Please, let there be no unfortunate news. Shirou prayed fervently in his heart, desperate to avoid hearing any ill tidings from the priest. I regret to inform you that Rin has passed away. As the first three words left the priest's lips, Shirou's heart momentarily ceased its beating. How is that possible? Don't listen to his nonsense, you fool. Archer, seated on the pew with arms crossed, shot Shirou an exasperated glance. I am the servant summoned by Rin. If she were to die, I would vanish immediately. Realizing he had been deceived by the priest's words, Shirou directed an irritated look at him. Humph. Merely a little punishment for the boy who raised such a ruckus in this solemn church. Rest assured, both are fine. The surgery was highly successful, particularly Rin. She is actually not severely injured. Once her wounds are treated, she will be well. She has already regained consciousness. That's wonderful. However, the condition of the other girl is rather more complicated. Kiritsugu Emiya raised his hand to speak. As he did so, the sleeve of his garment slipped slightly, revealing a blood-soaked bandage. What is this? Ah, this. In order to save Sakura Matsu, I had no choice but to exhaust all my magical energy. Is Sakura's condition that severe? To describe it as severe would be an understatement. Let us explain it to Rin together. Archer and Shirou followed the priest to the room where Rin Tosaka was resting. Rider remained in the corner of the church, not accompanying them. For the time being, they were in a state of temporary truce, united only by their concern for Sakura. Tosaka, Shirou said. What kind of expression is that? I'm fine, Rin replied with a smile upon seeing Shirou's worried and pained gaze. She attempted to rise but was compelled to lie back down due to the pain from her wounds. Now, let me explain Sakura Matsu's condition, the priest said as he casually took a seat, crossed his legs, and interlaced his fingers. Addressing the three before him, her body is host to a multitude of crest worms. Under normal circumstances, these worms remain inactive, but once certain conditions are met, the crest worms will— Wait a moment. What are crest worms? Shirou interjected, interrupting the priest who had begun to speak without regard for his audience, as he found himself utterly baffled. Should I start from that aspect? Very well. You need not delve too deeply into what crest worms are. Just understand that they are a type of parasite, implanted within the human body, functioning much like living magical sigils. The priest, shaking his head in resignation, began again, adapting his explanation to be comprehensible to Shirou. The Matsu family had implanted crest worms throughout Sakura's body to modify her into a suitable master for the Holy Grail War, effectively turning her entire being into a vessel of magical sigils. Once activated, crest worms induce a heightened state of excitement in the host. They continuously siphon magical energy from the host, and when the host's magic diminishes to the point where it can no longer sustain the crestworms, even the flesh and blood will become sustenance for them, devouring the host from within. How is that possible? Can't they be removed? Regrettably, the crestworms have already fused with Sakura Matu, and neither you nor I, nor even the caster themselves, can reverse this. The priest shook his head. However, if the power of the Holy Grail were to be utilized, it might yield some results. The Holy Grail. Shirou clenched his fists. Returning to the topic of the Grail, when Sakura was adopted into the Matu family, she began to be transformed into a suitable heir for them. Now, 11 years have passed, and the crestworms have only just activated today, likely in preparation for this Holy Grail war. Unfortunately, as Sakura endures the frenzy of the crestworms, it will also trigger a surge of magical energy. As Kiritsugu Emiya spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Shirou's eyes caught this moment with clarity. It seems that even if we do nothing, she may very well be on the path to self-destruction. Does it not? Shirou held his breath, as the priest's words echoed like a doctor imparting a terminal prognosis to a patient on their sickbed. Rin, being aware of such matters, you must be contemplating how to deal with Sakura Matu, am I correct? The priest directed his gaze toward Rin Tosaka, who lay on the hospital bed. Are you suggesting that Tosaka should eliminate Sakura? How could that even be possible? She is Tosaka's own sister. To pit siblings against one another is utterly preposterous. Shirou? Rin Tosaka looked at Shirou in astonishment. The notion of fratricide. Shirou's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face involuntarily, his dark pupils transforming into a vivid crimson. The pattern of 3 tomos swirling into a 6-pointed star. The priest opened his mouth in response to the transformation of Shirou's eyes, but refrained from speaking further. Shirou's body trembled, as memories of another's sorrowful past flooded his mind. Memories of the tragic betrayal between kin. Chapter 23. Sakura and Shinji. Enough. Let us consider the matters at hand. Sasuke interjected suddenly. Being inextricably linked to Shirou, he naturally comprehended the cause of Shirou's sudden agitation, which evoked memories of prior events, casting a somber shadow over his mood. Shirou nodded. Indeed, Sakura was currently host to the cursed mark, though it seemed that Kirai Kodomine had managed to quell it through some means. Nevertheless, it could flare up again at any moment. Initially, it siphoned Sakura's magical energy, and once her power was depleted, it would begin to consume her very flesh. The mere contemplation of it sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, should the cursed mark erupt, it would unleash Sakura's magic uncontrollably, inflicting unpredictable harm upon those nearby. Fujimura, you need not say more, Shirou. Rin Tosaka, as if anticipating Shirou's next words, interrupted him. First, step outside, allow me a moment to rest. Perhaps she had not fully considered her response, or perhaps she simply wished to avoid discussing the matter directly. Regardless, Rin turned her head away, prompting Archer to escort Shirou and Kirai out of the room. Honestly, despite having grown up, you still act like a child. I am the one who should be in charge here, Kirai remarked helplessly as they were ushered out, then turned his gaze to Shirou. Emiya. Shirou. Sakura Matu's condition is stable now. If you wish to take her away, you may do so. However, should Rin decide to dispose of her, you two will undoubtedly find yourselves at odds. Rin would never do that. Is that truly your belief? Yet, it is indeed the case. I have watched her grow since childhood, often presenting one facade while harboring another beneath. Shirou did not respond, instead approaching the door to the room prepared for Sakura. Opening it and stepping inside, Kirai observed Shirou's retreating silhouette, a smirk involuntarily curling upon his lips. Beneath the moonlight, the girl lay quietly upon the bed, her steady breaths indicating that her current physical state was not dire. However, deterioration was inevitable. As long as the Holy Grail war continued, Sakura would struggle to escape the fate of being devoured by the cursed mark. How might one resolve the threat posed by the cursed mark? Ryder appeared behind Shirou, her presence a silent watch over him to prevent any harm from befalling Sakura. Sasuke, if we were to defeat Matuzoken, could we save Sakura? There is a possibility. But from our previous encounters, it is evident that he is as cunning as Orochimaru. Even if we were to kill him, he may well have contingencies in place for revival elsewhere. As Sasuke spoke, a sudden spark of insight ignited within him. Orochimaru Resurrection Cursed Mark. That was a distant memory for Sasuke. During their first confrontation with Orochimaru, he had been marked by the cursed seal. It was only through Kakashi's use of forbidden sealing techniques that the mark had been temporarily suppressed. During the tumultuous era of the Ninja World War, He himself had once invertedly cast a malevolent sealing technique, liberating Orochimaru from within Akira. If Shirou were to employ the dark sealing technique, he might be able to temporarily suppress the cursed insects residing within Sakura, much like restraining a curse mark. Given sufficient time, solutions could gradually be devised, at worst. He could find a suitable place to train Shirou, enabling him to fully master the capabilities of his eyes and ninja arts to triumph in the Holy Grail War. Senpai. A frail voice stirred Shirou from his thoughts. On the bed, Sakura opened her eyes, gazing at him with an abundance of tenderness. Sakura, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? If so, I can summon the priest for your treatment. It's all right, Senpai. I feel fine. The surge of magical energy has subsided. Upon seeing Sakura awake, Shirou intended to rise and call for Kirai Kodomine, but Sakura grasped his hand with her outstretched fingers from beneath the covers. Turning to meet her pleading gaze, Shirou hesitated and settled back down, holding her hand tightly. You should have informed me about such matters long ago. Even if I had, it would only burden you further. I do not wish to trouble you, Senpai. Sakura. Shirou found himself at a loss for words, merely clutching her hand. Her touch was soft and cool. Please do not blame my brother, all right? Shinji? Why? He has treated you so poorly. My brother was once very kind to me. Sakura reminisced about her arrival at the Matsu household, a time when she was confused, unable to comprehend why she could not remain with her sister or stay with the Tasaka family. Fear enveloped her, an anxiety that the Matsu family might not treat her well. Thus, she dared not relax, donning a mask to appease the adults as best as she could. However, the adults in this household were notably absent, with only a few essential servants and that boy who often watched her from the corners since her arrival. Had she not called out brother first, he might not have dared to speak to her. Before long, her grandfather began the transformation of her magical circuits. The pain was excruciating, an agony she endured daily. Yet, she soon grew accustomed to it. Along the way, she encountered Uncle Korea, but never saw him again after that. Sakura's memories of that time were hazy, perhaps due to the torment inflicted by the cursed insects or a subconscious desire to forget her painful past. Yet, her recollections of Shinji remained vivid. After each day's arduous transformation, Shinji would seek her out, bringing toys and snacks. At that time, he was also quite young, unaware of the intricacies of magic, only knowing that Sakura suffered greatly each day, thus striving to bring her joy. Listening to Sakura recount her past piece by piece, Shirou refrained from interjecting. In truth, the Shinji she described aligned with Shirou's own memories. They had once been the best of friends. Yet, when had their relationship changed? The heir of magic. When this title was officially bestowed upon Sakura, Shinji underwent a profound transformation, lacking any magical prowess. It was impossible for him to even catch the fleeting glance of the infamous Kirai Kodomine, no matter how hard he tried. Since childhood, Shinji had been a polymath, a prodigy capable of mastering any skill or task. Yet, magic remained his sole deficiency, a stark contrast to his lineage in a family steeped in sorcery. It was akin to a bird born with an astute mind and a robust physique, yet devoid of wings, rendering its other attributes utterly inconsequential. To exacerbate his plight, a formidable burden named Sakura was placed upon his shoulders. While Sakura excelled in the realm of magic, Shinji was relegated to mediocrity. From that moment onward, his attitude towards Sakura began to shift gradually. Chapter 24. The Holy Grail War should end soon. Shirou quietly listened to Sakura recount her experiences with Shinji, and the anger he felt towards him gradually subsided. Indeed, as Sakura articulated, Shinji was a pitiable soul. However, every object of pity possesses its share of contemptible traits. The harm he inflicted upon Sakura had even stirred within Shirou, who had previously pleaded for Shinji's mercy, a burgeoning desire for retribution. After hearing Sakura's words, he decided against taking a life. Nonetheless, Shirou resolved to deliver a resounding punishment to Shinji, ensuring he would be bedridden for several months. Shirou, I have a method to temporarily resolve the issue of the cursed insects within Sakura, Sasuke spoke. Really? Shirou replied, intrigued. This will require you to employ ninjutsu. Although I can no longer control your body, we are united in spirit. You have accessed my memories and experienced the emotions contained within them, correct? I will provide the chakra, and with the Sharingan, your proficiency in ninjutsu can be accelerated exponentially. We must expedite our training upon returning home. All right. Shirou agreed without hesitation. He was willing to do anything to save Sakura. After accepting Sasuke's proposal, he tilted his head in confusion. Why have you been directly addressing me by name lately? No longer calling me kid? In the mental space, Sasuke's voice fell silent, as if he had been offended. Shirou scratched his face, contemplating the situation. To ensure Sakura could rest well, he decided to let her stay in the church for the night. Rin, having sustained only minor injuries, was already packing her belongings to leave while Shirou conversed with Sakura. Shirou, how do you perceive Sakura now? Rin suddenly inquired, her back to him as they exited the church. Perceive? What do you mean? Shirou was caught off guard by Rin's question. How should he respond? He had not contemplated it himself. Was she a junior from school? A friend's sister? Such labels hardly encapsulated his feelings towards Sakura. Since 2 years ago, Sakura had frequently visited his home, and he had grown accustomed to their time together. Was she family to him? Sakura is my sister, but as a mage, I cannot allow a magician who cannot control their own power to exist. Before Shirou could respond, Rin articulated her stance. I will not permit anyone to harm Sakura, not even Tosaka. Then I entrust you with her protection. From this moment forth, our alliance is dissolved. As adversaries in the Holy Grail War, I shall show no mercy when we next meet. Watching Rin walk away without a backward glance, Shirou felt a surge of words rise in him. Yet he found himself voiceless. Archer materialized beside him. Shirou Emiya, this is the path you have chosen. Should you choose to forsake your long-held beliefs, do so without regret. And do not look back. I will never falter. Upon receiving Shirou's affirmative response, Archer unexpectedly graced him with a smile, and then, in spirit form, followed the departing Rin Tosaka. Shirou returned home, gazing at the pitch-black mansion, and let out a deep sigh. Am I truly all alone? Although the time spent together was brief, Shirou had grown accustomed to the presence of Saber and Rin Tosaka surrounding him, with Saber now missing and Rin parting ways. Even Sakura, who had always been by his side, remained at the church to recuperate today. The mansion felt eerily desolate. He did not enter the house, but headed directly to the warehouse. The warehouse served as his dedicated space for practicing magic. He could not afford to rest due to Sakura's situation. Let us begin. Since we are to train, let's start from the very beginning. Sasuke intended to impart all his knowledge related to ninjutsu to Shirou. Given their shared consciousness and Shirou's glimpses into Sasuke's memories during dreams, the lessons felt less like new learning and more like a student revisiting forgotten knowledge, allowing him to grasp the teachings swiftly. In the church, at the window of Sakura's resting quarters, Ryder leaped inside and perched on the ledge. Ryder? Sakura, Shirou and Rin have severed ties. Is it because of me? Sakura, clutching her blanket, murmured without meeting Ryder's gaze. The moonlight cascaded upon her, rendering her skin as pale as parchment, devoid of color. Ryder, my senior has sacrificed so much for me. Should I not refrain from causing him further trouble? What do you mean? If the Holy Grail War could end sooner, then my senior would not have to endure such hardship, correct? Unseen from Ryder's position, Sakura's eyes widened, and a peculiar smile graced her lips. Suddenly, Kirei Kotomine, who had been meditating on a pew, opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward the room where Sakura resided. In the morning light, Shirou woke on the floor of the warehouse. Having trained late into the night, he had grown accustomed to sleeping there. However, unlike previous occasions, last night's training had yielded significant progress. The only downside was the considerable noise he inadvertently created, nearly prompting a complaint from the neighbors and almost resulting in the destruction of half his house. Fortunately, he had managed to halt his activities in time. After donning his eye mask, Shirou prepared to head to the church to bring Sakura home. While the mask could be removed during combat, he absolutely could not expose his left eye, the Rinnegan, during everyday life, for it would be far too frightening. While the Sharingan could be concealed, appearing normal if not closely inspected, the Rinnegan, with its entirely purple iris and intricate patterns, was unmistakably different from that of an ordinary person. Upon arriving at the church, Shirou was taken aback. The once standing church, perched halfway up the hill, had been reduced to rubble, transformed into a desolate wasteland. Sakura! Sakura! This cannot be. Sakura would never be in danger. With Ryder safeguarding her, why could this be? Could it possibly be Tosaka? No, that thought was quickly dismissed by Shirou. Although their time spent together was not extensive, he had come to understand that Tosaka was quite the tsundere, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. Even if Rin harbored intentions to harm Sakura, she would certainly not act upon them at such a moment. While searching through the ruins, Shirou finally stumbled upon the body of Kirei Kotomine, nailed to a relatively intact wall, reminiscent of Christ on the cross. A gaping wound marred the location of his heart, suggesting he had been fatally pierced. The priest was dead. Where could Sakura be? She would surely not be at home. Would she return to the Matsu residence? Given her disposition, such a possibility certainly existed. Chapter 25, The Ally of Justice Sakura. Shirou shouted loudly around the church, but only the echo of his voice reverberated through the forest. A wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Calm down. Panicking will not aid us, he reassured himself. Yes, yes. Shirou nodded, taking a deep breath in an attempt to steady his racing heart. The church lay in ruins, and Sakura was nowhere to be found. Without any means to locate her, he realized that enlisting the help of someone skilled in magic, particularly one adept at gathering information, would be vital. Tosaka was proficient in magic. Yet her expertise in information gathering was lacking, and she had previously expressed her intent to eliminate Sakura, making her an unsuitable ally. Among those he knew connected to the Holy Grail War, Shinji was utterly useless, a mere waste of space. Kuritsugu was likely pinned against the wall, having hardened into a lifeless form. As for Zoken, the troubles plaguing Sakura were of his own doing. He could not be relied upon. Thus, only one option remained: Emiya. Shortly after Shirou departed, a man clad in a black casual suit and possessing golden hair stood before the remnants of the church. He gazed at the corpse of the priest on the wall and laughed derisively. The causality of the heart must be truly laughable, he remarked, covering his face as he tilted his head back, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal before abruptly subsiding. Very well, you may become a rat in the sewers for a time. I shall first deal with the elements that should not exist, he declared, turning sharply to leave the site. As Shirou trudged along the forest path on the outskirts of Fuyuki, his heavy breaths startled a few birds into flight. Emiya resided in a castle, and to his knowledge, this was the only castle situated in the suburbs of Fuyuki. However, it was publicly referred to as a private estate, surrounded by barriers that kept outsiders at bay from a kilometer away. Yet, for Shirou, gaining entry was not a challenge. Suddenly, as he stepped onto a particular patch of ground, sparks erupted from beneath his feet. Whoa! Startled, Shirou lifted his foot for inspection. What is that? A trap? It appears harmless. It seems to be some sort of formation designed to detect those who enter the castle's domain, Sasuke assessed. Then there's no issue. After all, we seek cooperation, not a surprise attack, Shirou responded, stepping down a few more times, as if knocking to announce their presence. As anticipated, Emiya was immediately informed of Shirou's arrival. The white-haired girl sat in an ornate chair, her legs swinging joyfully, a testament to her elation. Shirou is coming. He must be here because of Sakura, she exclaimed. Two maids stood behind her. One wore a frown etched with concern, while the other maintained a stoic expression. Miss, he is no longer even a master. There is no need to waste time on him. We have another pressing issue at hand, Sayla. You are so annoying. Anyway, he is here now. Talking won't take much time, Emiya said, raising her face in discontent. Miss, Sayla, you are stubborn, the expressionless maid retorted to Sayla, causing the latter's lips to twitch as she clenched her fists. In less than half an hour, Shirou was ushered into the castle by the two maids. What a magnificent place. Shirou gazed in awe at the opulent castle. While the Emiya household in Fuyuki was considered affluent, it paled in comparison to this castle, resembling a mere tent set up by a vagrant in the park. Unbeknownst to him, the Emiya residents had ties with the Einsburn family as well. As Shirou was still surveying his surroundings, Emiya had already bounded down from the second floor. Shirou! The girl leaped down the staircase, launching herself into Shirou's arms. Emiya! Whoa! Reacting instinctively, Shirou raised his hands to catch her. He was knocked to the ground by Emiya's embrace. Fortunately, his physical condition had improved significantly due to his training in ninjutsu and the activation of his magical circuits. Otherwise, he might have sustained an injury. Shirou, I knew you would come. Do you know something? With Emiya stating such, Shirou wasted no time and got straight to the point. They both stood up, and Emiya brushed off her clothes. I do know a bit, but it might not be what you wish to hear. Not what I wish to hear. Under Emiya's guidance, Shirou entered her bedroom. The room was predominantly adorned in gold, featuring a grand bed reminiscent of those found in fairy tales at its center. Opposite the bed was a small tea table with two chairs, beside which stood a fireplace, perfect for warming Shirou, who had been chilled during his journey. On the table rested a crystal ball displaying the view outside the castle. He mused that this must have been how she saw him arriving. Shirou, sit here. Emiya, acting quite the little adult, pulled Shirou's hand and urged him into a chair, while she took a seat opposite him. The chair was slightly too high. preventing her feet from touching the ground, yet she joyfully swayed back and forth. Emiya, thank you. Shirou began to speak, but a maid approached, leaning over to set down a teacup and pouring him a cup of black tea. Shirou wants to inquire about Sakura, doesn't he? Before that, however, I have a question for you. Emiya's demeanor turned serious, prompting Shirou to straighten up, awaiting her next words. Do you know Kuritsugu Emiya? My father? Emiya, do you know him? Shirou was taken aback that Emiya would mention his father at this moment. Emiya is a magician, and so is her father. Could it be that they were acquainted in the past? No, that cannot be. How old is Emiya now? Her father has been deceased for many years. To consider the timeline, when her father was still alive, Emiya could have only just been born, at most. It can be said that they knew each other, but not in any profound sense, which is why I wish to inquire about Shirou, Emiya remarked. Thinking deeply, Shirou began to recount his understanding of Kuritsugu Emiya. He spoke of the fateful night of the Great Fire in Fuyuki, when Kuritsugu had rescued him, leading to his eventual adoption and upbringing. My father's ideals are my own. To become a partner of justice and to uphold righteousness. However, he once imparted to me a poignant truth. There are times when one must make a choice. To save one individual means forsaking another. Reflecting on Kuritsugu's words, Shirou felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. To forsake another, you say? Emiya echoed the sentiment. Nevertheless, I believe that until the very last moment, one must not relinquish hope, seeking a way to save both parties. Or even more. And what if, in the end, no solution can be found? I would stand at the forefront, shielding others with my own body. If someone must perish, then let it be me, Shirou responded resolutely. Chapter 26. I am Shirou's sister, I shall strive for hope. If someone must make a sacrifice, let it be me. Without hesitation, Shirou provided his answer to the question that had once troubled Kuritsugu Emiya. He believed his response was quite satisfactory. However, Emiya's expression reflected displeasure. I do not favor this answer, yet it certainly resonates with Shirou's character. I understand. Emiya rose from her seat, walking to the bedroom window, where she fell into silence while gazing outside. Noting Emiya's apparent distress, Shirou refrained from continuing the conversation, choosing instead to wait patiently for her to speak. After a couple of minutes, Emiya turned back, smiling warmly at Shirou. It's all right. Would you like to know why I inquired about Kuritsugu? Why? Because Kuritsugu was once my father. The revelation left Shirou utterly astonished. Father? Him? Is Emiya's father? What do you mean, was? Kuritsugu betrayed my mother and me. However, those matters from the past do not concern you, so I would prefer not to discuss them further. Wait a moment. If that's the case, it might explain certain things. Shirou pressed his palm to his forehead, reflecting on the past. If Emiya was indeed Kuritsugu's child, several things began to make sense. Emiya, did Kuritsugu often come to see you while he was alive? Not at all. During the last Holy Grail War, he betrayed my mother and me, as well as the Einsburn family, and he has not returned since. Really? Yet, when he was still alive, he would frequently be away for extended periods, returning utterly exhausted and sorrowful, never divulging the reasons for his state. Hearing you say this, I had assumed he was visiting you. Emiya suddenly comprehended the situation. Kuritsugu had not failed to seek her out. Rather, each time he attempted to visit, he was thwarted by the barriers of the Einsburn. He had not forgotten her after all. A wave of emotion surged within Emiya, causing her to turn her head away, her eyes glistening. After a brief pause, Emiya brightened, smiling at Shirou. By the way, I am older than you, so you should call me sister. How is that possible? Emiya is older than me? Shirou was taken aback. No matter how he viewed it, Emiya appeared to be much younger, at most. She resembled an elementary school student. How could she possibly be his sister? Therefore, leave your matters to your sister. You wish to find Sakura, correct? While I cannot pinpoint her exact location, I do know what transpired last night. Is that true? Shirou exclaimed, slapping the table and rising in excitement. However, as I mentioned, you might not want to hear about what happened last night. Emiya began recounting the events she had detected near the church through her familiar. Meanwhile, in the sky, the golden gate swung open, and a boy with a head resembling blue seaweed descended from above, momentarily halting just 5 centimeters from the ground before crashing down. That hurt. Gilgamesh, why did you throw me down like that? How infuriating. Shinji complained, clutching his nose and casting a disgruntled look at the golden-haired man who had followed him down. Gilgamesh, unfazed by Shinji's ungracious reproach, perceived him merely as a jester. To him, no matter how harshly one spoke, It was merely an attempt to elicit laughter. It's just a little pain. Bear with it. Perhaps you should look behind you. An attack is incoming. Huh? What? Shinji turned to see a colossal axe cleaving toward his face. Instantly, panic seized him, and he scrambled to evade the impending strike. Boom. The giant axe struck the ground, shattering the stone tiles and sending Shinji tumbling helplessly. The wielder of the axe was none other than Iliasvil's expressionless maid, Lancelot. Emerging behind her was Sarah. You too. It seems Einsburn has not extended invitations to guests such as yourselves. Huh, a homunculus? Quite exquisitely crafted, Gilgamesh remarked, intrigued by the duo. Just as Lancelot lifted her axe, Sarah intervened, scrutinizing the golden-haired man in the black suit, uncertain of his intentions. If you depart now, we can pretend nothing has transpired. My purpose is the vessel of the Holy Grail. If you wish to perish, then do your utmost to obstruct me for at least another second. The vessel of the Holy Grail? You are Iliasvil's enemy. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's declaration, Lancelot comprehended instantly that he was targeting Iliasvil. Protecting Iliasvil was Lancelot's mission, and without hesitation, she launched her attack. Swish! A flash of golden light cut through the air, and Lancelot's right arm vanished without a trace. A noble phantasm, accompanied by her severed limb, was pinned against the castle wall. Lancelot! Sarah exclaimed as she beheld behind the man the unfolding of hundreds of golden circular gates. Sakura has transformed into that kind of being. She struggled to accept the grim reality she had learned from Iliasvil. The thing she had encountered before was, in fact, Sakura? But why would Sakura do such a thing? Sakura Matu herself lacks the qualifications to become a vessel for the Holy Grail. It remains a mystery what Matu Zoken has done to her, transforming her body into one capable of containing the Grail. Whether she desires it or not, she will instinctively yearn to consume the servants. The essence of the Holy Grail war lies in the Grail devouring the souls of the 7 servants, culminating in the arrival of a true, complete entity. Devouring souls, Shirou murmured. Thus, even if one were to triumph in the Holy Grail war, the realization of wishes would be confined solely to the master. The servants would find their aspirations unattainable, having been deceived. In the end, even those who emerge victorious would merely have their souls consumed by the Grail, serving as fuel for wishes. Sakura is likely gradually losing her human faculties. If you wish to save her, the most crucial point is to prevent her from continuing to devour the heroic spirits. Otherwise, her soul will inevitably succumb to ruin. I understand. Shirou nodded. After sharing this with Shirou, Iliasvil smiled, preparing to say something further when her expression suddenly hardened, her gaze shifting to the window. At this moment, Shirou felt a slight tremor in his heart. Shirou, there is a situation outside, Sasuke interjected, alerting Shirou from the mental realm. Iliasvil raised her voice, calling out towards the door. Berserker. Chapter 27. The War of Demigods in the Garden of the Einsburn Castle. Gilgamesh stood at the heart of the verdant expanse, nostalgia washing over him as he surveyed the scene. This was the very place where, a decade ago, he had reveled in merriment with the Night King and the Conqueror. Alas, time had wrought its changes. Blood stained the garden red, and remnants of flesh and severed limbs littered the ground. The reign of noble phantasms had mercilessly dismembered the 2 maidens. Shinji, witnessing this gruesome tableau, could not suppress a retch, covering his mouth in horror. Yet, soon he felt a surge of pride. To his astonishment, such a formidable servant had sought him out, forging a contract that reinstated him as a master. Albeit without command seals. Command seals were meant to bind servants, but as long as the servant obeyed, their presence was of little consequence, was it not? With this thought, Shinji approached Gilgamesh, a wide smile gracing his face as he clapped a hand upon the hero's shoulder. Hey, you are incredibly powerful. Splendid work, Gilgamesh. I must commend you on your excellence. Humph, what an honor, Gilgamesh replied, observing the hand upon his shoulder with a bemused snort. Had this been a decade prior, such an audacious gesture would have earned Shinji several strikes from noble phantasms. However, after a decade of life in this era, Gilgamesh had gradually acclimatized to his surroundings. Though he found Shinji's behavior distasteful, he held no anger. After all, the young man was merely a jester, a source of entertainment to be humored. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the castle walls crumbled. Berserker leapt from the ruins, shielding Iliasvil, and landed not far from Gilgamesh. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of Sela and Lizelot upon the ground, fury ignited in Iliasvil's eyes. Berserker! Roar! Berserker unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning a tempest that howled through the garden. Shinji dared not approach, retreating to a safe distance as Berserker landed. He knew he could offer no assistance in this battle. Gilgamesh was more than capable of handling everything on his own. The hero Heracles of Greek mythology, your guardian duties are at an end. The gate of Babylon opened behind Gilgamesh, revealing countless noble phantasms poised for action. Shirou, having leapt through the breach created by Berserker, caught Iliasville in his arms. Berserker, with Shirou protecting me, unleash your full strength. Roar. At Iliasville's command, Berserker roared and brandished his axe, charging toward Gilgamesh. Let the mythic battle commence. Hey, this king has yet to finish his proclamation. Before Gilgamesh could complete his sentence, Berserker was already upon him. Swinging his massive axe as several noble phantasms struck Berserker's form with precision. The sharp blade pierced the skin of the Berserker, penetrating flesh and sinew, embedding itself in the muscular form of the Berserker, akin to a small mountain. Yet, the assault did not cease. Weapons rained down upon the Berserker from all directions. Clang. Crash. Ding. The Berserker swung his massive axe, deflecting the incoming armaments, but the onslaught was too relentless, and some weapons breached his defenses, piercing his body. With a splatter, a spear impaled the Berserker's skull. Boom. The Berserker faltered, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. However, mere seconds later, his body ignited in violet flames, all injuries healed. The embedded weapons flung away, and he regained his full vigor. The past you has completed 12 trials of human limits, standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Achieving a demigod's form, transcending after death to become a noble phantasm, possessing 12 lives. Even I, the king, must exert considerable effort to contend with you. Although Gilgamesh extolled the Berserker, his demeanor was utterly disdainful. With hands in his pockets, he leapt onto the rooftop, while weapons continued to rain down upon the Berserker. Seeing that he could not approach Gilgamesh, the Berserker spotted several fragments of stone on the ground and promptly kicked them towards the rooftop where Gilgamesh stood. Whoosh! The weapons struck the stones. That guy is formidable, Shirou thought as he observed the conflict between Gilgamesh and the Berserker, a sense of trepidation enveloping him. If he were to face such a barrage of weapons, he would likely not survive even a second. Only a creature like the Berserker, endowed with multiple lives, could trade life for the opportunity to attack. Indeed troublesome, yet not without means to counter, Sasuke noted, perceiving Gilgamesh's demeanor. He had a method to deal with Gilgamesh, but it required his direct intervention. Shirou, lacking proficiency in ninjutsu and ocular techniques, stood no chance against Gilgamesh. Shinji watched Shirou and Emiya, remaining silent, hiding in the garden's corner. He was not foolish. With Gilgamesh engaged in battle, he was defenseless and harmless, posing no threat to either Shirou or Emiya. If they captured him, his fate would be grim. The Berserker exerted his legs, shattering the ground beneath him, and launched himself like a cannonball. The weapons aimed at the Berserker missed, crashing into the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. TCH. Gilgamesh redirected the onslaught of his noble phantasm. Yet the Berserker exhibited agility that belied his massive stature, deftly evading the attacks on the ground. Whoosh. Splatter. A colossal sword struck the Berserker, cleaving him in two. Blood erupted like a fountain, staining the sky crimson. The Berserker's form stirred once more, enveloped in a radiant light that restored it to its former state. Seizing the colossal axe, it charged toward Gilgamesh with unrelenting ferocity. Damn it! Gilgamesh exclaimed as the Berserker closed in, promptly utilizing the chains of heaven to ensnare the Berserker's form, rendering it utterly immobile, not a single millimeter able to budge. Roar! The Berserker bellowed in fury, struggling in vain against the unyielding grip of the chains of heaven. Gilgamesh breathed a sigh of relief. Having underestimated the Berserker's combat prowess when it was unshackled from the duty of protecting Emiya. The chains of heaven, those of higher divinity, find themselves more susceptible to this binding. In your current state, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter. With a decisive gesture, Gilgamesh unleashed his noble phantasm, piercing through the Berserker's form. Chapter 28. An unexpected intervention bound by the chains of the heavenly lock. Berserker was rendered immobile, emitting a low, beastly growl. The ground shattered beneath the force of his struggles, yet the heavenly lock firmly restrained his limbs and body. In an instant, a rain of noble phantasms tore Berserker's form asunder. However, the bindings of the heavenly lock were inescapable, even by death itself. Berserker maintained his bound posture, resurrecting only to be slain once more by the onslaught of the king of Heroes' treasury. Berserker! Iliasville cried out, her voice filled with anguish. As Shirou held her back, preventing her from rushing to Berserker's side. The once invincible Berserker had fallen in such a manner before the sudden appearance of a golden-haired man. A defeat she could not fathom. This is quite troublesome, Sasuke observed through Shirou's eyes, catching sight of Gilgamesh, feeling a pang of frustration. In his prime, dealing with this individual would pose no challenge, but now, Shirou stood no chance. Berserker had been struck down repeatedly, yet remained ensnared by the heavenly lock, which allowed Gilgamesh to breathe a sigh of relief. The sudden incursion by Berserker had startled him, but with the activation of the heavenly lock, the demigod Heracles was undoubtedly trapped, and the battle seemed concluded. Just as he thought this, a surge of pitch-black magical energy shot forth from the distance. Nanny! The golden-haired man sprang into action, retracting the heavenly lock while simultaneously diverting a chain to pull Shinji, who had been lurking in the shadows, back into the fray. Iliasfeel. Observing through the Sharingan, Shirou realized that the magical attack would surely affect both himself and Emiya, prompting him to embrace her tightly and drop to the ground. Boom. The garden at the castle's center erupted from the magical assault, reducing half of the castle to mere ashes. The remnants of walls and countless shattered stones lay scattered about. As Iliasfeel opened her eyes, she was met with Shirou's somewhat fatigued visage. Shirou, are you all right, Iliasfeel? Although they were not at the epicenter of the explosion, the attack was terror-inducing even for heroes. The aftermath could be lethal for beings of their mortal kind. Yet, both Shirou and Iliasfeel emerged unscathed. Iliasfeel noticed a layer of purple skeletal energy enveloping them, shielding them from the recent assault. What is this? Susanoo. A technique Sasuke has employed. It appears that in the heat of the moment, I instinctively invoked this power residing within the Sharingan. Shirou helped Iliasfeel to her feet, touching his right eye. As they stood, the massive form of Berserker plummeted from the sky to the ground. Though Berserker had narrowly avoided the brunt of the attack, he had only been knocked away, not slain. Gazing toward the direction of the impending attack, he beheld a figure clad in black battle skirts and armor, wielding a dark sword entwined with shadows and adorned with a black mask. The visage of this person struck Shirou with profound astonishment. Saber, he exclaimed, his voice trembling. How could this be? Why had Saber suddenly materialized here? The anxiety that had plagued him for days dissipated instantly. He had feared the worst for Saber. Yet here she stood, unharmed. Although the command spell had vanished, Saber was still alive, and that was a relief. Saber, what transpired earlier? This is wonderful. Shirou retracted his Susanoo and hurried toward her. The Black Knight remained motionless amidst the ruins, but upon hearing Shirou's voice, he reacted, lifting his gaze. Shirou, get away. Emiya suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Ilia's urgent cry from behind, Shirou instinctively slowed his steps, turning to glance back at her. The next moment, a searing pain erupted across his face. This was not the sensation of a weapon piercing his skin. Rather, it was the force of the weapon slicing through the air. A tempest transforming into a blade that gashed his skin. Fool. Before he could fully comprehend the pain etched on his face, Shirou felt someone grasping the collar of his garment from behind. He was pulled back just as the knight's strike missed its mark. Can't you see? She, like Lancer, is under the control of that entity. Archer hurled Shirou back to Ilia's side. Archer? So Tosaka is also. It appears we share the same intent. Both seeking Iliasfeel to form an alliance, but the current circumstances transcend mere cooperation. Rin Tosaka approached them, her expression grave. Berserker rose from the remnants, sweeping away the obstacles in front of him with his colossal axe, standing protectively in front of Emiya as he faced the Black Knight. Interfering in my battle, Saber. Even an old acquaintance after a decade must face retribution, Gilgamesh proclaimed, standing miraculously upon a lamppost in the castle garden, gazing down at the Night King, who was now utterly transformed. You have another opponent to confront, Saber replied, raising her gaze to the lamppost where Gilgamesh stood, directing her enchanted sword towards him. Upon hearing her words, Gilgamesh paused momentarily. From the ground, a black ribbon emerged, enveloping a figure that soon unraveled to reveal a shadowy lancer. Oh, do you wish to avoid battle? After being controlled by that entity, your prowess has diminished considerably, Night King. Gilgamesh mocked, a smirk gracing his lips as he taunted Saber. She remained silent, her attention shifting to Berserker. You have slain Sela and Ligelet, and devastated my castle, Berserker. Eliminate them all. Gilgamesh was momentarily restrained by Lancer, while Emiya held unwavering confidence in Berserker's ability to confront Saber. During their previous encounter, Berserker had dominated the battle against Saber. Roar. Berserker charged at Saber, his colossal axe slicing through the air, aimed directly at Saber's head from the side. Clang! The massive axe collided with the magical sword beside Saber, producing a resonant sound akin to a bell tolling. Saber was lifted off the ground, sent flying by Berserker's strike. In pursuit, Berserker propelled himself forward with tremendous force, launching like a cannonball towards the airborne Saber. Chapter 29. The death struggle in the Black Forest. The clashing sounds between Berserker and Saber reverberated through the air, while Gilgamesh stood aloof on a lamppost, showing no inclination to engage with Lancer below. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he gazed down upon Lancer from his elevated position. It seems that to deal with Berserker and Saber, one must first dispel the mud in the way. You referred to me as a mutt. Lancer's grip on his spear tightened, veins bulging on his forehead. After being tainted by the shadow, all emotions appeared to have evaporated from Lancer, save for the provocation of Gilgamesh's insult, which stirred a flicker of rage in his otherwise impassive expression. Gilgamesh, noticing the spark of anger he had ignited in Lancer, erupted into boisterous laughter, his arrogant mirth echoing in the ears of everyone present. Not only was he amused, within the realm of mental space, Sasuke also burst into laughter. Lancer had become one of the few individuals he detested since arriving here. If Lancer hadn't struck Shirou down from the outset, Sasuke wouldn't have expended so much chakra to resurrect him through the rebirth technique. Moreover, it was Lancer's interference that had led to Saber also being tainted by the shadow. With Lancer provoked, Sasuke found himself reveling in the moment. Oh, have I struck a nerve with the Irish son of light, Si Chulin? Well, I understand you possess the protection of the avoiding arrow. It would indeed be quite a challenge for me to eliminate you. Therefore, I shall refrain from participating in this undignified battle today. Shinji, let us depart. What? You're leaving already? Gilgamesh, you're so powerful. At least, enough with the nonsense. If you wish to remain, then do so at your own peril. Faced with Gilgamesh's sudden wrath, Shinji dared not utter another word, bowing his head as he was unceremoniously dragged away by Gilgamesh from the castle. The noisy jester deserves such treatment from his own servant. But where did he find such a formidable ally? Rin mocked without mercy, yet curiosity about Gilgamesh's origins piqued her interest. Archer projected the legendary sword, Ganjong Moi, preparing for action. Rin, we cannot afford to delve into such matters right now. Upon Archer's reminder, Rin noticed Lancer glaring at them after Gilgamesh's departure. The black-clad warrior's fury had no outlet, and he sought to unleash it upon others. Coincidentally, Rin and her companions were among his intended targets, making them an easy choice. Kukuku, the little girl from the Tosaka family truly has a knack for displaying such na-ved at critical moments, much like your father. From a distance, a decaying voice, heavy with dampness, emerged. Countless insects coalesced into the form of Zoken Matu, grinning wickedly. Michiri, Zoken, how dare you show your face? The moment Shirou laid eyes on Zoken, he conjured the Kusanagi sword, pointing it menacingly at the decrepit old man. Upon learning of Sakura's plight, Shirou resolved that the only person he must eliminate was Zoken. He was absolutely unforgivable. There is no need for you to draw your swords, for your adversary is not me, Zoken chuckled ominously. Whoosh, whoosh. Short blades shot forth from the shadows. Clang, ding. Archer and Shirou deftly deflected the blades with their weapons. Is that assassin? Shirou activated his Sharingan, tracking the hidden figure lurking within the trees. Although capturing Assassin's form with the Sharingan was not particularly challenging, his A-ranked presence concealment made it exceedingly difficult to perceive him when he was not attacking. Thus, the moment of attack was the only opportunity. Whoosh. Now, Shirou and Archer simultaneously launched their strikes. The Kusanagi and the Jiangan hurled towards the source of the incoming blades. The Jiangan intercepted one blade, while the Kusanagi pierced into the forest, accompanied by a scream. The Kusanagi had struck true. Yet, the damage inflicted upon Assassin was minimal. Even the weakest of heroic spirits could not be slain by a single sword blow. Boom! Two figures plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater, the shockwave toppling everyone around. Shirou activated his Susanoo once more, cradling Rin and Iliasviel as they fell to the ground. Berserker's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Berserker, as the master, Iliasviel was acutely aware, through their magical connection, of how many lives Berserker had left. He had but 3 lives remaining. During their aerial confrontation, it appeared as though countless exchanges had transpired, yet Saber bore no visible wounds, while Berserker had lost a life, indicating that Saber had grown significantly stronger than before. This is bad. Shirou, we must flee. Rin reacted swiftly, pulling Shirou and Iliasville away in preparation for their escape. Berserker was no match for Saber. Lancer's prowess had been evident in their previous encounter, having grown remarkably stronger, with Gilgamesh and Shinji having retreated. And Zoken and Assassin lurking menacingly on the periphery, the situation was dire. Most importantly, with Lancer and Saber present, it was certain that the enigmatic shadow would also manifest here. Initially seeking to ally with Iliasville, Shirou found himself in a perilous predicament. However, in the next moment, an unexpected calamity unfolded. The sky above the entire forest suddenly became shrouded in a dense veil of black. What on earth is that? Rin gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before her. It seems to obstruct our path. It appears that battle is unavoidable. Archer steeled himself, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. Lancer brandished his spear, appearing before Archer in a flash, the spear tip thrusting forth like a streak of crimson lightning. Clash! The twin blades crossed over the long spear, deflecting the attack, and the sparks that erupted faintly illuminated the faces of the two combatants in the night. Lancer, you have already fallen into the abyss. And what of it? Lancer responded nonchalantly. In an instant, they exchanged more than 10 blows. In the initial clash, the two appeared evenly matched in close combat. However, this time, each strike from Lancer, empowered by formidable magical energy, surpassed the last in ferocity. Archer's weapon was shattered, yet he swiftly projected a new pair, barely managing to withstand Lancer's onslaught. Chapter 30. The Dark Celestial Dog Susanoo, as Berserker was resurrected by the noble phantasm. Countless black ribbons ensnared him the moment he rose, rivaling the bindings of the celestial lock. Come back, Berserker. Iliasville's magical sigils ignited, releasing a radiant crimson glow. Yet, as the light faded, Berserker remained bound and unable to resist. It is futile. A heroic spirit ensnared by that entity possesses no capacity for defiance. Matuziken remarked, gazing at the shadow with a smile reminiscent of an artist admiring a prized masterpiece. Roar! Berserker, having exhausted his strength, let out a feeble cry as his massive axe clattered to the ground. The multitude of black ribbons coiled around him, and astonishingly, the shadow engulfed Berserker's mountainous form entirely. Berserker! Ilia cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Once, it was Berserker who had rescued her from a pack of wolves on a snowy mountain, vowing to protect her always. Yet now, at this moment, such a promise appeared destined to end in tragedy. Shirou tightly grasped Ilia, preventing her from rushing towards Berserker. At the instant of Berserker's consumption, he caught a glimpse of the heroic spirit's gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. After devouring Berserker, the shadow hovered nearby, eerily still and rotating, resembling an inanimate object. However, in Shirou's eyes, it bore a resemblance to Sakura. His heart raced. Before the battle had commenced, in Ilia's room, she had recalled the events that transpired near the church the previous night. This is bad. Berserker has also been consumed. We must leave at once. Rin forged a path ahead with her magic, while Shirou swiftly lifted Ilia and pursued her. Tears streamed down Ilia's face as she desperately reached out towards the direction of Berserker, yet she could no longer touch his form. Simultaneously, the red sigil on the back of her delicate hand began to fade. Blocked by that entity, we are no more than fish in a barrel in this forest. Assassin, you may proceed, but beware of Shirou Emiya, Matuziken commanded. Immediately, Assassin screeched and dashed towards the direction the trio had fled. In the forest, the three of them ran, the sounds of battle fading in the distance. The outcome was clear. Either Archer had perished or fallen into enemy hands, or he had evaded Lancer's assault and was devising a strategy to counterattack. However, the persistence of the sigil on Rin's hand indicated that the former was nearly impossible. Yet, in the next moment, a crimson figure burst through the dense foliage, crashing before the three of them. Archer! Rin exclaimed in panic as she rushed forward. Archer is now battered and bruised, his spiritual attire tattered and torn. In just a short while, the blood seeping from his wounds has pooled beneath him. Berserker has been devoured, Saber and Lancer are attacking in tandem, and it's becoming overwhelming. Gah! Archer spat out a mouthful of blood, prompting Tosaka to hastily use a gem to mend his injuries. Whoosh! A blood-red spear was thrust forward, hurtling toward Archer like a javelin. Clang! Shirou intercepted the attack with his sword. The spear spun mid-air before landing in the hands of the black-clad Lancer, accompanied by another shadowy figure. Saber! Shirou gazed at his former servant, his emotions tumultuous. Why, Saber? Have you been controlled? I am not under anyone's control. My perspective has simply shifted. The Shirou of now is no longer my master, Saber replied candidly. It was not a matter of control, but rather a fundamental change in her ideals. After being enveloped by that thing, she is Saber, yet not Saber. It is futile. Shirou, it appears she is not the original Saber anymore. Whether through reversal or corruption, it signifies that the Saber we once knew shall not return. The current her is indeed a servant of that thing, is it not? Indeed, Rin's explanation elicited a nod from Saber. Iliasville unleashed her magic, transforming two silver birds into blades that shot towards Saber and Lancer. Return my berserker to me. Iliasville acted swiftly, and Rin immediately followed suit, unleashing a barrage of dark energy that confined their evasive maneuvers. Lancer swung his spear, deftly deflecting their attacks. Saber gripped her magical sword, terrifying power radiating from its blade, as a tremendous force scattered the surrounding earth and stone. Not good. Shirou's eyes widened in alarm. That was an attack powerful enough to annihilate Berserker. If it struck Tosaka and Iliasville, they would surely be reduced to ashes. Archer struggled to rise, but his injuries rendered him immobile. Shirou Emiya. He shouted towards Shirou in fury. Oh! Shirou positioned himself in front of Iliasville and Rin. Boom! Like a beam of light. The magic unleashed by Saber flattened the area before her in a fan-shaped arc. Smoke billowed, obscuring vision, as Saber raised her magical sword, summoning a wind barrier to disperse the dust. A purple Susanoo loomed before her, a semi-transparent figure resembling a half-human clad in Tengu armor. The spiritual realm Sasuke expressed surprise. Has she summoned the Tengu form of Susanoo? Shirou's progress surpassed his wildest expectations. It appeared that he was akin to Naruto, that underdog, who thrived in the face of adversity, capable of transcending his limits and growing stronger when the situation seemed most dire. What Sasuke has taught me is far from limited. Shirou gasped, exerting himself as he commanded his Susanoo. The manifestation of the divine, clad in armor, wielded a long black sword, striking towards Saber. Clang! The sword clashed against Saber's magical blade. Though Saber managed to parry the blow, she was ultimately overpowered by the might of Susanoo and was sent hurtling away. After delivering that powerful strike, Susanoo gradually dissipated, leaving Shirou drenched in sweat, panting as if he had just run a marathon. Shirou, Rin hurriedly rushed to support him, only to be forcefully pushed away by him. Chapter 31. The inevitable shot. Fall back. I will hold them off. But, do you not hear me telling you to run? Shirou shouted angrily at Rin. Taken aback by Shirou's reprimand for the first time, Rin found herself momentarily lost. At that moment, Iliasville grasped Rin's arm, pulling her back. Trust Shirou, Rin. I understand. Rin Tosaka rushed to assist Archer, and together with Ilias, they began to move towards the edge of the forest. Don't think you can escape, huh? Just as Lancer was about to pursue them, he was met with the sound akin to the cries of countless birds echoing in his ears. A brilliant blue light blocking his path. The Kusanagi sword projected by Shirou radiated with the brilliance of 1,000 birds, transforming into the 1,000-bird blade. Within the forest, a multitude of birds took flight, soaring into the sky. Clang, bang, clash. Amidst the forest, two figures intertwined, their weapons colliding with resounding force, each strike igniting fierce sparks. The projected weapon, lacking substance, was merely an empty shell and therefore had poor durability, shattering easily. Yet, the Kusanagi sword imbued with the essence of 1,000 birds significantly enhanced its endurance. Even in a fierce exchange with Lancer's spear, it would not easily break. And with the blessing of the 1,000 birds, Shirou's speed increased exponentially. However, ultimately Lancer's superior physique as a heroic spirit, combined with his experience, forced Shirou to retreat. Shirou caught Lancer's thrust, his body unable to withstand the force, sliding backward rapidly and leaving 2 long marks on the ground. Damn it, Shirou's arms trembled, the impact from Lancer's spear numbing his limbs. Moreover, he struggled to adapt to wielding the Kusanagi sword as a one-handed weapon. In his mind, perhaps Archer's dual blades would suit him better. With this thought, an epiphany struck Shirou. The Susanoo he had recently summoned appeared to have formed a sword using the manifestation of the Divine Sword. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Divine Sword Manifestation, blade. Seething black flames coalesced into the shape of a sword, gripped tightly in Shirou's left hand, while his right hand held the Kusanagi sword imbued with the essence of the 1,000 birds. This kid, has he actually comprehended the transformation of the Divine Sword himself? To manifest the divine sword as a blade in his hand was significantly more challenging than doing so within the Susanoo, Sasuke marveled. Seeing that Lancer was momentarily unable to subdue Shirou, Assassin lurked in the shadows, preparing to bypass the battlefield in pursuit of the retreating Rin and the others. While he might struggle against a fully powered archer, a severely weakened archer would be an easy target. However, such a trivial maneuver was glaringly apparent to Shirou. Amaterasu. A stream of black flames intercepted the only route of escape, igniting even the forest itself. Do not think you can step past here. Shirou's eyes widened in fury. Bloodshot and filled with determination, he had resolved to lay down his life here, for Rin and the others. He could never hope to surpass these 3 heroic spirits. Yet even at the cost of his own life, he must strive to secure an escape for Tosaka and the others. He could no longer concern himself with the ominous presence surrounding them. The threat posed by the 3 heroic spirits took precedence. I will not participate. I leave it to you to kill him, Assassin mumbled, retreating to the side. Despite being a heroic spirit, his combat prowess as an assassin was limited. In a direct confrontation, even a moderately skilled mage could easily defeat him. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of black mana erupted from the depths of the forest. It was Saber's attack. As the assault approached, Shirou instinctively raised his hand. Heavenly Judgment. Boom. The repulsion scattered the attack, and Shirou sensed that the chakra belonging to Sasuke within him had diminished significantly since the beginning. At this rate of consumption, he would likely not last more than 10 minutes. Saber emerged swiftly from the direction of the attack. It was not so much flying as it was her incredible speed, making it appear as though she was gliding across the ground. With her sword pointed at Shirou, she charged forward with blinding speed. Clang! Shirou swung his sword to parry her strike. This was untenable. Faced with 3 adversaries, he could not afford to merely defend. He had to take the initiative, or he would be rendered increasingly passive. To seize control of the situation was essential for finding a chance to survive. Shirou did not relent after blocking the attack. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Saber with both blades. His strength was lacking, and Saber could easily deflect his blows with minimal effort. However, his speed was remarkable, and the intricate series of attacks formed a semicircular sphere before Saber's eyes. In the brief moments of his onslaught, Shirou detected a flaw in Saber's defensive movements and landed a kick against her breastplate, forcing her to stagger backward. Using the momentum from that kick, Shirou swiftly leaped back. Fire release, great fireball technique. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball directed at Saber. With Sasuke's eyes and chakra, Shirou's ninjutsu training did not require the gradual progression of a novice. Mastering the method allowed him to unleash techniques rivaling those of the Shadow class. The monstrous fireball surged forth, but Saber unleashed her own formidable mana to disperse it. Shirou was struck by the edges of the released magic and sent crashing to the ground, feeling as though all his bones were shattering. Cough. He struggled to rise, just in time to see Lancer gathering mana, the spear in his hand radiating a dark violet glow. This was bad. Shirou's heart raced. That was the very technique Lancer had used to attack Saber earlier, unleashing the true name of his noble phantasm, a decisive strike of fate. The spear of piercing thorns. Lancer lunged forward, crossing several meters in an instant to stand before Shirou. The spear thrust forward with ferocious intent. This strike was aimed directly at Shirou's heart. Heavenly Judgment. Shirou once again wielded the Gibalg, and although his spear was momentarily obstructed, it gradually pierced through the repulsive force, thrusting forward. It's futile. We must devise another strategy. In the realm of mental space, Sasuke felt a tinge of urgency as his gaze fixated on the figure behind Lancer. Shirou, mirroring Sasuke's intent, directed his attention likewise. With a resounding thrust, the spear penetrated the heart, unleashing a torrent of crimson blood. A chilling wail escaped the lips of the one fatally struck. The cloaked servant, clad in black, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his heart shattered by the spear, dissipating into azure particles carried away by the wind. Observing the demise of Assassin, Lancer furrowed his brow slightly. The multitude of abilities possessed by Shirou rendered him an unpredictable adversary. Even with an inexhaustible reservoir of magical energy at their disposal, they found it exceedingly challenging to contend with him. Chapter 32. Infinite Sword, Arda. Shirou gasped, a sudden cry of pain escaping his lips as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The blade of his grounded sword, the earthly fate's sword, dissipated at once, and the brilliance of the thousand birds' blade faded, transforming back into an ordinary kusanagi. Pain coursed through half of his body. as if 1,000 needles were piercing him simultaneously. Your magical circuits cannot sustain such a battle at this moment. Although Sasuke lacked an understanding of magic, he discerned the underlying issue at a glance, a consequence of Shirou's body gradually acclimating to the strain, an affliction that neither he nor Shirou could rectify through sheer willpower. Saber and Lancer raised their weapons, their predatory gazes fixed upon him, sending Shirou's heart plummeting into despair. In the forest, Rin Tosaka supported Archer against a great tree, allowing him to rest. It was unfeasible to carry him onward. He needed to regain a semblance of mobility. She took out a gemstone and utilized its magical energy to heal Archer, mending his visible wounds. Yet, the injuries Archer bore were far beyond mere superficialities. Archer, how do you feel now? Archer? Noticing Archer's vacant stare, Rin called his name once more. It was only after she repeated it that Archer snapped back to reality, a smile gracing his lips. Honestly, what is there to smile about at a time like this? It reminds me of the last time you healed me with a gemstone. The last time? Yes, indeed, the last time. Archer gazed deeply into Rin's exquisite eyes, offering only those 2 words, leaving further explanation unspoken. Iliasville observed Archer's demeanor in silence, choosing instead to remain vigilant of their surroundings. They were far from safe. Shirou had engaged the servants, yet that thing still loomed at the periphery, obstructing their escape. Fortunately, it appeared disinclined to attack, perhaps viewing them as mere playthings, toying with them like a cat with a mouse, or perhaps simply unaware of their presence altogether. Having expended a considerable amount of gemstones, Rin managed to heal most of Archer's wounds. On the surface, he seemed untroubled. He then stood, flexing his wrist, determination illuminating his gaze. Take care, Tosaka. Rin was momentarily taken aback by Archer's use of her surname. He had always referred to her as Rin, and the formal address of Tosaka carried an air reminiscent of that person. Thud. He struck Rin with a swift blow to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Are you going? Iliasville watched the entire scene unfold. It must be me who goes. Only I can perish here. Is it truly you, Shirou? Iliasville, I entrust Rin to your care. She must not meet her end here. Archer handed Rin over to Iliasville. He has discerned the essence of that thing. Compared to magicians like Rin and Emiya, it will prioritize attacking a heroic spirit such as himself. Thus, if he departs, Emiya and Rin will momentarily be safe. The clash of blades resounded through the forest, a symphony of metallic echoes. The Kusanagi sword is indestructible, yet this was merely a projection's empty shell, shattered by Saber-'s strike in the absence of Chidori's attachment. The tremendous force sent Shirou hurtling backward, crashing against a great tree. If things go awry, attempt to use shadow clones to find an opportunity to retreat, Sasuke urged, having no other recourse but to persuade Shirou to employ a technique commonly favored by Naruto. After all, he could not perish here. Should we retreat now? They will pursue Emiya and Tosaka, Shirou replied, shaking his head as he steadied himself against the tree. He wished to project a new weapon, but his internal magical energy had waned, and he could only manifest a mere illusion. The phantom dissipated in his grasp before even lasting half a second. My chakra is insufficient as well, Sasuke remarked gravely. While Shirou had not employed particularly chakra-consuming techniques, the frequency of his usage had taken its toll. Under the relentless assault of 2 servants, Shirou had to take the initiative, launching a stronger offensive to regain control. Is this where it ends? Shirou knelt on the ground, gazing up at the 2 servants before him. Suddenly, a floating shadow emerged in his field of vision. Eerie and chilling, having learned from Emiya of the events that transpired at the church last night. The visage of that shadow began to coalesce with a familiar figure in Shirou's mind. Saber and Lancer, poised to attack, seemed as though they had been commanded to stand still in the presence of that thing, frozen in place. Sakura, is it you? Shirou tentatively inquired. Silence enveloped them. The only sound was the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. Suddenly, the 2 servants retreated swiftly. A multitude of weapons descended from the sky in an instant. Shirou looked up, initially believing it to be Gilgamesh, only to find the newcomer was none other than Archer, clad in crimson. The shadow did not retreat. All the weapons that fell upon it were instantaneously rendered void. Archer, what of Tosaka and the others? They are unharmed, Archer interposed, positioning himself before Shirou. Shirou Emiya, tread carefully upon the path you now choose. A companion of justice is not necessarily the road you must take. Pause and reflect. What you truly desire may not be what you have relentlessly pursued. What are you talking about, fool? Behold, This is the final stand that a failed Shirou Emiya can achieve on another path. Archer's sudden outburst interrupted Shirou's words. Saber and Lancer immediately launched their assault. I am the bone of my sword. Archer raised his right hand, summoning forth a magnificent shield, blooming like a flower. Layer upon layer, 1, 2, 3, until the 7th layer. A blazing celestial sevenfold ring. That was the only defensive noble phantasm possessed by Archer. The assaults from Saber and Lancer, for a fleeting moment, were unable to penetrate the shield projected by the bowman. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. As Saber and Lancer continued their onslaught, the shield began to shatter. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, realizing that conventional attacks could not fully breach this defense. The Dark Swordsman raised his enchanted blade, drawing forth a terrifying surge of magical energy from all directions. Excalibur, the unleashed noble phantasm, released a devastating beam of light, pouring forth its overwhelming magical power upon Archer's shield. Crack! The 7 layers of the shield shattered one after another. Unlimited blade works. As Archer uttered the final words of his incantation, the world transformed. The forest morphed into barren land, and swords, like tombstones, were embedded into this desolate expanse. Chapter 33. 3-minute Shirou gazed upon the unfamiliar realm before him, a sudden wave of familiarity surging from the depths of his heart. A crackling sound resonated as the magical circuits flickered momentarily, evoking a sense of connection to this world, as if it were intertwined with a distant memory. From this ethereal landscape, he sensed an aura of profound sorrow and desolation. The final layer of the blazing celestial sevenfold ring shattered, and Saber's noble phantasm was likewise dissipated alongside the destruction of the shield. Archer, what is this? Is this world your noble phantasm? The Archer remained silent, standing resolutely before Shirou, shielding him from Saber and Lancer, as well as the ominous shadow lurking behind the 2 servants. You must realize that you cannot perish here. If you die, who will save that girl? Are you referring to Sakura? Before Shirou could continue his dialogue with Archer, the Shadow's black ribbons surged forth like the tentacles of a sea monster, extending in all directions. The areas they touched began to dissolve, akin to cream sinking into water, gradually revealing a glimpse of a forest corner. Is this magic layered upon reality? Sasuke discerned the nature of the phenomenon. Initially believing it to be a grand illusion, he now recognized it as a potent form of magic capable of rewriting reality to a certain extent, akin to space-time ninjutsu. Yet, this technique was overwhelmingly powerful, forcibly drawing them all into this realm. The weapons scattered across the ground suggested that this place was undoubtedly Archer's own armory. Not on my watch. Seeing the shadow encroaching upon his bounded field, Archer immediately intensified his magical output, swiftly rewriting the barrier. The areas consumed by the encroachment were instantaneously restored to their former glory. A multitude of weapons hovered behind Archer, launching an assault on Saber and Lancer. A rain of weapons descended upon the 2 servants. Each swing of Saber's sword unleashed a torrent of magical energy, consuming the onslaught entirely. Meanwhile, Lancer effortlessly deflected all attacks using the protection of his evasive arrows. Witnessing the striking resemblance of this assault to that of Gilgamesh, Shirou was momentarily stunned, forgetting his own pain as he fixated on Archer's silhouette. Every sword in this world was a manifestation of projection magic. 3 minutes. Huh. What did you? The 3 words uttered by Archer left Shirou momentarily speechless. Bang! Archer forcefully pushed Shirou, and in an instant, the realm before him faded from view. No. It was more accurate to say that he was expelled from the bounded field. Before him lay the familiar forest. The devastation wrought by their recent battle leaving the ground pockmarked, with remnants of magical turbulence still lingering in certain areas. Archer had confined their foes within the barrier, granting himself the precious time to escape. You wretched fellow. Shirou felt that Archer was truly insufferable, a source of incessant annoyance. He took a moment to steady his breath. 3 minutes. That was the last message Archer had imparted to him. Shirou. Ilya, are you all right? As he turned upon hearing his name called, Shirou saw Ilya. Petite, yet resolute, struggling to carry Rin Tosaka's body towards him. He hurried over and hoisted Rin onto his back. Ilya, we must leave at once. It was imperative to vacate the area swiftly. Once they returned home, he could momentarily breathe easy. At the very least, the Holy Grail War was conducted in secrecy, far removed from the city's chaos. With Rin on his back and Emiya by his side, Shirou descended the mountain, his weary body protesting every step. Upon reaching the Emiya residence, he encountered a familiar figure. HM? Oh. Shirou. Why are you? Wait. What happened to you? Though outwardly unreliable, Taiga Fujimura was no longer a girl in her youth. Seeing Shirou battered and accompanied by two girls, she rushed over, taking Rin from his arms. Shirou hadn't anticipated being seen in such a state by Taiga, but given the dire circumstances he had just escaped, he found himself unable to conceal the truth. Once inside, Taiga insisted he sit down so she could tend to his wounds. Although Emiya and Rin appeared rather disheveled from their escape, they bore no apparent injuries, unlike Shirou, who had been on the front lines of the conflict. Noticing Taiga tending to Shirou's wounds, Emiya excused herself to take a shower, while Rin remained unconscious. Ouch! The iodine swab pressed against Shirou's arm caused him to instinctively flinch. He bore numerous wounds, his clothing soaked in blood. Fortunately, these were merely superficial injuries, with no damage to bone or internal organs. Endure the pain. Shirou gritted his teeth and bore the discomfort, extending his arm for Taiga to bandage him. This person, only a few years his senior, only assumed a guardian's role in moments like this. All done. What a hassle. You're so battered that you've nearly depleted our supply of bandages. Taiga exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from her brow as she voiced her grievances. Unable to explain the origins of his injuries, Shirou could only manage an awkward smile, refraining from countering her complaints. You've always healed remarkably fast from childhood injuries. These should be mere scrapes and should heal within a couple of days, Taiga remarked as she prepared to leave. Shirou felt a twinge of unease. Why didn't she inquire about what had transpired? Taiga. HM. Taiga turned back, a puzzled expression on her face. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm in this condition? Shirou summoned his courage to voice the question that weighed heavily on his mind. In truth, he wished to express these thoughts, for Sister Tika was his sole family in this world, the only one with whom he could confide. Yet, she was not a magician, and such matters could not be conveyed to her. Dea revealed a gentle smile. When I first met Kiritsugu, I knew he was no ordinary man. After he purchased this estate from our family, I kept a watchful eye on him for quite some time. Father, you mean? Kiritsugu is far from average. As his adopted son, how could you ever settle for mediocrity? I had long been prepared for the fact that Kiritsugu would usher you into a realm inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, I have faith in you and in Kiritsugu. Therefore, Shirou, there is no need for you to explain anything to me. If you require my presence, I am always here. If you do not, I will still remain steadfastly present. With that, Dea embraced the clothes Shirou had changed out of and departed from the living room. Chapter 34. The nocturnal conversations of Ilias feel the vistas that unfold before her eyes resemble the very depths of hell. Nay, they are even more terrifying than hell itself. In the inferno of a burning city, there are no anguished cries of suffering, for only a solitary survivor remains. The innocence that once sparkled in the child's eyes has long since vanished, leaving only a numbing void. Until she was rescued by that man. Why was she the only one to be saved? She should have perished alongside the others in that cataclysm. Since she was spared, it is her duty to save others. A form of atonement for the life she was meant to lose, honoring those who have departed. Mastering the arcane arts, bidding farewell to loved ones. She embarks on a journey. Her footsteps leave imprints across the globe. Yet, in the end, she did not die as a champion of justice, but rather met her demise amidst condemnation and scorn, sent to the gallows by those whom she once rescued with her own hands. Nonetheless, Shirou Emiya's journey did not cease. In life, he forged a contract with the Counter-Guardian to save the lives of hundreds, exchanging their fates for his own. In death, he became the Counter-Guardian's emissary. Also known as the Protector, time holds no significance for him. In order to fulfill the will of the Counter-Guardian, he traverses through various epochs and regions. In the war-torn territories, wielding a longbow, his precision surpasses that of the most sophisticated sniper rifle, as if drawing the bowstring is merely a mechanical act. To rescue some, he must forsake others. The majority indeed outweigh the few, a mathematical fact even an elementary student could comprehend. Yet, within him, there resides not a trace of joy. When did this begin? To kill for the sake of saving another, to slay one to spare two, to take the life of 9 to save 10, to sacrifice 900 to spare 1,000. Shirou Emiya's sense of justice ultimately crumbled beneath the weight of these unintended slaughters. Indeed, such killings did save more lives. And those he felled were not inherently wicked. Amidst the plague, he personally claimed the lives of thousands of innocents, preventing the spread of disease and sparing countless from suffering. Yet, when he closes his eyes, the terror-stricken faces of the innocents he has slain and their venomous curses echo incessantly in his mind. Aha! Shirou gasped for breath, unable to endure the dread and revulsion swelling within him, and jolted awake from his nightmares. However, before he could regain his composure, a figure radiating a soft white light enveloped him in an embrace. Held tightly, a small hand tenderly caressed his hair, and his racing heart gradually found its rhythm. It was a profound sense of reassurance, more intense than ever before, akin to a mother's embrace, as if all the world's calamities had been kept at bay, unable to inflict harm upon him. Iliasville. Once his heart settled, he realized that it was Iliasville who held him. Ah, yes. He had brought Iliasville home last night. But how had she come to be in his room? Don't worry, Shirou. Iliasville, clad in her nightclothes, gently stroked his hair, allowing him to rest his head in her embrace. You had a nightmare, didn't you? Indeed, I had anticipated this outcome before I fell asleep. Thus I have been keeping a vigilant watch over your circumstances. You say you knew all along. Ilya responded with a hint of detachment. I am also aware of Archer's true identity. Shirou's gaze dimmed, although the ideal of being a companion of justice had always been his aspiration. Witnessing the tragic path his life had taken in pursuit of that ideal filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. Archer wishes for me to abandon my ideals. In his dreams, Shirou absorbed all that the heroic spirit Emiya had experienced. Coming to understand the purpose he served in this holy grail war, to alter his past self and relinquish the ideal of a companion of justice. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to his own demise. Yet, he sacrificed himself for you, which indicates that you are already treading the alternate path he envisioned for you. Is that so? Shirou pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Indeed, it must be, for if Shirou were truly to become like Archer, he would certainly take it upon himself to eliminate Sakura before she became a source of calamity, wouldn't he? Shirou fell silent. Presently, his answer would be in the negative. Yet had time been reversed to a few weeks prior, he might have acted just so. However, the matter concerning Archer had momentarily allowed him to forget about Sakura, and now, revisiting her name cast a shadow over his heart once more. The entity that had claimed Saber and Berserker was, astonishingly, the embodiment of Sakura. Did this imply that Sakura had irrevocably become his adversary? On several occasions, that shadow had sought to bring about their demise. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Shirou. You must rest well. Whatever may arise, I shall face it alongside you. Ilya, what can I say? I am, after all, Shirou's sister. Ilya declared with a proud lift of her small chin, though Shirou thought of her as a high school girl acting like an elementary student. He refrained from voicing this sentiment, opting instead for an awkward smile. Now, Shirou, do you know what I thought the first time I heard of your existence? What was it? I wanted to kill you, to have Berserker tear you apart. Eh? Shirou gasped, recalling that indeed, during their initial encounter, Ilya had urged Berserker to dispose of them. However, her attitude had since taken a complete turn. I harbored resentment, believing that Kiritsugu had betrayed Mother and me, while he continued to live a leisurely life with you as his son. But later, I came to understand that things were not as I had imagined and learned from you that Kiritsugu had sought me out. As Ilya spoke, a hint of sorrow crept into her expression. In the dimly lit room, the light in her eyes shimmered, a testament to a young girl struggling to hold back her tears. In the past, he believed that Kiritsugu had callously abandoned both mother and daughter. However, upon reflection, he realized that Kiritsugu was merely obstructed by Einsburn, unable to find a way to see them. Kiritsugu is a partner of justice, and for that very reason, like Archer, he is compelled to confront this world through a distorted lens of values and actions. Father left with a smile in the end, Shirou suddenly remarked. Seemingly out of the blue, yet Ilya responded to his words with a gentle smile. Kiritsugu Emiya's life was filled with regrets, longings, remorse, and helplessness. Nonetheless, in his final days, he found happiness in Shirou's companionship. Ilya felt a sense of relief. By the way, Shirou, the magic you wield must originate from the soul of Sasuke within you, correct? Indeed, but it's not magic, it's ocular techniques and ninjutsu, Shirou affirmed, nodding. He no longer found it strange that Ilya possessed such intricate knowledge. After all, she had managed to uncover even the details regarding Sakura, indicating that if she truly wished to know, he, as a mere amateur, could not conceal any secrets from her. Chapter 35. Have you heard of magic restoration? In the basement of the church in Fuyuki City, The battle in the forest had subsided. Both Saber and Lancer were enveloped by the shadows, vanishing from sight. A surge of magical energy flowed along with the shadows into the church's depths. Oh no, it's here. A young girl collapsed to her knees, curling her body as if enduring immense agony. Ryder, standing beside her, looked on with concern but found herself powerless to assist. What will become of me if this continues? The girl gasped, lying on the ground for a moment to catch her breath, gradually regaining her composure. She leaned against the wall and stood up, her eyes void of life as they stared ahead. I truly am a bad child for having harmed my senior, she whispered to herself. After a brief moment, she finally straightened her posture. It is time to seek out my grandfather. A faint smile graced Sakura's lips. The shadows materialized beside her, unfurling countless black ribbons that wrapped around her form, transforming into her attire. Her formerly purple hair began to fade, replaced by a pure white hue. This sensation. At last, I possess the strength to protect you, my senior. The two merged into one, or rather, they were always one, previously divided but now reunited. Almost there. Sakura lowered her head, letting out a soft chuckle. Ryder had been her initial servant. Saber, Lancer, and Berserker had all fallen under her influence. Archer, Assassin, and Caster had perished, consumed by her. In this Holy Grail war, it was now Sakura's stage alone. From the cracks in the basement walls and windows, various insects emerged, converging to form the visage of Matuzoken. Hee, Sakura, it seems you have grown. Indeed, she had matured as the Holy Grail. With a calm expression, Sakura turned to face her grandfather. Grandfather. Sakura, my dear, Assassin was slain by Lancer. I now require a servant to act on my behalf. Why not grant me Lancer? Of course, grandfather. Sakura replied, relinquishing control over Lancer. Lancer appeared out of thin air, still tainted by the shadows, dark and eerie, devoid of a command seal. Yet Lancer obeyed Matuzoken's commands completely, sustained by Sakura's magical energy. Then go and eliminate that worthless descendant. I can't believe that after a moment's inattention, he was deceived by a dangerous individual. Matuzoken, accompanied by Lancer, transformed into countless insects and departed. Sakura remained in place as Ryder approached her side. Sakura. At Ryder's gentle call, Sakura did not respond, instead gazing down at her chest. Why must I heed the words of my grandfather? At present, there exists a formidable challenge. It appears that the abilities of Sasuke may soon become inaccessible to me. Why? Emiya inquired anxiously upon hearing Shirou's statement. Their party comprised only 3 individuals, Rin, Emiya, and Shirou. Lacking even a servant, it seemed nearly impossible to contend against Sakura's formidable trio of servants, not to mention the ever-drifting Gilgamesh. Their sole hope rested upon Shirou. Sasuke mentioned that when I initially began training with chakra, the amount I could extract was meager, and within me, he exists solely as a spirit, making the extraction of chakra quite challenging. Each bit I utilize diminishes my reserves. Previously, I relied on the power of the Rinnegan to absorb some of Rin's magical energy, which Sasuke then converted into chakra for my use. However, that was a one-time opportunity. I cannot continuously seek chances to siphon magical energy from her in the heat of battle. Should Rin discover that Shirou had likened her to a mere power bank, she would undoubtedly be incensed, perhaps even hurling stones in indignation. So, you mean to say that you can convert the magical energy you absorb from others into chakra? That's one way to interpret it. Shirou hesitated, finding no fault in that understanding, and nodded affirmatively. Emiya pondered for a moment before suddenly jolting in realization. Shirou gazed at Emiya, perplexed as her face began to flush, uncertain of what thoughts had crossed her mind. Noting Shirou's bewildered expression, Emiya turned her head in a huff, yet covertly stole glances at him. Shirou was utterly baffled. I'm not saying that. There's just no way. Emiya finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Really? Is there a solution? Well, if it's Shirou, it might indeed be possible. After all, I really like Shirou. Emiya seemed to have come to a realization, instantly relaxing and revealing a charming smile. Shirou, utterly confused, felt as though he were a monk unable to grasp the meaning of a riddle. Emiya had been speaking to herself, leaving him in the dark. Hey, Shirou, why don't you lie down? What's wrong? Are you tired? If so, it might be best to rest now and discuss matters in the morning. Upon hearing Emiya suggest lying down, Shirou agreed that it was indeed quite late. A proper rest was essential to prepare for the unpredictable battles that lay ahead. Would you like me to escort you back to your room, Emiya? No, I want to sleep with Shirou. With me? Only then did Shirou realize that although Emiya had urged him to lie down, she had no intention of leaving. They both settled down together. The white-haired girl shifted from her previous position of cradling her head to lying in his embrace, resting her head upon his arm. Emiya, are you perhaps afraid to sleep alone? Shirou ventured to voice his speculation. Having previously resided in a castle, the vastness of such an environment must surely be daunting for a child like Emiya, particularly at night. It is likely that Sarah and Ligilite would accompany her to sleep. Wouldn't they? Honestly, does Shirou see me as a mere child? What do you mean by that? It's not like, wait. Shirou's words faltered as he suddenly realized. Emiya had once mentioned that she was older than he. With this thought, a wave of embarrassment washed over Shirou. If Emiya were indeed younger than him, it would mean a high school student was soothing a little child to sleep, given that Emiya appeared to be no older than an elementary school student. However, if Emiya was indeed his senior and the child of his father, then Shirou ought to address her as sister. They were both nearly adults. Yet here they lay together on a single bed, which felt somewhat incongruous. Emiya, do wake up. Shirou, have you ever heard of mana restoration? Emiya lay in Shirou's embrace, her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes, whispering her inquiry with a conspiratorial tone. Chapter 36. The method of restoring magic. Shirou encountered an entirely unfamiliar term, although he was unaware of what restoring magic entailed. The mere fact that Emiya brought it up at this moment suggested that it possessed the potential to alter their current circumstances. What is it? Emiya pondered for a moment, her eyes widening in the darkness as she gazed intently at Shirou. The striking contrast between her crimson eyes and snow-white hair was vividly apparent, even in the dim light of night. Shirou's body is warm, almost like a hot water bottle. Really? By the way, has Emiya ever used a hot water bottle? Shirou was puzzled by her sudden shift in topic, but followed her lead with curiosity. No. But Kiritsugu and Mama mentioned it. They said that the Einsborn household in Germany is quite cold, and that holding a hot water bottle would keep one warm. However, hot water bottles are rather antiquated. Nowadays, we use electric heaters. Shirou suddenly recalled an unusual old item he might have in the storage room. There's another antiquated item similar to a hot water bottle, but far superior. What is it? A kotatsu, which is a wonderful invention. It resembles a table, with blankets draped around its edges, and it contains a built-in heater. Once you burrow underneath it in winter, you simply want to come out. Really? I want to try it. Excitement radiated from Emiya as she propped herself up, addressing Shirou below her. All right, I'll fetch it after we wake up tomorrow. It has indeed been getting colder lately. As a Japanese individual, the kotatsu was an essential experience, alongside the craftsmanship and the tradition of bathing. What's wrong? Emiya? The girl suddenly gasped softly, causing Shirou to initially suspect she had noticed something unusual about him. With a slightly awkward expression, he inquired, I just suddenly remembered that it would be nice to have Bonifacius and Otto with us. What are those? Hearing a name he had never encountered before, he wondered if they were also servants of the Einsborn family, though the name did not sound particularly feminine. They are my dolls. Dolls, huh? Emiya, do you enjoy sleeping with your dolls? By the way, when I entered your room, I remember seeing some on your bed. Never mind now, I can sleep with my big brother. Emiya snuggled closer to Shirou, leaving almost no space between them under the blankets. Isn't this a bit too close? Emiya, besides, why have you started calling me big brother again? Didn't you say you were older than me? Because I want to call you that. Shirou felt a wave of embarrassment as Emiya nestled against him like a small cat. After all, he was not merely facing a girl on the surface, but rather his half-sister, who was genuinely older than him. Wait, the term half seemed imprecise, considering Kiritsugu was his adoptive father. Legally, one could indeed argue that. However, if we were to interpret this from a legal perspective, it is conceivable that a unique child like Emiya may not have ever been registered, thus lacking a legitimate identity. In this case, the legal implications become rather intricate. Shirou found himself lost in thought, which displeased Emiya greatly. Honestly, Shirou, what are you daydreaming about? Are you perhaps thinking of another girl while sharing a bed with me? She puffed up her cheeks, displaying an annoyed expression as she glared at Shirou. No. I was just thinking. Ahaha. Shirou awkwardly scratched his nose. If he were to divulge his recent thoughts to Emiya, she would certainly chastise him for his fanciful musings. By the way, Emiya, what exactly do you mean by mana replenishment? It's a method used by magicians to replenish magical energy. Quite literally, Emiya replied with a smile. There are various ways to replenish mana, like the barrier techniques that caster and rider demonstrated not long ago. Do you remember? Of course. Shirou nodded. However, The primary function of such barriers is to suppress the enemy rather than absorb mana. Even when operating at full capacity against ordinary individuals, it can drain their magical energy, yet only a small fraction can be converted for use by the magician. Thus, it relies on quantity. And against other magicians or their magical servants, this tactic proves rather ineffective. Then there is the second method. Emiya continued her explanation. Blood. Human blood serves as a significant medium for the flow of magical energy. However, there is a notable drawback. Magical energy is dispersed throughout the bloodstream. This implies that to obtain half of a person's magical energy, one would need to absorb half of their blood, which would inevitably lead to their demise. That sounds rather frightening. Shirou shuddered, instinctively pulling Emiya closer. Noticing the strength of Shirou's embrace, Emiya shivered slightly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Then there's the transplantation of magical seals. Each family possesses its unique magical seals, passed down from parents to children. Thus, it is possible to transplant these seals to others. However, the drawback is that if only a portion is transplanted, the effect is too weak. Conversely, if a large portion, or even the entirety is transplanted, the donor will forever lose the ability to become a magician. Magical seals? Shirou recalled that during their previous skirmish with Tosaka at school, she had revealed the magical seal on her arm. Could that glowing tattoo be transplanted to others? Lastly, Emiya said, suddenly becoming bashful. Emiya, why the sudden change in demeanor? Lastly, it involves the exchange of bodily fluids. For magicians, this is the most cost-effective means of replenishing mana aside from the transplantation of magical seals. Bodily fluids? Like saliva? Shirou never anticipated such a method existed. The magicians indeed possess a rather peculiar approach. In the exchange of bodily fluids, such actions are the most efficient and can be complemented by transplanting a portion of the magical sigils to achieve optimal results. Such actions? Shirou was taken aback. Could it be that what Emiya referred to was akin to the contents of those DVDs nestled at the bottom of the second hidden compartment on the right side of the cabinet in his room? Before Shirou could gather his thoughts, Emiya seemed to muster her courage. This is the best course of action. We have no other options. Emiya, Just as Shirou intended to speak, his view was completely obscured by the visage of the girl before him. A soft and cool sensation graced his lips. Chapter 37. The Restoration of Magic for 3 due to external forces beyond this world. This chapter has undergone extensive modifications and deletions, rendering it unrecognizable. Shirou's mind experienced a brief lapse. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced as if it were about to burst. He yearned to tell Emiya that, despite the circumstances, such actions were unacceptable. However, the moment he uttered her name, the words that followed eluded him. What was happening to his body? Magic is quite marvelous, isn't it? Such things are indeed possible, Emiya remarked, and Shirou immediately grasped her meaning. Emiya's magic. The sensation overwhelmed his thoughts. Thud. At that moment, a muffled sound resonated from next door. Startled, Shirou's awareness sharpened significantly. Emiya stood up and walked towards the sliding door. With a sharp bang, she opened it. Tosaka. Shirou gasped in astonishment at the figure outside the door. He had placed the unconscious Rin Tosaka in the guest room before sleeping, and to his surprise, she had come directly to his doorstep upon waking. Surely, she couldn't have seen everything that just transpired? I might have come at an inopportune time, Rin. Your timing is impeccable, Emiya proclaimed, leaving both Shirou and Rin utterly astonished. Eh? What? No, you too, Rin stammered, her hands flailing as she attempted to refuse Emiya's assertion. Rin has feelings for Shirou, doesn't she? What? Impossible. How could I possibly have feelings for this foolish guy? Foolish? Shirou felt the sting of her words, his lips twitching in response. Right now, our only hope of winning the Holy Grail War lies with Shirou. No, winning the Holy Grail War is no longer the priority. Sakura has gone berserk. If we do not intervene, do you understand the consequences? Ugh. Rin, realizing the gravity of the situation, held her head in distress. Though Shirou had initially resisted, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Would Rin agree? Ironically, among all the girls at school, Rin was the only one he admired. Beautiful, from a well-off family, with a pleasant demeanor, she embodied the essence of a perfect noble woman. Or so it seemed. Having come to know her better through the Holy Grail War, he realized that she was just an ordinary girl, with both strengths and flaws. Yet, this made her all the more genuine and endearing. Fine, but only this once. Emiya and I will transfer a portion of our magical crest to you. Tosaka. Shirou was taken aback by Rin's unexpected agreement. Fujimura-sensei is still sleeping, so we mustn't make too much noise. Rin spoke as if to reassure herself, then cast a spell to erect a barrier in the bedroom, muffling the sounds. In the mental realm, Sasuke sat cross-legged with a stoic expression. Deep breath, inhale, exhaling. Sasuke abruptly rose to his feet, forcefully casting the Kusanagi sword to the ground. His hands moved swiftly before his chest, forming intricate seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Flame style, Kagaya's Blessing. Chidori, Earth Explosion Stars. Amaterasu. With the blazing flames of Amaterasu, Sasuke incinerated the earth explosion stars he had conjured, his eyes ablaze with fury, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan not merely weeping, but gushing blood. How could Shirou have forgotten his own existence within him? To behave in such a manner. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke felt a twinge of sympathy for the tailed beasts. Had those sealed within the Jinchuuriki also endured similar tribulations? Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed two formidable sources of magical energy. Have they arrived? Regaining his focus, he promptly returned to the task at hand. This primal approach, although rudimentary for a mage, proved to be the most efficient. Furthermore, with Iliasville and Rin having transferred their magical engravings to Shirou, the immense magical energy they provided required time to convert into chakra. This magical energy, Sasuke was taken aback. While Rin's magical power was formidable, it paled in comparison to Iliasville's, which seemed inexhaustible and overwhelmingly potent. From the perspective of chakra, Rin's power resembled that of himself and Uchiha Madara, substantial yet ultimately finite. In contrast, Iliasville's magic resembled the chakra of Hashirama Senju and Naruto with the Nine Tails, akin to a perpetual motion machine, seemingly never depleting. Of course, the notion of it being inexhaustible merely signifies a steady flow, utilizing high-powered, large-scale techniques would still deplete it rapidly, making immediate replenishment a challenge. Chapter 38, Water Pump? Bearing? In truth, the process of replenishing magic did not require such a lengthy duration. The flavor had already shifted midway through. As the night wore on, the battle gradually drew to a close. The midday sun streamed through the window, casting its rays upon Shirou's face. He let out a soft grunt, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, and slowly opened them. What time is it? Gazing at the alarm clock beside his bed, he noted it was already past 12, having been awake until the early hours of the morning the previous night. It was only natural that he had slept well into the afternoon. However, Shirou suddenly realized that he had lost sensation in his right arm. Turning his head, he discovered that his arm was being used as a pillow by a silver-haired figure nestled against him, sleeping soundly. It appeared his arm had gone numb from being compressed. In previous conversations with Rin, she had mentioned that sleeping beside a girl could lead to one's arm going numb from being used as a pillow. Now, Shirou truly understood the sentiment. He vividly recalled the events of the previous night, and as he looked down at Emiya in his embrace, a pang of guilt washed over him. Although both she and Rin insisted it was unavoidable, he could not simply walk away without a second thought. Moreover, Shirou's gaze drifted to the corner of the room, where bloodstains marred the bedding. The covers had been replaced during the night, as the original linens were rendered unusable after the fierce battle. Shirou chuckled softly to himself, feeling an unexpected surge of confidence. His shoulders bore the engraved marks of Rin and Ilia's magical sigils, and magical energy flowed continuously into his body. This energy would be transformed into chakra with Sasuke's assistance. How remarkable! He swiftly directed his attention to his mental space, where he found Sasuke meditating. Sasuke, good morning? Shirou tentatively greeted. Sasuke responded with a dismissive grunt, acknowledging the greeting. About last night. I have no idea. I was already asleep. Don't ask me. Ahahaha. Shirou chuckled awkwardly. Was this not a classic case of denial? Yet, since Sasuke had spoken thus, he could hardly deny it or press for further inquiries. To Shirou's surprise, Sasuke then chose to speak. What was it like? Shirou spoke at length, but Sasuke could not comprehend him, only catching snippets about water pumps and bearings, terms that made little sense. The original text has been erased by forces beyond this world, alas. Sasuke, perplexed by Shirou's metaphors, waved him out of the mental space. As Shirou found himself expelled, he pondered what had been amiss with his comparisons. At that moment, Emiya let out a delightful little sound and gradually began to awaken. Shirou, good morning, Emiya. Seeing Emiya greet him so casually made Shirou feel somewhat shy, considering the events of the previous night. What about Rin? Emiya asked, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. After the battle, she had not donned any sleepwear and had simply fallen asleep in Shirou's arms. As I rise from my slumber, the blanket slips away, leaving me completely exposed. You must have been awake for some time, right? Perhaps Shirou muses, glancing at Emiya, only to be struck by sudden panic. Emiya, you need to put on some clothes. Well, anyway, I was already seen last night, so you must take responsibility, big brother Emiya, reminded by Shirou. Suddenly realizes her state of undress, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She instinctively raises her hands to cover herself, but soon relaxes. With a playful giggle, she leaps onto Shirou, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling against him. The almost intimate contact with Emiya sends a wave of both comfort and embarrassment through Shirou. Yet, given Emiya's unabashed demeanor, he feels he ought not to be too coy, and thus he embraces her waist in return. Yes, I understand. However, we should get up for breakfast, lunch? I'll take care of it. He gently pats Emiya's back, encouraging her to rise from his lap. Just then, the door to the room swings open. Up to Sasuke. Shirou exhales in relief upon seeing who has entered. Had it been Fujimura, he would have found himself in a far more complicated situation, although the circumstances were already quite evident. Tosaka Rin, upon witnessing Shirou and Emiya in their state of undress, with Emiya's flawless back exposed and embraced by Shirou, can't help but express her disdain. I'm hungry. Breakfast. With nothing more than those 4 words, Rin turns and departs. Shirou feels fortunate not to have been scolded, so he promptly rises from the bed to prepare breakfast. Rin is probably just shy, right? If you were to get a bit closer to her, she might be quite receptive, suggests Emiya. I think I'd rather not, Shirou replies, wary of the possibility that Rin might retaliate with her sharp tongue. Thus, he resolves to keep his distance. After preparing breakfast, he finds Rin and Emiya already seated at the dining table. Fujimura had been persuaded by Rin to return home earlier that morning. Their conversation from the previous night had revealed her awareness of Shirou's and the others' activities, and having cleared the air, she felt it unnecessary to linger further. The only thing Fujimura-sensei asked me to remind you is to always prioritize your safety above all else. She sounds just like Shirou's mother, Emiya remarks lazily, resting her chin on the table. Well, this is perhaps the only time she acts like an adult, Shirou responds with a rueful smile, bringing the prepared dishes to the table. With the pantry nearly bare, Shirou quickly concocts a fried rice dish using leftover rice and ham, along with 2 simple sides. Contrary to his expectations that the 2 young ladies might be picky eaters, they both expressed delight in his cooking. Chapter 39. The truth of the Holy Grail War. After their meal, the 3 began to deliberate on their forthcoming strategy. At this point, Saber and Lancer have unequivocally emerged as adversaries, Assassin has been eliminated in battle, and Caster has also withdrawn. As for my archer, Tosaka Rin's voice trailed off, tinged with melancholy. However, she quickly snapped herself out of it, clapping her hands against her face with determination. It is still uncertain whether Archer has perished. It is plausible he has been tainted and controlled, akin to Saber and Lancer. If that is the case, our burden will only intensify. Iliasville suggested the possibility of Archer being under control. Rin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the grim reality. That entity must be Sakura. From the moment it exhibited powers reminiscent of hypothetical magic, I harbored such suspicions. Indeed, Iliasville has been monitoring Sakura's entire disappearance from the church, Shirou lamented, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over him. How could Sakura have changed so drastically? Tosaka Rin exhaled deeply, reclining backward and supporting herself with her hands. Thus, Rider is also an enemy, and Berserker has already been captured. The worst-case scenario is that we may have to confront 5 servants. At this point, Rin rolled onto the ground, burying her head in her hands and crying out in anguish. What had once been a straightforward Holy Grail war had devolved into a chaotic melee against all other servants. Now, allow me to reveal the truth of the Holy Grail war, Iliasville stated, clearing her throat, her tone suddenly turning grave. Following the revelation that Iliasville was his sister, Shirou felt an instinctive trust toward her and listened intently. Rin ceased her lamentations, propping herself up to gaze at Iliasville. The Holy Grail War involves 7 masters summoning 7 servants to engage in a deadly contest until only 1 pair remains, granting them the Holy Grail to fulfill their wish. This is merely the superficial rule. As Iliasville spoke, her narrative took a sudden turn. Masters are merely tools for summoning servants. To invoke the Holy Grail, one merely requires the souls of the 7 servants. By reclaiming their souls and placing them into a vessel prepared by the Einsburn, it can serve as the core to activate the Greater Grail. The Greater Grail? Shirou inquired, intrigued by this new term. It resides within the Tosaka family's magical array, governing the entire Holy Grail system. 3 centuries ago, the Tosaka, Metu, and Einsburn families pursued the route to transcend the world, seeking to harness the power of the Grail. Among them, the Einsburn family aspired to achieve the miracle of eternal youth and immortality, the Holy Grail of Heaven, a magic that materializes the soul. Upon hearing Iliasville's explanation, Rin gasped in astonishment. Materializing the soul? Wait, you referred to it as magic. Is there a distinction between magic and sorcery? Fool. The difference between sorcery and magic is vast. Sorcery encompasses what humanity can achieve within its capabilities, while magic represents miracles beyond human reach. Imagine, if one could materialize and preserve the essence of the soul, finding the appropriate vessel would equate to immortality. Your assertion does hold a semblance of truth, Shirou responded, feigning understanding while unwilling to appear foolish in the eyes of Rin. Emiya turned her gaze towards Shirou. Shirou, what I am about to reveal pertains to Sakura. I have only disclosed the transformation she underwent, not the reasons behind it. This omission is due to the fact that during the last Holy Grail War, Michiru obtained fragments of the Holy Grail. The last Holy Grail War? The 4th Holy Grail War, which transpired a decade ago, is the very one in which Kiritsugu participated. Emiya recounted the events of the 4th Holy Grail War. By that time, she had developed memories of her own. Yet many unknowns were elucidated through the records preserved by the Einsburn family. After providing a general overview of the 4th Holy Grail War to Shirou and Rin, Shirou slammed his fist onto the table. With a loud thud, Rin was startled. Shirou's forehead was etched with veins, and his Sharingan manifested, evolving into the kaleidoscope version. The thought of Sakura being cast into such a hellish fate was unbearable. Rin, though initially taken aback by Shirou's outburst, maintained her composure. Growing up in a family of magicians, she was aware that the plight of Sakura, while unknown to her, was not entirely surprising given the nature of sorcery. Kirishigu ordered Saber to destroy the Holy Grail. Yet Michiru, who is Sakura and Shinji's grandfather, forced the fragments into Sakura's body, transforming her into a vessel akin to mine, a little Holy Grail. Emiya, you too? Shirou exclaimed, standing abruptly. If it involved collecting the souls of servants into a vessel to serve as the core of the Greater Grail, it would necessitate the sacrifice of either Sakura or Emiya. This is the fate of the Einsburn family. My mother met a similar end, Emiya stated with an unsettling calmness, devoid of any trace of regret or resentment. However, Michiru's intent was not to use Sakura as a little Holy Grail, but to harness the servant, Avenger, Ungramenyu. Avenger? Both Shirou and Rin were unfamiliar with this class of servant. Isn't there only 7 servants in the Holy Grail War? Indeed, yet Avenger is an exception. In a certain religious village, the inhabitants pondered how to cultivate righteousness and kindness in humanity. Thus, they selected a youth to bear all the sins, apart from him. Everyone else was virtuous. He became both the despised devil and the revered deity. It bears resemblance to Jesus bearing the sins of humanity, Rin remarked, her heart racing, though she attempted to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Emiya nodded before continuing. During the 3rd Holy Grail War, the Einsburn family summoned Avenger. However, he was exceedingly weak and was swiftly defeated and reclaimed by the Holy Grail. At that moment, he made a wish. He was born as the embodiment of the hatred of all, possessing the power to curse billions across the globe, thereby manifesting the true essence of all the evils of this world. Isn't that rather dire? Yet, ultimately, he is still a servant, and as a servant, he must act in accordance with the rules of the Holy Grail War to a certain extent. Mata Sakura has become the master of Avenger through Matu Zangetsu, which means we still have a chance to save her. Upon hearing this, Shirou let out a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was to hear words from Emiya such as Sakura is beyond saving. Chapter 40. The plan nonetheless. Our remaining time is rather limited, she remarked. Why do you say that? Sakura has already obtained at least 4 servants, and the others have perished. This means that whenever Sakura desires, she can conduct the Holy Grail summoning ritual. Upon hearing this, Shirou and Rin suddenly realized that this Holy Grail War had no other contenders left. It was now entirely dominated by Sakura, or rather, the Michiru family. But if that were the case, what were they waiting for? Michiru is not a modern individual. He is a magician who has survived for 5 centuries, the founding head of the Matu family, Zorgan Michiru. His true intentions can likely only be uncovered when we capture him. Can we do that? Shirou questioned, his confidence wavering. Facing 1 or 2 servants might be manageable with the magical power of both Emiya and Rin, along with Sasuke's abilities, but just considering the formidable presence of Saber, Lancer, Rider, and Berserker imposed significant pressure on him. We still have a few days left. If they do not come after us, Shirou, you will have ample time to master your current abilities. Of course, Rin and I are certainly not burdens that require your protection, Emiya stated, glancing at Rin, who nodded in agreement. However, Emiya's expression soon darkened. There is another complication. It must be that fellow, the Golden One, Rin quickly surmised. Recalling the Golden Man who had appeared at the Einsburn Castle, he had become Shinji's servant, and it was a mystery where Shinji had found such incredible fortune. The mere thought of Gilgamesh ignited a surge of anger within Emiya. Had it not been for him, Berserker would not have fallen into Sakura's hands, suddenly invading the Einsburn Castle and vanquishing Berserker time and again. Shirou, you require a venue to practice magic. Oh, rather, ninjutsu and the ocular techniques, correct? Do you need a space for that? Oh, it should not be necessary, as I can return to the mental space at any time to spar with Sasuke. The effect is the same. Is there such a utility? Emiya mused. By the way, it has been quite some time since I last heard Sasuke speak. Is he well? After all, something was severed by Castor's noble phantasm, which prevented Sasuke from controlling my body. Nevertheless, he is well. This morning, I even discussed topics related to heavy industry with him, Shirou explained with a smile. Yet, both Rin and Emiya were left puzzled by Shirou's mention of heavy industry. Clap. Rin suddenly brought her hands together, producing a sharp sound. Thus, our next course of action is quite straightforward. Shirou shall train daily within the mental space. As for Emiya and me, we are preparing some subtle strategies for the impending battle. Subtle strategies? Subtle strategies simply imply small tactics. You will understand when the time comes. Rin had no intention of revealing anything to Shirou at this moment. After all, informing him would serve little purpose, as it pertained to their preparations as magicians. Having said that, Rin rose to her feet. All right, get dressed. We shall prepare to depart. Depart? Where to? Where else could we possibly go? Of course, we are going out to have some fun. Rin regarded Shirou with an expression of utter certainty. Shirou was left perplexed by the girl's sudden declaration of intent. I never expected that I would suffer losses before those wretches. In a secluded alley of Fuyuki City, Gilgamesh leaned against a wall, his face etched with displeasure as he reflected on the recent battle. It was evident that both Saber and Lancer were backed by formidable sources of mana, allowing them to wield their magical powers and noble phantasms with near limitless capacity. Now, although he had bathed in the black mud during the last Holy Grail War and gained a corporeal form, the body acquired from the black mud was not equivalent to his original form, making it utterly inadequate in terms of mana supply. For the past decade, he had relied solely on Kirai Kodo Mine and some peculiar means to sustain himself with sufficient mana. However, with the contract with Kirai severed, he had temporarily enlisted Shinji as his master. Originally, Shinji lacked any innate talent for being a master. From a magician's perspective, his magical circuits were completely blocked, rendering him incapable of harnessing mana. Yet, Gilgamesh had devised a method to address this issue, albeit only managing to extract the bare minimum of mana through Shinji, which had already been significantly depleted following the last battle. Though I am loath to take matters into my own hands, it seems I have no choice now. Gilgamesh's expression darkened as his gaze fell upon a shattered mirror nestled in the corner of a trash bin in the alley. The mirror appeared to have been used by passing thugs for violent confrontations. It bore splotches of dried blood, reflecting the crimson hue of Gilgamesh's half-illuminated visage. Those two are far too powerful. Even you, Gilgamesh, are no match for them. Truly, I believe that with your acquisition, victory would come easily. Shinji complained from the side, but Gilgamesh paid him no heed. Such a fool was not worth his attention. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he looked at Shinji with newfound interest. Shinji, noticing the peculiar glint in Gilgamesh's eyes, felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. What is it? Humph. It's nothing. I merely recalled something amusing that I ought to share with you, as my master. Gilgamesh chuckled lightly. Do you know who is orchestrating Saber and Lancer from behind the scenes? Who is it? Your sister, Sakura Matu. Don't joke with me. Shinji took a significant step back, his eyes widening as he immediately began to refute the claim. Sakura is the master of Rider. How could she possibly be behind Saber and Lancer? Moreover, as Shinji spoke, he suddenly felt a sense of dissonance. Gilgamesh, Observing Shinji's expression as if he had made a sudden connection, appeared somewhat taken aback. A worthless individual devoid of any magical talent, yet proficient in other respects. Have you come to realize it? That ancient relic in your household specifically pilfered fragments of the Holy Grail during the last Holy Grail War, transforming your sister's body into a vessel for the Grail, all in pursuit of victory in this upcoming Holy Grail War. Is that not so? Chapter 41. The necessity of elimination. However, Sakura has already summoned Rider. If we were to engage normally, do you truly believe that Rider could secure victory? Faced with Gilgamesh's probing inquiry, Shinji revealed a bitter smile. Certainly not. Although he wielded the Book of False Servants, Shinji had been a master to Rider and possessed a rudimentary understanding of her capabilities. In comparison to the formidable Gilgamesh before him, even Shirou would prove to be a more daunting opponent. Yet, if that were the case, did Grandfather transform Sakura solely for the sake of the Holy Grail War? Do you think that Sakura's body, altered beyond recognition by various insects over the past decade since she arrived at the Mata household, was merely intended to serve as a vessel for the Grail? That is, Shinji began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a voice that emerged from the shadows. It seems some wayward descendants are mingling with the relics of the previous war. It appears an education is in order. An elderly figure stepped forth from the darkness, followed closely by a lancer clad in a sleek, dark outfit. Upon seeing the elder, Shinji instinctively felt a surge of joy. Grandfather. However, the warmth of the familiar address quickly dissipated as he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The events of recent days had been overwhelming, compelling him to tread with caution. Although he wasn't fully aware of the extent of his grandfather's actions concerning Sakura, it was evident that the elder harbored unique expectations for her. Grandfather, please tell me, what do you intend to do with Sakura? Upon hearing Shinji's question, Matsuzokan chuckled, his shoulders shaking slightly. To pose such a question indicates that you have encountered some unsavory truths these past few days. That man over there has shared some insights with you, hasn't he? Old worm, harboring murderous intent toward your own descendants, even I, the king, find your extremity rather unsettling. Gilgamesh stepped forward, addressing Matsuzokan with unrestrained disdain. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lancer, ever vigilant for a potential attack. In his prime, such an adversary would hardly warrant his attention. Yet now, bereft of Kirai's magical supply, relying solely on Shinji's dwindling resources, he was akin to the initial saber, his magical energy depleting with every use. He had anticipated that after ambushing the Einsburn, dispatching Berserker would allow him to replenish his magic from those puppets, but the intervention of Saber and Lancer thwarted that plan. Now, his considerations had shifted from how to vanquish his foes to how to extricate himself from their grasp unscathed. Damnable mongrel, I shall remember this grudge. Well, as long as I still draw breath, I can have as many descendants as I desire. There is no need to concern myself with a worthless grandson. The true threat that must be eliminated is you, Archer. Archer? You mean Gilgamesh? This was the first time Shinji had heard Gilgamesh referred to by this class title. But upon reflection, it made sense. Each servant participating in the Holy Grail War adhered to a specific class. You, as a remnant of the last war, possess knowledge of too many secrets and unparalleled combat prowess. However, you are at your weakest now, and it is only natural to eliminate you at this moment. Otherwise, should you regain sufficient magical power, Sakura may not necessarily stand a chance against you. Oh, do you truly believe this king to be feeble at present? Gilgamesh's tone remained flat, devoid of any emotion. While Kirai Kodo mind chose silence, Lancer stepped forward, brandishing his spear with determination. Gilgamesh's expression darkened as he flicked his fingers. In an instant, over a dozen gates of the King of Heroes' treasures unfolded around them, unleashing a barrage of noble phantasms. Clang, clash, bang. Lancer positioned himself before Kirai, wielding his spear to deflect the onslaught. The ricocheting treasures soared away, embedding themselves in the walls of nearby buildings, piercing the ground, and severing electrical wires. Sparks erupted as the wires snapped, cascading down from the air, sending Shinji cowering in a corner, clutching his head in fear. Gilgamesh, defeat him quickly, he shouted, trembling uncontrollably. Why? Why must he encounter such adversity? As a supposed genius, his life should have been smooth sailing. Yet, lacking magical talent rendered him a mere failure in a family of magicians. Perhaps he should simply allow Gilgamesh to be defeated, withdrawing from the Holy Grail War entirely. Let the matters of magic unfold as they may. He could return to the ordinary life of a genius among ordinary people. He resolved to disregard the affairs of Emiya and Sakura, to turn a blind eye to his grandfather and the troubles of the Matsu family. They were no longer his concern. However, a thought struck him. His grandfather likely harbored some shocking conspiracy that endangered both Sakura and himself. From childhood, Shinji had been neglected due to his lack of magical aptitude, and after Sakura's arrival, this neglect intensified, leading him to vent his frustrations upon her. Yet, deep down, he recognized that it was not Sakura's fault. His own shortcomings played a role, compounded by the systemic issues within their magical lineage. Now, his grandfather, the head of the Matsu family, Kirai Kodomine, was poised to take action against them. If he were to hide any longer, even Emiya would mock him. Resolving himself, Shinji raised his trembling hand, gripping his wrist with the other, biting down hard, and took a deep breath. He stood once more from his corner, facing Kirai with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Oh, Kirai was taken aback by the defiance reflected in Shinji's gaze. To him, Shinji had always been merely a simpleton. Humph. It seems this king has unearthed a hidden gem that has found the courage to resist. However, from here on, you will only serve as a hindrance. Gilgamesh undoubtedly noticed the transformation in Shinji. While he generously lavished praise upon him, he simultaneously delivered a rather unrestrained critique. Before Shinji could utter a word, a golden portal materialized beneath his feet, drawing him into its depths. Shinji vanished into the alley, as Matsu Sakura let out a sinister chuckle. Have you taken to caring for your master now? I did not see you intervene when Tosaka Tokiomi was slain by Kirai. After all, Gilgamesh replied with a hint of melancholy. This king and that jester are now, in essence, two peas in a pod. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted in the alley of the city center under the cover of night. Chapter 42. A mere fatal wound. Why is this happening? Is grandfather going to kill me? Are Sakura and I merely pawns in the Holy Grail war for the Matsu family? In a realm devoid of gravity and distinction, Shinji felt as if his very existence had been stripped away, leaving only his consciousness. Yet, he was not gripped by fear. An initial panic quickly yielded to realization. Gilgamesh had ensconced him within his noble phantasm, presumably to safeguard him during battle. This thought surprised Shinji. Although Gilgamesh had maintained a semblance of courtesy since their encounter, Shinji could discern a hint of disdain in the way he regarded him. Shinji harbored a lingering suspicion that, should peril arise, Gilgamesh might abandon him to flee on his own, uncertain if the passage of time within this space differed from the outside world, or if it was merely that Shinji had lost consciousness for an extended duration. He was abruptly thrust back into reality. Before him lay a dense forest. Where am I? As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in the mountains behind the church in Fuyuki City, on the very edge of the town. Had he truly escaped so far from the alley where he had confronted his grandfather alongside Gilgamesh? Hey, have you figured out the situation? Startled by Gilgamesh's voice emanating from behind him, Shinji turned, his pupils constricting in horror. Gilgamesh lay slumped against a great tree, his body drenched in blood, and shockingly, his right arm was completely absent, evidently lost in battle. No way. Did you lose? You fool. The servant's furious roar sent Shinji tumbling to the ground in fright. He gazed up at the half-destroyed figure of Gilgamesh, who still exuded an aura of terrifying power. I cough. Cough. I, the king, managed to extricate you from the clutches of that mongrel, who possesses nearly limitless magical power, while I am nearly depleted of my own. This is a resounding victory. Gilgamesh coughed blood, yet wore an expression of disdain. Regaining his composure, Shinji forced his trembling legs to carry him closer to Gilgamesh. As he approached, he noted the severity of Gilgamesh's wounds. Not only had he lost an arm, but his chest was soaked in blood, with a gruesome gash on the left side oozing profusely. What is this? I thought he was invincible. I never expected to see him in such a vulnerable state. A wry smile crept onto Shinji's face, bemused by Gilgamesh's stubbornness despite his grievous injuries. How are you still alive after such wounds? What nonsense are you spouting? It is but a trivial fatal wound. Why are you putting on a brave front? If you cannot go on, just admit it. Gathering his courage, Shinji admonished Gilgamesh loudly. The servant gazed at him, his expression momentarily clouded by confusion, filled with anger and reproach. A decade ago, he was summoned by Tosaka Tokiomi, who consistently regarded himself as a vassal in his presence, never daring to overstep his bounds, always approaching him with utmost deference and caution. During the 10 years following the conclusion of the Fourth Holy Grail War, while Kiritsugu harbored no sense of reverence towards him, their interactions resembled a peculiar camaraderie between two mischief-makers. No one had ever dared to reprimand him, the king of Uruk, in such a manner, except for that one individual. What should I do? I lack the knowledge of magic. Will fetching you medicine and bandages suffice? Shinji knelt beside Gilgamesh, examining his wounds. Realizing that this was beyond what a mere mortal could endure, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Now, with his grandfather poised to take action against him and unable to return home, he found himself at a loss. He was unfamiliar with any magus. The only one he knew, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, Kiritsugu Emiya, had been said to be deceased by Gilgamesh. Thus, he was left with no recourse. Reluctantly, Shinji recalled 2 individuals. He shook his hair, removed his coat, and tore his shirt into strips to bandage Gilgamesh's wounds. Remarkably, Gilgamesh did not resist, cooperating unexpectedly throughout the process. This is merely a temporary measure, Gilgamesh. If this proves insufficient, I have a suggestion. Weihei? Shinji hesitated, contemplating the gravity of Gilgamesh's injuries. Yet, when he sought to gauge the other's thoughts, he discovered that the man had slumped against a great tree, unconscious. Hey, Gilgamesh, wake up, Shinji called out, but received no response. Observing the injuries on the servant, he could hesitate no longer. He mustered the strength to lift Gilgamesh's body. Making his way toward the estate he remembered visiting in the past. Meanwhile, at the Emiya estate, Shirou approached the entrance, burdened with shopping bags, his face weary. Emiya and Rin followed closely behind, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Shirou glanced back at the 2 girls, who had previously been strangers, now appearing as if they had known each other for ages after just a day's outing. He found it perplexing how quickly girls could form such bonds. Moreover, he covertly compared the heights of Emiya and Rin, noting that, superficially, their age difference seemed significant enough to create a generational gap. What's wrong? Shirou, you seem rather unhappy, Rin remarked, having noticed his gaze and redirecting her attention towards him. Not at all, just a bit puzzled. We set out today to prepare for the impending battle. To rest and recuperate, right? Is there a problem? I can't help but feel that we're more exhausted now than before, rather than feeling relaxed. Is that so? Emiya and I are having a wonderful time, aren't we, Emiya? Emiya nodded enthusiastically, delighted. It was her first time visiting such places, and she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Upon witnessing Emiya's exuberance, Shirou chose to remain silent. However, he was burdened by a multitude of bags filled with clothing and other purchases from the shopping district, the weight of which was almost unbearable, as the 3 of them stepped through the grand door and returned to the house. Shirou placed the various items into the storage room when suddenly, a piercing scream from the hallway reached his ears. Emiya, reacting swiftly to the sound, Shirou turned and dashed towards the corridor. Upon reaching the courtyard, he was relieved to find no sight of an abduction or any distressing scene he dreaded. Instead, he encountered a bloodied man leaning against the corner of the hallway wall, none other than Gilgamesh. The formidable opponent Shirou had previously encountered in the Einsburn castle during his clash with Berserker. Chapter 43. Please, Emiya, how did that golden, glimmering fellow end up here? And in such a wretched state? Rin Tasaka gazed at the disheveled Gilgamesh, her lips curling into a mocking smile. In her eyes, anyone who would willingly align themselves with Shinji could not possibly be virtuous. They were all cut from the same cloth. Emiya wished to approach Gilgamesh to assess his condition, but Shirou restrained her. This individual was exceedingly dangerous. Despite his current appearance of injury, he might lash out violently if someone drew near. Shirou contemplated this, yet found himself moving closer. Emiya and Rin have entrusted the magical crest to me. Matters like this are naturally my responsibility. As he took a few steps forward, a boy with blue seaweed-like hair rushed out from the end of the corridor, towel and basin in hand. Upon seeing Shirou and the others standing there, he dropped the wooden basin with a clatter. Splash! Hot water drenched the corridor. Shirou widened his eyes at the sight of the boy and immediately turned his gaze to him with wariness. Shinji. Emiya. Shinji stammered. Having recognized Shirou's face, he had prepared himself mentally for this moment, but upon actually encountering Shirou, all the rehearsed words he had planned evaporated from his mind. His thoughts became a blank slate, and he could not help but lower his gaze to the wooden floor. Why can't I find the words? Damn it, what should I say? I can't just stand here foolishly. Right. Gilgamesh is still injured and unconscious. I cannot afford to waste time since Emiya and the others have returned. Shinji gathered his emotions, and as he raised his head, he was met with Shirou's vigilant and slightly irate gaze. His expression turned akin to that of a child caught misbehaving, and he shivered, unable to meet Shirou's eyes. What do you wish to say? Shirou broke the tense silence, addressing Shinji. Gilgamesh, Shinji, relieved by Shirou's inquiry, lifted his hand to point toward Gilgamesh. It was a relief not to have to speak first. He is injured. We were attacked by my grandfather and Lancer. Has Korea finally made his move? Mikiri? He is indeed capable of such deeds. Your grandfather. Shirou, Emiya, and Rin each reacted differently. Shirou was the most astonished. He could hardly fathom why Korea would turn against his own grandson. In the Holy Grail War, was it truly the case that even family would become adversaries? My grandfather has never regarded me with any esteem. To the Matu family, I possess no magical talent, no matter how proficient I may be in other areas. I am merely a worthless burden. As Shinji spoke, his emotions intensified. Ever since Sakura came home, my grandfather's attention has been solely on her. I once thought that Sakura had usurped my position as the heir to the Matu family. However, this identity was never truly mine from the very beginning. A fact I have always understood. Yet, to grandfather, both Sakura and I are merely pawns in his quest for victory in the Holy Grail War. Mere tools, expendable commodities. He declared, hastening towards Shirou. What are you planning to do? Emiya and Rin instinctively positioned themselves in front of Shirou, determined to shield him. Despite his status as the strongest in the room, Shirou gently pushed them aside, confronting the approaching Shinji. Thud. Shinji knelt before Shirou, his knees hitting the ground without a hint of hesitation. Shirou gazed at his old friend, beginning to grasp his intent. Yet he found it hard to believe that Shinji would go to such lengths for his servant. He clutched at Shirou's garment, lifting his gaze to meet Shirou's eyes, pleading. Emiya, I beseech you. I am aware of the harm I have caused you and Sakura. But this time, Shirou stared in astonishment as tears slowly welled up in Shinji's pleading eyes. I implore you, save Gilgamesh. I understand he is not a virtuous man. Yet he has protected me when my own grandfather, whom I once held dear, turned against Sakura and me. Emiya, I am at a loss. But one thing I know for certain. I cannot allow Gilgamesh to perish. I beg you. As Shirou witnessed Shinji's tearful desperation, a portion of his anger dissipated. Although the memories of Shinji's past actions still weighed heavily on his heart, the sight of his former friend, kneeling and beseeching him, made it difficult for Shirou to disregard him entirely. He glanced toward Emiya and Rin, his eyes questioning. Do you truly wish to save him? Shinji is an enemy. And that golden-haired fellow has also. Rin furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. Upon hearing this, Shirou turned to Emiya. Emiya, what do you think? I believe in Shirou. Her response surprised Shirou. Emiya, who should harbor a deep-seated hatred for Gilgamesh, appeared more compassionate than Rin in this moment. Emiya sighed, lifting her gaze to Shirou, her eyes brimming with trust and warmth. The past cannot be altered, just as I have come to terms with my feelings regarding Kiritsugu. If you believe they can be saved, I shall not voice any objections, for after all, you are my brother. With that, Emiya placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest proudly. A sister must indulge her brother. Being spoiled by my sister feels rather nice, haha. Shirou chuckled, scratching his cheek before turning back to Rin. All right then, if you feel compelled to assist him, I will undoubtedly support you. Seeing Emiya so resolutely stand by Shirou's side, Rin, not to be outdone, immediately concurred. With their agreement secured, Shirou regained his composure and turned his attention back to Shinji. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. Shinji, the events of the past do not signify that I have forgotten. I am merely helping you out of respect for our former camaraderie and the fact that you are Sakura's brother. I will enlist Emiya and Tosaka's assistance to heal your servant, but the condition is that you must help us defeat Sakura. Of course, I will do anything. Wait. What did you say? Defeat Sakura. Upon hearing Shirou's stipulation, Shinji instinctively agreed without a second thought. What could he possibly have left to lose? However, as he began to grasp the implications, a sudden shiver coursed through his body. He anticipated that Shirou might demand his collaboration with Gilgamesh as part of his combat prowess, potentially binding him to some arcane contract with dire consequences for any breach. Though he lacked proficiency in magic, he had encountered descriptions of such spells in the books at home. Yet, when Shirou proclaimed the need to vanquish Sakura, he was utterly taken aback. Chapter 44. Worthy of reward, it is not as you imagine, Shinji. Shirou explained the situation regarding Sakura to Shinji. The winter night in Fuyuki City was exceptionally tranquil. And within the Emiya residence, Shinji listened intently to Shirou's elucidation, his eyes gradually widening in realization. Does that guy even care about Sakura's well-being? Telling him is akin to playing a lute to a cow, Rin remarked, leaning against the wall, her expression cold as she observed Shinji, who sat across from Shirou, earnestly absorbing every word. I understand now. In that case, I agree. What? Rin was taken aback by Shinji's unhesitating consent. Are you serious? Shinji, are you pulling our leg? How can you agree so readily? Is there a problem? Shinji retorted, a look of indignation crossing his face as he glared at Rin. He felt comfortable pleading with Shirou, for they had once been friends, and he recognized that Shirou was the cornerstone of their trio. As for Rin, he cared little for her, especially given her evident hostility towards him. In comparison, the more he observed Shirou, the more endearing he appeared. This person was willing to assist him even under such circumstances. My grandfather sees both Sakura and me as mere pawns in his quest for the Holy Grail. And I have come to understand that rather than seeking his approval, I would rather defy him. Why should my destiny not be in my own hands? I intend to save both Sakura and Gilgamesh. But do not misunderstand. I am not like that fool Shirou, aiding others out of altruism. I do this for myself. As Shinji spoke, he gradually adopted a more self-important demeanor, somewhat fearful that Rin and Shirou would think he had improved, and thus affected a disdainful expression. A silence fell over the room. Noticing their lack of response, Shinji rapped on the table in front of him, slightly displeased. Hey, what are you all staring at? It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to utter such ambitious words. It feels uncharacteristic of you, Shinji, Shirou remarked, snapping back to reality. A slight smirk gracing his lips as he cast a meaningful glance at Shinji. TCH. The muscles at the corner of Shinji's mouth twitched. Shirou had always possessed a sharp tongue, yet he typically wore the facade of a kind-hearted person, seldom revealing his acerbic side. Then it shall be settled, Rin. Is that acceptable? Since Shirou has said so. Rin reluctantly retrieved a gem from her pocket. Although Gilgamesh had sustained a fatal injury, spirits were unlike humans. Their forms were composed of magical energy, thus requiring relatively little mana for recovery. Before their discussion, Rin had already used one gem to extend Gilgamesh's life. Now, she produced 3 more gems, believing this would suffice. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After Rin used the 3 gems to heal Gilgamesh, although his mana was absorbed, his wounds showed little improvement. How could this happen? Rin crouched down, perplexed, examining Gilgamesh's injuries. In less than half a minute, she let out a startled cry, causing Shirou and Shinji to tense up. Iliasfeel furrowed her brow. Is this truly the case? I cannot shake this feeling. This fellow is not a servant at all. Upon hearing this, both Shirou and Shinji were taken aback. It was Shinji who reacted first, grabbing Rin by the arm. How can that be? Gilgamesh signed a contract with me as master and servant. How could he not be a servant? Calm yourself. It is my previous statement that was flawed. To be precise, he is indeed a servant, but he differs from the ordinary. Typical servants are summoned in spiritual form and rely on their master's magical energy to manifest in this world. However, he is unlike them. He possesses a physical body, one akin to yours and mine. So, does that mean he cannot be saved? Not necessarily. Rin hesitated before shaking her head. She produced a crimson heart-shaped gem and cast a glance at Shinji and Shirou. How troublesome it is to face such significant bloodshed. She pondered helplessly, raising the gem. Half an hour later, Gilgamesh suddenly awoke, disbelief evident in his gaze. His last recollection was of having hidden Shinji in the mountains, after which he had lost consciousness during their conversation. Though he had boasted to Shinji, he was aware that he might never open his eyes again. Yet, when he did awaken, it was not to the summons of another, but rather to the healing of his wounds and a replenishment of his magical energy. Moreover, he found himself in a residence, and upon rising, he noticed several individuals around him, including Shinji, the young girl from the Tosaka family, the boy engaging in spirit summoning, and the Einstein homunculus. What is happening? Gilgamesh glared at Shinji, seeking an explanation. Faced with Gilgamesh's icy stare, Shinji dared not breathe. Shinji knelt down to plead with us to save you. What did you say? Gilgamesh's anger intensified. Even as a jester, Shinji was, after all, his nominal master. And yet he resorted to such a humble act to solicit assistance. However, recalling the expression on Shinji's face when he had scolded him, an unusual sentiment welled up within him. He opened his mouth, brow furrowing as he struggled to contain his fury, ultimately refraining from reproaching Shinji. Very well. The faults of a subordinate bear the weight of the king's responsibility. With that, he turned his gaze to Shirou and the others, his demeanor still lofty, showing no sign of gratitude towards his saviors. I shall grant you a wish, though I am loath to admit it. You have, in some measure, saved this king and deserve at least a modicum of reward. His words are infuriating. I feel the same. Rin and Iliasfeel clenched their small fists. Gilgamesh, we hope you can. Shirou reiterated to Gilgamesh the words he had previously shared with Shinji. After attentively listening to Shirou's account, Gilgamesh erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. He clutched his forehead, tilting his head back in mirth, as if reminiscing about every humorous encounter he had ever experienced. Shirou's gaze and demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and sharpness. What is so amusing? Ha 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 ha. Nothing in particular. Merely finding your childish antics rather entertaining, Gilgamesh replied with a gleeful chuckle. Very well, if that is the case. As a token of gratitude for your assistance in my healing, take this. He retrieved a curved dagger, gleaming like lightning, from his treasury and tossed it lightly towards Shirou. Chapter 45. The conclusion. Shirou caught the short dagger thrown by Gilgamesh, and Sasuke immediately spoke up in the mental realm. This can be kept. It will undoubtedly prove to be of great use. Very well, then I shall accept it. Shirou recognized that this was the same noble phantasm previously wielded by Castor, and he was surprised to discover that Gilgamesh possessed one as well. Listen to me, Shinji. Gilgamesh abruptly interrupted whatever Shinji was about to say. From this moment forth, our contract is hereby dissolved. A mere jester can bask in the glory of being this king's nominal master for but a few days, and that shall suffice for your lifetime of honor. What? Are you out of your mind? Shinji exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he rushed forward to inquire about the meaning of Gilgamesh's words. In a flash of golden light, clang, in that instant, both Emiya and Rin's eyes widened in shock. Shirou, wielding the Kusanagi, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shinji. Shinji's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. It was evident that Gilgamesh had just launched an attack against him, which Shirou had intercepted in the blink of an eye. Observing Shirou's kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the six-pointed Rinnegan, Gilgamesh's expression grew grave. I see, just as I suspected. Humph. With a derisive snort, Gilgamesh leapt out of the house and vanished without uttering another word. As the danger receded, Shirou let out a long sigh, closing his Sharingan. It seems this fellow remains incorrigible. You've acquired a fine servant, Shinji. Turning to Shinji with a mocking tone, Shirou noticed a hint of unfamiliarity in Shinji's expression at the corner of his mouth. After uttering those words, Shirou himself was taken aback. Why had he said that? Although he had occasionally entertained similar thoughts in his mind, and could be sharp-tongued at times, he had never spoken so directly to another in such circumstances. In the mental realm, Sasuke's gaze shifted. Ah! Rin suddenly screamed, clutching her hair in a frenzy. If Shinji hadn't been present, she would have collapsed to the ground, throwing a tantrum. I was thinking, if I managed to revive him, our combat strength would increase by one formidable ally. How splendid, and wasted a precious gem. But now he just ran away. Moreover, it seems I will have to fight him later. What is this nonsense? Crouching on the ground, Rin wept in despair. Emiya gently placed her small hand on Rin's head, offering a bittersweet smile. Well, since this is how things have turned out, there's no need for us to dwell on it. Let's rest early. Eh? Just like that. We're resting? Aren't you planning a battle strategy or something? Shinji interjected, incredulous at Shirou's quick shift to rest. Rest when I say so? If you don't want to sleep, then keep watch at the door, Rin retorted sharply. She had never harbored much fondness for Shinji, and now that Gilgamesh had also departed, the promises Shinji had made were rendered unattainable. Consequently, Shinji had become an extraneous presence, incapable of offering any assistance, and yet he continued to prattle on, only adding to the chaos. When rebuked, Shinji found himself at a loss for words, unwilling to concede to Rin Tosaka. I refuse to sleep. If it's about watching the door, then let it be. With that, he turned on his heel and sulkily seated himself at the entrance, embodying defiance. That night, Shirou lay in his room, practicing the three primary types of techniques with Sasuke in his mental space: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and dojutsu. For an ordinary ninja, the trio would typically comprise ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. However, the principle of illusion techniques involves disrupting another's chakra with one's own. Although chakra and magical energy can interchange in this realm, using chakra to interfere with magical energy proves far more challenging than the interplay of chakra alone. Moreover, they were now confronted with Sakura, who had become a near-saintly entity akin to the Holy Grail. Even with Rin and Emiya's magical replenishments, it was nearly impossible for Shirou to utilize illusion techniques against Sakura. Thus, aside from ninjutsu and taijutsu, the most crucial practice for Shirou would be the ocular techniques derived from the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and Rinnegan, as taught by Sasuke. As the night passed, Shirou rose early. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find Emiya had somehow snuck into his bed. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly checked whether he had acted inappropriately. However, considering he had been entrenched in mental training, it seemed implausible that he had sleepwalked. Realizing that Emiya had simply crept under the covers at night, Shirou gently scooped her up in a princess carry and returned her to the room he had prepared for her. Upon leaving Ilia's room and approaching the entrance, he was astonished to discover that Shinji had indeed spent the night there. Although the house was heated, the winter chill still permeated the entrance. Shinji, without any bedding, had fallen asleep in the corner, hugging his own arms. Sigh, Shirou lamented. His feelings toward Shinji were a complex mixture of affection and resentment. He cherished their past friendship, as they had once shared a genuine bond. Back then, while Shinji's attitude was not markedly different from his current demeanor, it was simply a reflection of his character. However, Shinji had later undergone a transformation, which Shirou had initially overlooked. What truly unsettled Shirou was Shinji's treatment of Sakura and his subsequent attempt on Shirou's life. Yet, seeing signs of improvement in Shinji, Shirou was willing to grant him a fresh start. He approached Shinji, contemplating whether to let him continue sleeping in such an uncomfortable spot. As he extended his hand, he recalled that Shinji had a history of waking up grumpy. He remembered an incident in class when Shinji had dozed off. When the teacher called roll, he had attempted to rouse Shinji, only to provoke a furious reaction that nearly overturned the desk. However, at that moment, the two were merely middle school students, still in the age of fearing their teachers, and both were expelled from the classroom by the instructor. Shirou withdrew his hand, which had been reaching out to touch Shinji, eager to avoid provoking Shinji's temper while coaxing him back into the room. He pondered whether he might resort to the same method he had used earlier with Emiya. Do not entertain such a revolting image, Sasuke interjected within Shirou's mental space. As Shirou's fantasies unfurled before Sasuke like a cinematic reel, Shirou chuckled awkwardly and immediately devised another plan. He gently tapped Shinji, and the moment Shinji's eyes fluttered open, the Sharingan activated. Jinjutsu. Chapter 46. The Art of Illusion. Shirou activated his Sharingan, unleashing its ocular power, instantly enveloping Shinji within its grasp. The seaweed-haired youth, roused abruptly from slumber, was on the verge of expressing his ire when his gaze inadvertently locked with the three-tomo Sharingan. Thump, thump. His heart raced ferociously. The furious glare of Shinji gradually morphed into a state of stupor as he steadied himself against the wardrobe and rose. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he took a step forward, making his way towards the bedroom. Shirou, fixated on Shinji's retreating figure, withdrew his gaze only after confirming that he had entered his own chamber. How did it go? Well, for a first attempt, it was decent, although the target was an utterly defenseless fool. However, I inadvertently overexerted my ocular power, leading to an ineffective display and unnecessary wastage. I shall be more cautious next time. Sasuke provided a brief critique. How harsh, Shirou remarked, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Mata residence, a sprawling, ancient estate, hidden beneath its surface lay an obscure basement. Descending the damp staircase leads to a vast underground cavity. The walls are riddled with a multitude of cavities, their depths obscured by a ghostly green luminescence, evoking the unsettling impression that phantoms from the depths of hell could emerge at any moment. This crypt-like underground chamber was known only to Matsuzoken and Sakura. Although Shinji had inadvertently glimpsed this place, he had only perceived its superficial aspects. The true horrors buried deep within, the swarms of insects, had only been felt up close by Sakura. The air, thick with a putrid stench and dampness, served as a paradise for the swarming insects, which constituted Matsuzoken's training grounds. The old man, accompanied by a silent servant, slowly descended the stairs, observing the white-haired girl clad in a black and red gown, standing in the center of the room, untouched by the swarm. After 10 years of training with these insects, you still cannot bring yourself to appreciate them? Grandfather, you have failed, Sakura retorted, disregarding Matsuzoken's remarks with a sharp tongue. The elderly man tilted his decayed form, his hand resembling a withered branch as he waved dismissively. One cannot deem it a failure, considering the caliber of our adversary. Not only do they possess formidable noble phantasms, but they also have countless means of escape. And you, if you do not hasten to acquire the vessel, how do you intend to complete the Holy Grail? Matsuzoken posed the question to Sakura, who remained silent. Observing his granddaughter's reticence, Matsuzoken merely chuckled as he moved behind her. Time is of the essence, Sakura. I am aware, grandfather, she replied. During the day, Shirou went about his usual routine, purchasing groceries and preparing meals, followed by his training regimen. After a day of play, Rin and Emiya had settled down, diligently preparing for the forthcoming battle. Shinji rose at noon, unable to recall when he had lain down to sleep in Shirou's room. His last memory was of dozing off while seated against the wall in the foyer. He circled around the Emiya residence twice and spotted Shirou meditating in the warehouse, practicing ninjutsu in the realm of his mind. He also saw Rin and Emiya preparing magic in the dojo. As someone who possessed no knowledge of magic or ninjutsu, he felt utterly out of place among the three, relegated to idly watching television. Noticing his idleness, Shirou assigned him the task of a thorough cleaning. Huh. Shinji's face contorted in reluctance. You want me to clean your house? What do you take me for? I am the heir of the Matsu family. I would rather perish, even if it meant jumping from Tokyo Tower. Then, illusion. The reflection of the Sharingan in Shinji's eyes rendered him dazed as he repeatedly wiped the floor of the Emiya household with a cloth. Shirou observed Shinji laboring diligently with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Illusion, indeed, was a remarkable tool. Shirou increasingly believed that ninjutsu was far more practical than magic. As dusk faded and night fell, Shinji finally ceased his cleaning, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He had not anticipated that Shirou would exhibit such malice, commanding him in such a manner and directly controlling him with illusion. The illusion Shirou cast did not bind his spirit firmly. It merely rendered his body uncontrollable. He could only watch himself scrub the floor repeatedly, feeling the exhaustion yet unable to cease, cursing inwardly. However, once the illusion dissipated, instead of quarreling with Shirou, he merely clamored for dinner, as if the incident had been but a fleeting thought. By this time, Shirou had already prepared the meal, awaiting his companions to take their seats. The dinner was not particularly lively, each person lost in their own thoughts. After the meal, Shirou busied himself washing the dishes in the kitchen, while Emiya and Rin laughed heartily at the comedic program on television. Although Shinji felt somewhat reserved, he sat nearby, secretly watching the television for distraction. Suddenly, Shirou's gaze sharpened. He discreetly set down the soapy plate and wiped his hands. In an instant, he was outside the house. The trio engrossed in their show had not noticed Shirou's disappearance. While washing the dishes, he had caught a glimpse of a swift shadow darting past the kitchen window. Who? Shirou Emiya, I did not expect you to become so formidable. A servant with long purple hair, clad in leather and wearing an eye mask, appeared before Shirou. Rider? Shirou exclaimed in surprise. He quickly projected the Kusanagi sword, the skeletal form of Susanoo enveloping him. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activate. Rider's appearance was not tainted by shadow like Saber or Lancer, yet she was undoubtedly Sakura's servant, and her presence now suggested an impending attack. I have no intention of confronting you. I wish to inform you that Sakura is suffering. What do you know? The kaleidoscopic Sharingan locked onto Rider, as Shirou attempted to exert illusion over her. Yet, she wore an eye mask. Yes, Rider concealed her eyes. It was then that Shirou recognized the flaw in his illusion. If one were to strike a blind person, would that not render them utterly incapacitated? Fool, even if she were not wearing a blindfold. Do you truly believe you could employ illusions to manipulate a servant bound to a master? The magical connection between them would instantly dispel any illusion. What have I taught you? Chastised by Sasuke, Shirou offered an awkward smile. Upon witnessing Shirou's sudden expression, Rider tilted her head in confusion. Kirai Kodomine seeks to summon the Holy Grail, intending for its contents to recognize Sakura as its master. Is it Ingramenu? Once it acknowledges Sakura as its master, Kirai will seize her body, exploiting the master-servant relationship to transfer himself into her form. This is the flawless manifestation of the third magic, Ingramenu, which allows the soul to materialize. Chapter 46. Are you here for the night raid as well? Rider, from what standpoint are you addressing me regarding this matter? Sakura is suffering immensely. Rider hesitated for a few moments before speaking slowly. During her 10 years at the Matsu household, she endured darkness beyond imagination. Her mind has been corrupted by the essence within the Holy Grail, rendering her thoughts abnormal. Only you can rescue her. As her servant, I am utterly unable to disobey her commands. If she were to forcibly use a command spell, or treat me as she does Saber and Lancer, I would inevitably become your adversary. Rider made her position clear. It seemed she could only offer some information and could not be relied upon for battle. In that case, Rider, until I can bring her back, I entrust her care to you. I will do so, as promised. Rider's form vanished. From the moment she appeared to her departure, not even half a minute had passed, and the three individuals in the room remained completely oblivious. Ryder had skillfully evaded the estate's magical defenses, but could proceed no further than the courtyard, as venturing closer would provoke the self-regulating familiars set by Iliasville. As night fell, Shinji entered the room prepared for him by Shirou, his expression a mixture of emotions. Even he understood that while being tsundere might provide momentary relief, maintaining such a fade would lead to consequences. Shirou, now equipped with various means to deal with him, was not inclined to sleep in the hallway. Last night had been merely a fit of pique. Shirou had retired early to his room for the sake of training. Sasuke, I have arrived. Upon seeing Sasuke meditating with his eyes closed, Shirou greeted him. Sasuke opened his eyes slowly and spoke. Today, you will master the ultimate secret of the Manjiki Sharingan. What? That. Shirou recalled the technique Sasuke had demonstrated once, nearly causing him to believe his mental space would burst. Was he expected to learn that? A wave of self-doubt washed over him. Perhaps due to the profound connection he shared with Sasuke, he found himself learning the techniques taught by Sasuke with remarkable ease, as if it were only natural. However, while ninjutsu and taijutsu were manageable, the ocular techniques were another matter entirely. The excruciating sensation of straining his ocular power, causing both his eyes and mind to ache, was not something an ordinary person could endure. Amaterasu was equally troubling. Using it resulted in his eyes bleeding. An unsettling sight indeed. Enough with the chatter. Never mind, just focus on your task, and I'll rest a bit longer. Sasuke intended to reprimand Shirou, but his words shifted unexpectedly. Shirou did not comprehend what Sasuke meant by letting him handle some task, and in the next moment, he was ejected from the mental space. He felt a weight pressing down upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself confronted by a cascade of dark hair, accompanied by a fragrance that blended shampoo with the unique scent of a young girl. Tosaka, what are you doing? The girl, clad in a fluffy pajama, had sprawled atop Shirou. Upon noticing his eyes open, her face visibly flushed with warmth. She began playfully raining down light punches upon him. It hurts. It hurts. What is going on? You think I wanted to come here, you fool Shirou? Rin Tosaka sat up, clutching the blanket that only revealed her eyes, glaring at Shirou with a sense of grievance. It appeared that her presence in this room was not entirely voluntary. Then why? Be because of Shinji. Yes, that guy Shinji. He's utterly detestable. After a moment of hesitation, Rin slapped her thigh and exclaimed with sudden clarity. Shinji? What does he have to do with this? No, Shirou began to question, but then recalled Shinji's character. It seemed he was indeed no upstanding individual. Could it be? In Shirou's imagination, Rin was changing clothes in the room. The sliding door creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of eyes glowing green in the darkness. A wolf wandering in the night. And not just any wolf, but a lecherous one. Sensing a gaze from behind, the girl turned to find the voyeur lurking in the shadows, letting out a long and piercing scream. I will go teach that Shinji a lesson. Oh, there's no need for that. Wait, Shirou. Upon seeing Shirou rise in a fit of rage and stride toward the door, Rin attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Apologies, Shinji, for being my scapegoat. I shall treat you more kindly tomorrow. As she realized she could not deter Shirou, Rin resigned herself and sat on the floor, mourning for Shinji. Shirou flung the door open, only to collide with Emiya, who hesitated at the threshold. Emiya? Emiya? Shirou was puzzled as to why Emiya stood at the door of his room. Rin echoed his surprise. Emiya, called by both, seemed to pay more attention to Rin. Rin, are you here to raid Shirou's room too? Emiya blinked her clear, water-like eyes. She stood with her hands behind her back, tilting her head slightly. A Navi smile gracing her lips as she looked at the blanket-clad Rin. No. What do you mean raiding? I'm not. I didn't tea. Don't say such things. Rin's thoughts were revealed by Emiya, causing her face to flush red as she waved her hands frantically. Shirou finally understood. Rin had been deceiving him all along. Moreover, Emiya had just said also, let me clarify, it's not what you think. I can sleep alone if I want. But Shinji being here does make me a bit uncomfortable, so I thought to find Shirou to sleep together. But there's nothing raiding about it. I'm not here for anything like that. That's good to hear. I slept alone last night. I missed Shirou so very much. I was looking for Shirou to do something. So you can step outside, and we'll let you know when we're done. Emiya, barefoot, dashed past Shirou and joyfully flopped onto his bedding, wiggling her bottom to shove Rin out. Unbelievable. Emiya, don't push me. I'm not going anywhere. Emiya. Rin Tosaka was nearly toppled by Iliasville, casting an irritable glance in her direction. How about it, Tosaka? Shall we sleep together? Shirou, aware that Emiya was deliberately provoking Rin, scratched his face, and chuckled softly before extending an olive branch. Upon hearing Shirou's words, a fleeting smile of joy crossed Rin's face, only to be quickly suppressed as she turned her head away. Humph. Since you put it that way, I suppose I'll stay, Emiya exclaimed joyfully. Pulling the blanket over herself and Rin, both of their heads peeking out from the top, their eager gazes directed towards Shirou. He swallowed hard, glancing cautiously down the corridor before stealthily entering the room. Chapter 47. Sister Tong is in danger in the early morning. Shirou donned an apron to prepare breakfast for the 3 members of his household. After a long night spent with Rin and Emiya, both of whom were still lost in slumber, he found himself quite energetic. Shinji appeared to have also slept in late. As Shirou passed by his room, he caught a glimpse of Shinji, half of his body sprawled on the floor, utterly oblivious to the world around him. As the oil in the pan began to heat up, Shirou had just retrieved some eggs from the refrigerator when he suddenly paused. He glanced at the egg in his hand, then at the frying pan before him. He recalled a previous occasion when Sasuke had prepared breakfast for him, employing a unique technique to fry the eggs, which had turned out to be particularly delicious. With determination, he thought, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Just as breakfast was nearing completion, Emiya wandered into the living room, yawning. Shirou, good morning, good morning. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Why not watch some television in the meantime? Shirou replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and smiling at Emiya. Emiya tilted her head, puzzled as to why Shirou appeared so fatigued merely from making breakfast. 2 minutes later, Rin joined them in the living room, just as Shirou finished setting the table. Is Shinji still not awake? There is no need to wait for him. Let us eat. It was clear that Rin would not wait for Shinji, and Shirou did not press the matter further. The 3 of them began their breakfast. After savoring the Amaterasu fried eggs, both Rin and Emiya displayed expressions of bliss. Are you really using chakra for such tasks? Sasuke's indifferent voice echoed from the mental space. Huh. Weren't you doing the same before? Shirou's retort left Sasuke momentarily speechless, his gaze diverted elsewhere. The television was broadcasting the morning news. Breaking news. Throughout the early hours and into the morning, multiple incidents of fainting have occurred across Fuyuki City, with hundreds affected. The police department is investigating the cause of these events. Currently, there is no reliable information or progress in the investigation. We will continue to follow this story closely. This alarming news captured the attention of all 3. Fainting. Such familiar symptoms could likely indicate that magical energy had been drained. Could it be Sakura's doing? I'm not sure. Although she shouldn't require more magical energy at this point, she is the only one capable of such a feat, Rin replied, shaking her head. There is a possibility, Emiya affirmed, her expression serious as she regarded Shirou and Rin. As a magician, one does not need to continually replenish their magical energy if there is enough to use. However, Sakura is currently being eroded by the essence of the Holy Grail. At this stage, whether she can still be considered human is debatable. It would not be surprising for her to retain some instinct to consume and siphon magical energy. We must find her quickly, Shirou exclaimed, abruptly standing up. Just as Rin and Emiya were about to respond, the sound of a telephone ringing echoed through the corridor. The 3 exchanged glances, and Shirou hurried out to answer the call. You Emiya residents, who is this? Shirou, be careful. Be very cautious of Sakura. That child. The voice of Taiga came through the line, but before she could finish her sentence, the connection abruptly severed, leaving only the sound of a busy signal in Shirou's ear. Clang. As Shirou's grip slackened, the phone fell to the floor. Fujino is in danger. With no time to spare, Shirou rushed to the entrance to don his clothes and shoes. Shirou, wait for us. There is no time. Fujino has encountered Sakura. Something has happened. Shirou shouted without looking back, vanishing in an instant from the entrance. Emiya and Rin could not match Shirou's speed and were left to guard the Emiya household. In a corner of the Emiya residence, several black, paper-thin figures scuttled about, making a quiet tap-tap-tap as they entered the house. The howling wind whistled past Shirou's ears as he sprinted across the rooftops of the city with remarkable speed. A journey that typically took half an hour by foot to school now brought the side of the school building within less than a minute. Usually, if Fujino was not at his home, she would be at school, especially since today was a weekday. Something feels off. Be cautious, Sasuke warned Shirou. He halted, surveying his surroundings. Silence reigned, no sign of life. The area was eerily quiet, as if it were a graveyard. You should use your, I see it. Before Sasuke could finish, Shirou activated his Sharingan, perceiving a powerful magical aura enveloping the vicinity of the school. Identifying the source of the disturbance, Shirou charged straight in. activating his skeletal form of Susanoo as he entered. Yet, the anticipated weight of pressure did not materialize. Upon landing, Shirou discovered several students lying unconscious on the ground. Their magical energy nearly drained, non-lethal but rendering them unable to awaken in the short term. Roar! The sound, akin to a raging beast, echoed in Shirou's ears. In that instant, whoosh! A lance swept down from above, the force of the strike carving a trench at Shirou's feet. Shirou stepped back just in time to evade the blow. With a cry of Chidori, he swiftly formed a seal and thrust his hand forward, unleashing a piercing attack. Lancer, transforming his lance from offense to defense, positioned it before him to block Shirou's forward strike. Both parties hesitated, refraining from further action. Where's Sakura? What about Fujino? Lancer merely scoffed, offering no response. Not planning to speak? Then I will defeat you first. Defeat me? You little brat, you really need to stop talking so big. Lancer's eyes widened with fury, and he unleashed a gust of wind as he struck. The lance swept across. Clang! Shirou's Kusanagi sword intercepted the lance but shattered instantly. In a moment of panic, the quality of the projected weapon proved insufficient. However, Shirou was not inclined to fight here, as several unconscious students were nearby. He could not allow them to be caught in this conflict. He swiftly retreated, but Lancer's gaze remained fixed on him, unhesitatingly pursuing. They arrived at the playground, where classes were in session, and only the area surrounding the teaching building was populated with students. The playground lay desolate, an ideal setting for a confrontation. Shirou sprinted across the expanse, catching a glimpse of Lancer pursuing him from behind. Suddenly, he pivoted swiftly, forming hand seals with agility. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball plummeted towards Lancer like a falling sun. Lancer, unable to evade in time, was soon besieged by a swarm of insects that erupted from his rear. The horde surged towards the fireball, only to be instantaneously consumed by the flames. Yet, the swarm appeared inexhaustible as an endless stream of insects charged forth, relentlessly extinguishing the fire and leaving behind a scorched earth littered with charred carcasses and the acrid scent of burnt remains. Is it you, Zoken? Ho ho ho. Having lost the aid of that heroic spirit within you, you now wield his powers against me. Indeed, you are a rare talent, but alas, in this holy grail war, you must be crushed beneath my feet. The swarm coalesced, taking the form of Zoken Matu, who stood behind Lancer. Chapter 48. Take a look behind you, dirty bug. Shirou glared at the grotesque visage of the old worm, gritting his teeth. I will not let you succeed. I shall rescue Sakura. Roar, there is no denying your certain prowess. But you must understand, I will not strike if I lack confidence. The body of Kirii metatransformed into countless insects, scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, Lancer twirled his spear, the glint of its tip reflecting ominously upon Shirou's face. In the next moment, Lancer appeared behind Shirou. With a swift motion, the spear pivoted, unleashing a tempestuous gale aimed at Shirou. Shirou tilted his head to evade the assault, yet a gash was carved upon his face. He remained unfazed, grasping the Kusanagi sword. The clash between spear and sword resonating with a piercing metallic shriek that echoed across the schoolyard. Fire release, Kagutsuchi sword. Lightning release, Chidori, blade. Black flames materialized into the shape of a sword in Shirou's left hand, while the Kusanagi sword in his right hand crackled with Chidori's electric energy. Armed with dual blades, Shirou, after projecting the Kusanagi sword, acquired Sasuke's sword techniques, further enhanced by Sasuke's direct guidance. Faced with the perfected martial prowess of the heroic spirit, Shirou found himself capable of holding his own on a technical level. In the instant they clashed, Lancer sensed a marked difference in Shirou. Both his magical energy and skill had amplified exponentially since their last encounter. In that moment, Lancer felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. He thrust his spear. Yet Shirou, light on his feet, leapt nimbly onto the spear's tip, propelling himself forward rapidly. With the spear thrusting forth, engaging at close quarters became perilous. Thus, Lancer decisively swept his spear horizontally, depriving Shirou of his foothold while drawing back defensively. Boom! The ground trembled, dust swirling into the air. In Lancer's astonished gaze, Shirou suspended in midair invoked Susanoo, a colossal skeletal arm anchoring him to the earth, abruptly halting his descent as he propelled himself backward. Whoosh! The Kusanagi sword was hurled with great force, transforming into a streak of lightning aimed at Lancer. This strike was effortlessly deflected by Lancer's spear. The protection against projectiles rendered ranged weapons virtually ineffective against him. However, Shirou's intent was merely to restrain. The true technique lay ahead. He swiftly formed seals, unleashing the great fireball technique. The surrounding air instantly became searing, distorting even the very lines of sight. Boom! A tremendous explosion created a crater over 10 meters in diameter at the center of the playground. Lancer's figure emerged not far away. Having just phased into spirit form to evade the onslaught, yet he narrowly escaped being engulfed by the fiery blast, leaving his expression grim. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end, for a sound akin to the cacophony of 1,000 birds screeching erupted behind him. Hearing this, Lancer spun and thrust his spear. Clang! The spear tip met the sword's edge in a fierce collision. The dark crimson magic entwined with the Chidori's lightning chakra. Both vying to devour the other, yet neither could advance even a fraction. Ultimately, the clash of chakra and magic concluded in a stalemate, with the epicenter of the collision erupting into a powerful shockwave that sent both combatants soaring through the air. Lancer gracefully spun like a cheetah before landing steadily on the ground. Shirou, enveloped in the skeletal form of the Susanoo, braced himself against the earth with his bony arms to stabilize his retreating body. Lancer was taken aback by Shirou's rapid progress and strength, realizing that he was now on par with himself. No, it would be more accurate to say that given Shirou's current performance, he would undoubtedly lose if he did not employ his noble phantasm. He could discern that Shirou was concealing his true abilities, though the extent of that concealment remained unknown. As a heroic spirit, being defeated by a mere magician was utterly unacceptable. With that thought in mind, Lancer resolved to act, sweeping his spear to disperse the surrounding dust and debris. His noble phantasm, the Gi-Balg, shone with a blood-red malevolence. Gi-Balg! Lancer leaped high into the air, hurling the spear towards Shirou with tremendous force. The velocity of that thrust was blinding, its power terrifying, even before the spear arrived. The wild surge of magic transformed into a tornado, whipping up sand and debris that bore down on Shirou. This was perilous. Shirou sought to evade the impending strike of Gi-Balg using his instantaneous movement technique, just as he had done previously. However, there was no one or nothing in his vicinity to facilitate a spatial swap. In a moment of desperation, a violet aura erupted forth, and the skeletal structure of the Susanoo rapidly took form upon Shirou's body, muscles and skin sprouting forth to complete the transformation into a humanoid figure, clad in armor. The Susanoo seemed prepared to withstand Lancer's celestial strike. Boom! The spear struck the chest of the Susanoo, attempting to penetrate the purple armor but encountering immense resistance. The pent-up magical energy exploded violently, resulting in the emergence of a small mushroom cloud at the center of the schoolyard. After executing this monumental strike, the spear redirected itself in midair, tracing a curved path back to Lancer's hand. Yet, just as it was about to return, it suddenly vanished. In its place stood Shirou, enveloped in the remnants of his shattered Susanoo, now confronting Lancer directly. Did it swap places with the spear? It seems Lancer is on the verge of defeat, observed Matu Sakura from a nearby rooftop, keenly watching the battle unfold. Utilizing his instantaneous movement to switch places with the spear, Shirou appeared before Lancer, dispersing the Susanoo as the Kusanagi blade, imbued with the brilliance of Chidori, slashed towards Lancer's neck. With a swift motion, Lancer seized 2 gemstones, casting them forth to erect a barrier before him. This was not the gem magic employed by the Tosaka clan, but rather a rune magic that Lancer had mastered. The Kusanagi sword, though it failed to advance even a fraction in defense, did not deter Shirou from his intention to defeat Lancer with ease. Universal attraction. A formidable gravitational force was unleashed from Shirou's hand, destabilizing Lancer's stance and pulling him in, causing his defenses to crumble. At that moment, a look of astonishment appeared on Lancer's face, only to be swiftly followed by Shirou's grip around his throat. In such a moment, can you still phase out? I doubt it, Shirou remarked with a hint of derision in his tone. Fool, take a look behind you. Suddenly, a blood-red lance pierced through Shirou's body from behind. Blood splattered onto the ground in Lancer's face. Chapter 49, Cataclysmic Star. The spear pierced Shirou's chest, yet it did not penetrate his heart. This was not a strike of the liberated noble phantasm, but merely the spear returning to Lancer's position as it traversed through Shirou's body. Blood trickled down the spiraled shaft of the spear. Lancer broke free from Shirou's grasp, seized the crimson spear, and forcefully placed his foot upon Shirou's chest. With a sickening squelch, he withdrew the spear, unleashing a spray of blood. Lancer regarded Shirou, who lay on the ground with a gaping wound in his chest, and let out a derisive snort as he stepped forward, gently pricking the tip of the spear into Shirou's heart. There was no hope left for Shirou. Upon witnessing this scene, Kirai Kodomine felt a sense of relief as he approached Lancer's side. The youth has underestimated the situation, lacking in experience. Next, we shall obtain the key to the Einsburn family. However, the other side should be nearing completion as well, he chuckled. Yet, Shirou's voice resonated from behind them. What do you mean by the other side, Kirai? What? Before either could respond, a colossal skeletal hand suddenly grasped Lancer's body, firmly ensnaring him within its palm. Kirai was nearly petrified with fear as he was whisked away into the air by a swarm of insects. Lancer was held fast by the skeletal hand, unable to move or utter a sound. Let us see how you escape now. Amaterasu. The patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled rapidly, and a torrent of black flames surged forth from the hand of Susanoo. With Lancer incapacitated and unable to dematerialize, he was incinerated within mere seconds. How could this be? You clearly. Kirai turned to see Shirou, bleeding profusely from his chest, dissolve into a cloud of smoke. It was merely a clone. Kirai was not unfamiliar with such magic. However, could a mere clone contend with Lancer like that? This was Shirou's first attempt at the shadow clone technique. Having absorbed all the ninjutsu that Sasuke had taught him, while he had grasped the technique to some extent, if it had been Sasuke, he would have never resorted to using the shadow clone, harboring the notion that it was a technique of the underperformer. To use it himself would equate to being like that underachiever. Nonetheless, Shirou found it quite useful, though inexperienced. He had managed to create a shadow clone under the cover of his prior fire technique, while his true self lay hidden, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Defeating Lancer was not a daunting task in Shirou's eyes. The challenge lay with Kirai, that old insect. If care was not taken, he could easily slip away. Thus, Shirou resolved to employ another powerful technique taught by Sasuke. The might of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan surged forth, enveloping Shirou in a violet chakra, transforming him into a towering figure over 10 meters high. Kirai had not anticipated Susanoo could assume such a form, soaring high above. He was quickly matched in height by Shirou, who now loomed at the level of the giant's chest. Smack! The colossal hand of Susanoo extended forth, grasping Kuriyamatu and bringing him before his eyes. Within Susanoo's interior, Shirou unleashed the full force of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan illusion. What have you done? Kuriyamatu's mind momentarily faltered, sensing an overwhelming force invading his consciousness. Fujin. Shirou, having gleaned from Kuriya's earlier words that this was but a feint, feared for Ilya's safety. Thus, even with the illusion's success, Shirou had no time for further actions and hastened to ascertain Fujin's whereabouts. Got it. Shirou discovered Fujin's location within Kuriya's memories. She had merely collapsed in the school building. Boom. Amidst a cloud of smoke, Shirou created a shadow clone and swiftly made his way toward the school. Meanwhile, Kuriya began to resist Shirou's illusion with all his might. Unskilled in illusion techniques, Shirou was abruptly expelled from Kuriya's psyche. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A multitude of insects scurried up Susanoo's arm towards Shirou, attempting to burrow into Susanoo's body. Yet they could not breach his defenses, failing to advance even a millimeter. Kuriya, restore Sakura to her normal state. What a joke. How could I ever heed your words? Everything you do now is but a desperate struggle. Sakura is merely a sacrifice in the Holy Grail War. As for you, Shirou Emiya, your abilities are quite extraordinary. If possible, I would relish the chance to share the fruits of the Holy Grail with you, allowing the other presence within you to return to the world. Kuriya's words left Shirou and Sasuke momentarily stunned. What did he mean? The fruits of the Holy Grail? Return to the world? Shirou, eliminate him. This scoundrel has lived for so long, excelling in manipulation. I know. With a mighty sweep of Susanoo's hand, Kuriya was hurled into the sky. As Kuriya soared, he was bewildered by Shirou's decision to cast him away. Was this not tantamount to liberation? At such heights, even the giant could not reach him, could he? In the next instant, a purple six-pointed star of the Rinnegan locked onto his form. Centered around Kuriya's body, a tremendous gravitational force erupted, causing the earth and debris of the playground to shatter and levitate toward Kuriya's figure. The universal pull. Kuriya's body transformed into countless insects scattering in all directions, yet was swiftly drawn back to the center by the force. How could this be? Why does such a technique exist? The insects were engulfed and suffocated by the stones, silencing Kuriya's voice beyond retrieval. A sphere measuring over 10 meters in diameter materialized in the school's sky. Shirou gasped for breath. The universal pull had consumed a significant amount of chakra, while not as much as what Rin and Ilya had provided. It was the first time he had expended such a volume, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. At that moment, a fragment of memory surged into his mind. After the shadow clone dissipated, the memories returned to the original, revealing that Fujin had been safely tended to. The enigmatic Meta Sakura has been sealed by the earth-shattering star. Such a seemingly impervious being is best contained. With the caster bound, the barrier surrounding the school naturally dissipates. Shirou hastens his return to the Emiya residence. Sometime prior. Following Shirou's departure, both Emiya and Rin found their spirits plummeting to an all-time low. The two sat in the living room, enveloped in silence. A few minutes later, Rin broke the stillness. "Since you are here, do show yourself, Sakura." With a rustle, the sunlight outside cast Sakura's shadow upon the sliding door from the corridor to the living room, flickering like the unstable signal of an old television set. "All right, sister, I've been busy moving and renovating the new house these past few days. My apologies." Chapter 50. The frantic Sakura in the living room of the Emiya household. Emiya and Rin wore grave expressions, each reluctant to make any sudden moves. Before them stood Sakura, clad in a flowing black dress, her hair a stark white, gazing at them with an inscrutable countenance. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, its sound echoing sharply in the current silence, causing both Emiya and Rin's hearts to race. Their palms slightly damp with sweat. Though Rin maintained a brave facade, it was crucial to acknowledge that the current Sakura was a master commanding multiple servants. Her own magical prowess formidable. With Shirou absent, relying solely on herself and Emiya would not suffice for long. Their best course of action was to buy time. "You left the church without a word," causing Shirou considerable concern, Rin stated. "Well, you see, there are reasons for that. I trust that Senpai will not hold it against me," Sakura replied, a troubled expression crossing her face before she playfully tapped her head, sticking out her tongue in a charming manner. "After all, I know he cares deeply for me. If I share my troubles with him, he will surely forgive me." "Indeed. That's just the kind of person he is," Rin concurred, her gaze darting around the living room. Did Sakura come alone? If Saber and the others were absent, perhaps Emiya and she could stand a chance against her. "Sakura, are you planning to heed Michiru's words?" Rin inquired. "Of course I will listen to my grandfather. He would never wish me harm, would he?" "How could you think that? I've come specifically to retrieve the key. While Senpai is away, I should expedite the matter. For I wish to avoid causing too much commotion before his return," Sakura interjected, her words sending Emiya and Rin's hearts into their throats. She squinted her eyes, smiling beautifully. Yet this smile in such a moment made Rin and Emiya feel as if she had truly lost her mind. "Emiya." Rin was the first to strike, revealing the gem she had concealed within her hands. Emiya quickly followed suit, pulling the threads of her magical energy, which activated the concealed magical mechanisms in the corners of the ceiling, targeting Sakura for an assault. Azure light swirled through the living room, transforming into blades that swept past Sakura's indifferent gaze. Crack! The magic shattered. With sheer magical force, Sakura deflected Emiya's attack. Rin's expression shifted to one of complexity. To see her own sister surpass her to such an extent evoked both pride and a tinge of reluctance, but there was no time for such thoughts now. The gem shot from her hand, colliding with Emiya as they tumbled out of the living room. The gem, now resting on the table, erupted in a brilliant glow. Boom! The explosive force sent countless fragments of furniture flying out through the breach in the corridor. "I'll apologize to Shirou later for blowing up his house," Rin quipped. "Just give him the Tosaka residence. After all, you wish to marry him, don't you?" "What? Do you dare to threaten to throw me back?" Iliasville's words left Rin blushing. "Oh my, it seems sister desires to compete with me for our senior. I can concede to you in all matters. But this is one I cannot allow." Enveloped by shadows, Sakura emerged from the house, advancing towards the disheveled Rin and Iliasville with the poise of a reigning queen. "That fool harbors considerable feelings for you, even in your current state. He still yearns to rescue you from that decrepit old man, but I find his naivety amusing, for you have fallen utterly." "Indeed." Rin's remark momentarily stunned Sakura, who then broke into an excited smile. "In this present moment, I possess unparalleled power. Even you cannot rival me." This sensation, her eyes widened, and a grin spread across her face, nearly reaching her ears, is simply exquisite. A heavy feeling settled in Rin's heart. It seemed that Sakura was truly beyond redemption, completely lost to madness. However, that fool would never have the heart to harm Sakura, so it fell upon her to intervene. "Sakura." A male voice resonated from the house behind her, causing everyone present to pause. Sakura stiffly turned to face the newcomer. "Brother, bro?" Shinji stood astonished on the outer corridor of the estate, gazing at the scene unfolding in the yard. Just moments ago, he had been roused from slumber by the sound of an explosion, only to arrive and witness the standoff between the three. "Sakura, you are still alive?" Sakura's cold words sent Shinji's spirit plummeting. Having been pursued by their grandfather, he already felt hopeless about his future, yet he believed that Sakura, regardless of how he treated her, would always be forgiving. He was certain that even if she despised him, she would at least maintain a facade of compliance. However, the Sakura before him now offered nothing but a frigid gaze and chilling words, laced with an undercurrent of malice. "Grandfather borrowed Lancer to eliminate your newly summoned servant. It seems he failed. Age truly renders one inept. Sakura, what are you saying? Listen to me. We have both been deceived by grandfather. I knew from the very beginning." "What?" Shinji's breath caught in his throat. The silver-haired girl turned to face him, her icy gaze locking onto his, accompanied by a disdainful smile that made his teeth chatter. "Grandfather never regarded you as significant. Allowing me to lend you Rider was merely a ploy to create chaos for other masters. As for you, he harbored no expectations, considering your life a mere tool to provide the Mata family with the slightest advantage before his demise. I shared that sentiment, which is why I lent Lancer to grandfather, as your existence had already become an obstacle. Do you understand? After the way you treated me, I have yearned for your demise every single day. In moments of solitude, I have felt an overwhelming desire to inflict harm. Yet, I am acutely aware that during that time, I was merely a pawn in the Matu household, an unactivated piece on the chessboard. Therefore, I must endure. Brother, the opportunity has arisen, since grandfather is of no use. Allow me to fulfill this wish with my own hands." With tears unexpectedly streaming from her eyes, Sakura turned her gaze toward Shinji, and the black ribbons surrounding her transformed into razor-sharp blades, hurtling towards him. Shinji gasped, the reflection of the impending attack mirrored in his eyes. Clang! Clash! A barrier forged from gemstones intercepted Sakura's onslaught. At that moment, Shinji's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. The shattered glass from the window, broken by Rin, littered the floor, piercing his backside and palms, causing blood to flow profusely. Chapter 51. Who else is watching the pole vault? What does it mean that my attack on brother was intercepted by sister? Sister? Sakura's assault was thwarted by Rin, who used a jewel to block it. Turning her displeased gaze towards Rin. "Ah, could it be that you, sister, actually have feelings for brother? I hadn't noticed that before. You really have a wicked mind, Sakura. Even if I were fond of the bugs that dwell in the crevices of stones, I would never harbor feelings for that kelp-headed fool, the one I truly admire. Well, why don't you take a guess?" Rin's nerves were taut. Faced with Sakura in her current state, a single misstep could lead to disaster. The objective now was to buy time until Shirou returned. At the very least, she hoped to escape from Sakura's clutches. Using a diversion to lure Shirou away, "Sakura, you surely do not wish to confront him in his current state, do you? I suspect you are aware that he has changed dramatically from the person he once was. Can you guess what method we employed to strengthen him, despite his magical circuits being previously obstructed and incapable of supplying power to Saber? What are you trying to say?" Sakura's expression grew increasingly frigid, the surrounding air becoming palpable with tension. Shinji, observing Sakura's unfamiliar demeanor and voice, trembled, his teeth chattering as he struggled to rise from the ground with his numbed legs. "I never expected that both of us sisters would come to like the same man. Would you like to know when I first took notice of him?" Rin. Iliasville attempted to interject, but Rin raised her hand to silence her. She understood that continuing would only infuriate Sakura, yet she also recognized that if she diverted Sakura's attention through other means, she would be quickly detected and attacked. Only by speaking of Shirou could she hope to sway Sakura in this moment. Her younger sister's deep affection for Shirou had always been evident to Rin. "It was an afternoon 4 years ago. I visited the school where Shirou was studying for certain reasons, and as I was about to leave the building, I spotted an utter fool on the playground, persistently attempting the pole vault, striving to clear an almost insurmountable height." Sakura's demeanor shifted from cold to astonishment, her pupils quivering violently as Rin's words echoed in her mind. "I am the sort of person who, if I believe my strength is insufficient, will immediately give up without a trace of regret. Some things do not belong to me, and they simply do not belong to me. If it cannot be done, it cannot be done." However, that fellow is the complete opposite. He is an irredeemable fool who, even when fully aware of the impossibility, strives to achieve and pursues his beliefs. As Rin spoke, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips, not one of mockery, but rather a joyful reminiscence. "I truly believe it is wonderful to have someone like him." As Rin's words settled, She noticed Sakura embracing herself, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Sakura? What is, please? Sister, do not take away even my only cherished memory. Rin is remarkably intelligent, grasping the situation with just a single statement. On that day, Sakura was present as well, observing Shirou practice pole vaulting. Unlike my sister, I truly am a wicked child, Sakura remarked, lifting her tear-stained face, a hint of a smile curving her lips. I witnessed the scene of my senpai practicing pole vaulting too, but unlike my sister, I yearned to see my senpai fail, to see him give up. In that moment, I can perceive my own reflection, the one who succumbed to the relentless torment of the Matsu family. As she spoke, Sakura suddenly erupted in a fit of anger, then raised her head high, revealing a self-mocking smile. However, my senpai did not yield. He tried again and again. Utterly oblivious to the notion of giving up. Why are both my senpai and sister so radiant, while I am left in the shadows? Sakura's emotions began to unravel as she covered her face and wept. Shinji observed the two sisters before him, opening his mouth to say something yet hesitating to utter a word. In truth, he had been present at the scene that day as well. He had stood on the rooftop of the school building, witnessing Rin by the edge of the playground and Sakura in the corridor, both watching Shirou's high jump. Shinji found himself perplexed as to why these two would remain at a distance, reluctant to encourage Shirou. As he watched Shirou fall repeatedly, he felt an urge to cheer him on, yet his pride held him back, leaving him to silently offer encouragement in his heart. Before departing, Shinji even noticed a sleek black luxury car passing by outside the school, where a blonde girl inside was also observing Shirou's pole vaulting. That day, the grass by the roadside teemed with more insects than usual, and on the sidewalk outside the school, a suspicious figure dressed like a priest lingered, while in the distance, a golden silhouette could be faintly seen against the street lamp. These observations, however, he dared not voice, especially in such a grave and perilous situation. Sister, thank you for sharing this with me. It allows me to do so without burden, Sakura inhaled deeply, turning to Rin with a gentle smile reminiscent of the caring Mata Jr. she once was. To kill you. Instantly, black spikes erupted in abundance throughout the courtyard. Am I unable to evade this? Rin immediately rolled on the ground to dodge the nearest assault, pivoting to hurl 2 jewels. The gems collided in midair, exploding in a brilliant display of light. Sakura was momentarily blinded by the radiance. A sizzling sound echoed. Beneath Sakura's feet, a shadow glimmered with a crimson glow. Shinji witnessed this scene with clarity. As the brilliance waned, Ilya's attack followed closely, with several magical threads forming tiny birds that transformed into swords, stabbing towards Sakura from both sides. Clang! Bang! The swords struck the black satin ribbons enveloping Sakura's form, thwarted as if they had collided with steel. Is it futile? Ilya grasped the silken thread with both hands, intertwining her arms and exerting force to pull, causing the rebounding sword to be drawn back before Sakura, resulting in a violent explosion. Wah! Shinji was thrown into a somersault by the shockwave of the blast, nearly propelled out of the courtyard. He lifted his head and, from the side of the battlefield, beheld the entirety of the combat, his body instinctively reacting before his mind, propelling him towards the center. The dust cloud generated by the explosion obscured Sakura's vision. She furrowed her brow, intending to disperse the smoke with magic, when suddenly, the haze before her was parted, and Rin stood before her, less than half a meter away. Chapter 52. Shinji the Shield with the Enhancement of Magic. Rin's arms and calves radiated a cerulean glow as she firmly assumed a stance, scattering the dust before Sakura. She raised her fist and struck. Bang! Rin's powerful blow struck Sakura's abdomen. The girl's eyes widened in shock, instantly filled with crimson veins, as a mouthful of bright red blood erupted from her lips. To Sakura, the magical assault was merely a triviality easily defensible. However, the martial arts honed by Rin since childhood, her training in the 8 Extremes Fist under the tutelage of Kirai Kodomine, was a physical attack that posed a lethal threat to any magician once they were engaged in close quarters. Sister. Rin's attack hesitated for a brief moment, but her expression quickly hardened with resolve as she advanced a step closer, raising her arm to deliver an elbow strike to Sakura's chest. Rin was not devoid of emotion, yet in such a critical moment, the bond of sisterhood could not sway her actions. On the contrary, it was precisely because of their sisterly connection that Rin resolved to defeat Sakura, determined to prevent her from continuing down this path. As Rin's strike neared its target, Sakura's expression of anguish suddenly vanished without a trace. Just as Rin's attack was about to land, she was abruptly knocked aside by an unseen force, her balance lost as she stumbled away. At that moment, the only one left inactive was Shinji. Shinji, what are you doing? You. As Rin fell to the ground. She lifted her head to chastise Shinji for being a burden and now deliberately hindering her efforts. What was he thinking? However, what she beheld was Saber, clad in dark armor, plunging her sword into Shinji's lower back. Shinji? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Shinji not collided with her just moments ago, it would have been her receiving the blow from Saber. How infuriating. What was this fool doing? If he wished to be despised, he should not engage in actions so contrary to his usual demeanor. Brother, you've become quite brave compared to before. Sakura's cold gaze fell upon Shinji's pained face, her voice devoid of any emotion. If it were under normal circumstances, Shinji would have reveled in his sister's praise. Yet, in this moment, he lacked the luxury to indulge in such thoughts. The agonizing pain in his back rendered his mind nearly blank, and he could only muster a faint strength to look toward Sakura. Are you an idiot? If you hadn't pushed me, I could have defeated Sakura even if it meant death. Enough chatter. Your body is moving on its own. Shinji's voice was weak as Saber withdrew her sword, instantly staining Shinji's waist with blood, and he collapsed to the ground. Observing her brother fall, a wave of emotion swept over Sakura. Brother, why did you step forward to save sister? She lowered her head, her eyes wide open, murmuring to herself. This cannot be allowed. My brother must remain a failure. If even he becomes better than I. Sakura. Saber approached Sakura's side. Indeed, there are matters of importance to attend to. Sakura fell silent for a few moments, regaining her composure. And what of this individual? Brother, eliminate him. After a moment of hesitation, Sakura made her decision. My brother has transformed, becoming akin to my sister and my senior. A brother like this has no reason to exist. Saber was taken aback by Sakura's response, clearly caught off guard. Despite her mask, her astonishment was evident to all. After a brief pause, Saber tightened her grip on the holy sword, stepping beside Shinji, directing the blade towards his neck. This is where it ends. The tip of Saber's sword halted less than a centimeter from Shinji's throat. She looked up towards the source of the voice that interrupted her. Emiya stood a short distance away, having just spoken to prevent Saber from striking Shinji down. Sakura, if you desire the key, I can provide it. Will you truly comply? Otherwise, there is no other path available. After all, Sakura, you are the strongest here. Emiya offered a resigned smile. I am the strongest? Sakura repeated Ilia's words in a daze, her expression then shifting to one of excitement. Having always been overshadowed by her sister, she was now the mightiest among them. Emiya, do not act foolishly. Rest assured, Rin, I know what I am doing, and besides, we have no other choice. Emiya shook her head, following closely behind Sakura as they vanished into the courtyard. Before disappearing, Saber glanced at Rin, who had just risen from the ground. Rin, heed my warning, and relay this to Shirou. Do not impede Sakura. What do you mean? In whatever form. Sakura must attain the Holy Grail. Only then can she be saved. Even if it leads to her demise, that will suffice. But should you dare to interfere again, I shall sever your heads with this sword. Saber spoke in a detached tone. Rin scoffed at this, a cold smile curling her lips as she stared at the dark night before her. Saber, you should be aware of what lies within the Grail by now, yes? Or have you also fallen under its spell? Moreover, even if, as you claim, letting Sakura go is for her own good, that fool named Shirou would never abandon his beloved junior, and you know that well. Rin, I mean what I say. Saber did not respond to Rin's inquiry, leaving behind a stern warning before vanishing into the courtyard. Watching Saber's retreating figure, Rin finally released the breath she had been holding, gasping for air. Swiftly, she recalled Shinji and hurried over to assess his injuries. Fortunately, they are not fatal, but Rin discovered that Saber's strike had harmed Shinji's organs, which might adversely affect his future life. Nonetheless, considering Shinji's usual demeanor, such an injury could be deemed a blessing in disguise. She grasped his clothing with one hand, lifted the unconscious Shinji, and entered the residence. Utilizing her magical prowess, she performed a rudimentary treatment on his wounds before procuring some medicine and bandages to tend to his injuries. While her previous healing of Shirou and Gilgamesh had been justified, her approach to treating Shinji was far less meticulous. She merely aimed to ensure he did not succumb, although he had just saved her. Rin found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him. In her heart, Shinji had ascended from the level of a cockroach in the kitchen to that of a pet lizard kept by the neighbors. Chapter 53. The true form of the filthy inkstone. Upon returning home, Shirou was greeted by a chaotic scene in the yard and living room. Fueled by anger, He rushed into the residence and found Rin tending to Shinji's wounds. This is unacceptable. There is no trace of Emiya left here. She has been taken away, hasn't she? Upon entering, Sasuke immediately noticed the absence of a person. Tosaka. Where's Emiya? She was taken by Sakura. Rin sighed and recounted the events that had transpired to Shirou. Leaning against the wall in frustration, Shirou lamented, if only we had gone together. We could have prevented Sakura from taking advantage of the situation. Fujimura-sensei is fine, but we were lured away. Well, since the deed is done, there's no point in regretting it. Who knows what might have happened next? Perhaps if you had arrived half a minute later, Fujimura-sensei would have truly been in danger. Rin said with a relaxed expression, attempting to comfort Shirou. She was the type to quickly let go of things she could not change, yet as she turned away, she clenched her teeth in silence. Emiya. Shinji. As Shinji opened his eyes, he was met with Shirou's face. He called out Shirou's surname, to which Shirou responded with his name. Their relationship had once been strong, yet Shinji had never addressed Shirou by his name, allowing Shirou to bypass the ambiguity of whether Matu referred to Shinji or Sakura. Noticing the complex look in Shirou's eyes, Shinji clicked his tongue in disdain. What is that expression? Let me clarify. I took a blade for Tosaka because I wanted to teach that Sakura a lesson. Seriously, she doesn't treat her brother with any respect and truly needs to be disciplined. Don't misunderstand me. I understand. So, Shinji, what do you plan to do next? What do you mean? We must rescue Emiya. If we do not save her, Sakura will ultimately obtain the Holy Grail. However, the Grail is far from a mere wishing machine. Shirou succinctly explained the truth behind the Holy Grail war to Shinji once more. In the end, whether Sakura is used as a mere tool by your grandfather or becomes something inhuman due to the Grail, it is a fate we wish to avoid, correct? Indeed. Therefore, Rin and I will set off immediately to rescue Emiya. We cannot afford to delay even for a moment. This could very well be our final battle. Meeting the gaze of Shirou's eyes, Shinji momentarily lost his focus. Shirou's words were clear, and he comprehended their weight. At this point, he had become a homeless individual. At least until his grandfather was defeated, he could not return to the Mata household. From here on, he could either follow Shirou and the others into the depths of darkness or be left behind. I will go with you. Eh? Rin exclaimed in surprise at Shinji's response. In her memory, Shinji was incapable of such decisive and courageous action. Now that we have reached this point, I shall speak candidly. Emiya, I possess self-awareness. I am not a virtuous individual. During our adversarial encounters, I recognized your enduring attachment to the past and your relationship with Sakura, which is why you have refrained from taking my life. In days gone by, I committed unspeakable acts against Sakura, and I shall not offer any justification such as there were reasons or I, too, am a victim, even though I now align myself with you. It is solely because my grandfather has forsaken me and Gilgamesh has dissolved our contract, leaving me homeless. Once this matter concludes, we shall part ways immediately. Shinji gazed intently into Shirou's eyes, showing no signs of evasion. However, there burns a fire within me. Sakura has always held deep affections for you. Though I felt discontent upon learning of her feelings for you, that very essence of Sakura is what makes her who she is. Thus, I must witness her being thoroughly reprimanded by you, crying and vowing never to err again, and I must restore this current, wildly out of control Sakura to her former self. Deep within the subterranean depths of Fuyuki City, in a vast underground cavern, Sakura wasted no time after seizing Emiya, hastily bringing her to the Einsburn castle. After acquiring the key, she proceeded to the location of the Holy Grail. How impatient you are, Sakura. At a time like this, there's no need for idle banter, Rider. Sakura. At her call, Rider manifested from her ethereal form. Sakura exchanged a glance with her, and Rider understood, obediently escorting Emiya to prepare for the ritual. After Emiya departed, Sakura's expression darkened momentarily before transforming into one of delight. She sensed a faint resurgence of magical energy within her. Sakura. Yes, grandfather. I am growing old. It seems I have been outwitted by that boy. Who would have thought such potent sealing magic could imprison my body within stone, rendering me utterly immobile? It appears I shall have to endure in this form for a while. Listening to Kirai's voice, Sakura could not suppress her joy. Sakura? After a prolonged silence without a response, Kirai cautiously called his granddaughter's name. At that moment, Saber appeared before Sakura, raising her hand to point at Sakura's chest. Upon seeing this, Sakura nodded, then lifted her own hand toward her chest and spoke. Grandfather, I have always wondered why you can comprehend my thoughts so effortlessly. orchestrating my life with such precision, manipulating my path. Now, I finally understand. With a sudden thrust, blood gushed from the girl's chest. Yet she appeared oblivious to the pain, her palm digging into her own body. Even Saber, a seasoned warrior accustomed to the grotesque sights of battle, could not help but furrow her brow in concern. What are you doing, Sakura? A few seconds later, Sakura withdrew her palm from her chest, revealing a peculiar insect, from which the voice of Kirii Kodomine emanated. In truth, this insect was the very embodiment of Kirii Kodomine himself. After years of mastering insect magic, Kirii had transformed into a repulsive creature. So, grandfather has been residing within me all along, Sakura mused, playfully handling the creature that resembled a large tadpole, gently squeezing its body. While her touch was merely gentle to her, it inflicted excruciating pain upon Kirii as it crushed his form and bones. Sakura, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Grandfather, you have lived for so long. It is time to let go, Sakura retorted with a cold smile, tightening her grip and instantly reducing the insect to a gruesome pulp of flesh and blood. Chapter 54. The obstruction. The lingering warmth of her grandfather's lifeless body still clung to Sakura Matu's palm as she stared vacantly at the mass of flesh in her hand. After a long pause, a smile broke across her face. From here on, I shall be utterly alone. Shirou, Rin, and Shinji arrived at a corner beneath the hill of Ryudu Temple just before darkness enveloped the land. Ryudu Temple, the resting place of the Holy Grail. Rin explained to Shirou and Shinji, then shifted her tone. However, the gate at the summit is merely a faade. The true altar lies beneath. Reaching the stone wall at the foot of the mountain, Rin raised her hand to press against it, but to her astonishment, her palm passed through the stone as if it were nothing but air. Is this an illusionary array? Sasuke remarked, glancing at the wall. Shirou and Shinji gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Rin's body vanish into the stone. They exchanged glances that silently conveyed, "Shall you go first?" After a moment's hesitation, they resolved to move together. Just as they took a step towards the wall, Rin's head suddenly emerged from within, startling them. "Hurry up, you two. Hey, come on. Come on." Shinji grumbled, while Shirou offered a wry smile to placate him. As they traversed the winding path of the underground cavern, Shirou cast a worried glance at Shinji. "Shinji, perhaps you should wait for us outside?" "Absolutely not. I must witness Sakura's plea for mercy to see her, who has become so arrogantly transformed." Reduced to tears and begging for reprieve, Shinji remained resolute, seemingly undaunted by the impending peril that lay ahead. "You're all talk. I suspect you will soil yourself when the fighting truly begins." "What? Rin Tosaka, quit your shouting. If Sakura discovers us, I will leave you here to perish." Faced with Rin's sharp retort, Shinji fell silent, knowing that if Shirou had said those words, it would have been mere jest. But from Rin, such a threat was a promise she would fulfill. The trio arrived at a particularly vast section of the cavern when Shirou's demeanor suddenly shifted, becoming intensely focused. A menacing aura approached them at an alarming speed. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. Rin and Shinji remained poised to advance, their steps becoming painfully slow. Shirou abruptly looked up. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a massive circular pit, akin to a powerful bomb detonating, sending shards of earth rippling outward like waves on a disturbed surface. Shinji stumbled backward, collapsing in terror as he gazed upward at the imposing figure looming above. Rin, having identified the source of the attack, wore a troubled expression. "This unexpected greeting is rather detrimental to the heart," she remarked. The purple Susanoo had already manifested at the moment of the assault, its bones fractured. Yet it managed to absorb the blow. This terrifying force and speed. Sasuke recalled a formidable opponent he had faced before. A single strike failed to achieve its aim. And the berserker, utilizing the force of the rebound, leaped backward, landing firmly on the ground. Roar. The furious roar reverberated through the hollow, causing cracks to spread across the stone walls. Had it not been for the protection of Susanoo, Rin felt as though her ears might have been shattered. "You two must not leave the confines of Susanoo. Only here can I ensure your safety," Shirou declared, positioning himself before them as his chakra surged, mending the shattered bones of Susanoo. Not only that, but the restored Susanoo sprouted veins and flesh from its skeletal form, soon donning armor as well. However, in that very instant, a pitch-black light surged forth like a fierce dragon from the side, striking at Susanoo. Boom! The body of Susanoo was hit, and the impact sent Shirou and the others tumbling backwards several meters. "What is that?" Shirou exclaimed, his heart racing as he gazed toward the source of the attack. Rin, noticing Shirou's unease, turned to look in that direction, faintly discerning a shadow there. Saber, Shirou murmured, uttering the name of that class, corresponding to his former servant. Alas, she had now been tainted by Sakura's shadow, falling into a state akin to corruption. It seems our movements are under their surveillance, in that case. Let us confront them openly. Saber thrust the holy sword into the ground, placing her hands upon the hilt, standing tall with a piercing gaze. Wait, Shirou. Isn't that your servant? Not anymore, Rin replied with a smile, answering Shinji's question. Saber withdrew the sword from the ground, pointing it at the three within Susanoo. Rin, Sakura awaits you ahead. If you wish to save Iliasville, you must first confront Sakura. As for Shirou Emiya, Saber paused for a few seconds before continuing slowly. Must remain here. I understand. Huh? What are you saying? Rin's decisive response nearly provoked Shinji to unleash a tirade against her. Confronting Sakura alone was tantamount to courting death. Rin cast a glare over her shoulder at Shinji. Sakura is clearly well prepared, even if we do not separate. She would find a way to achieve this outcome. It is better for me to proactively see what schemes my sister is plotting. With that, Rin boldly stepped out of Susanoo. Be careful, Shirou said, watching her retreating figure, uttering only 4 words. Rin nodded and darted toward the direction Saber indicated. Shinji, I leave Tosaka in your hands. Huh, me. Shinji turned to Shirou, astonished, pointing at his own face. Shirou looked at him with earnest eyes, prompting Shinji to glance back at the menacing berserker not far away, as well as the Saber, whose Susanoo had withstood a blow that had not even shaken the berserker. It seems that confronting Sakura feels relatively safer. Honestly, remember this. Shinji took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Rin had departed. As he dashed past Berserker and Saber, neither of them acknowledged his presence. Facing Saber, my emotions are truly complicated, Shirou lamented, his expression tinged with sorrow. The person who once stood before him now continued to block his path. Ah, I can deeply relate to that, Sasuke replied in a somber tone. He had endured more than Shirou, yet his experiences stemmed from his own choices, while Shirou found himself driven by circumstances beyond his control. Chapter 55, Betrayal. Tell me, Saber, what is your perspective on Sakura's current state? In the vast emptiness, Berserker, Saber, and Shirou occupied 3 distinct positions. After Rin and Shinji departed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. After a prolonged pause, Shirou released his Susanoo and was the first to speak. Sakura possesses her own considerations and choices. I do not deny that she is influenced by the contents of the Holy Grail, but at present, she is my master. Therefore, Emiya Shirou, I shall sever your head here and ensure that you never see Sakura again. Otherwise, all that she has endured to reach this point will be in vain, even if it leads to her demise. I previously told Rin that even if Sakura were to die as a result, it would still be a form of salvation. Is that so? Shirou closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscope Sharingan were evident. It seems that after being tainted, you have become as abnormal as Sakura. Saber, I will defeat you and Berserker here, and rescue Sakura intact. It is I who shall sever your head, Shirou. Saber pointed her sword at him, her murderous intent overwhelming. Faster than Saber was Berserker, who transformed into a projectile and launched himself at Shirou the moment Saber finished her statement. How swift! A terrifying sense of pressure surged toward Shirou, prompting him to enter a defensive stance. The markings on his shoulders radiated a brilliant light. The skeletal structure of Susanoo enveloped him instantly, absorbing the impact of Berserker's body as a weapon. Bang! Shirou was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before landing against the stone wall of the void, his feet adhering to it with chakra, preventing him from falling. Where is Saber? Shirou's gaze darted to where Saber stood, having reinserted her sword into the ground, seemingly unwilling to engage. Does she still uphold the knightly code in such a state? Shirou's emotions were somewhat conflicted, yet Saber's reluctance to attack was ultimately a boon, allowing him to focus on a single adversary. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through reached him as Shirou leaped aside to evade. 2 massive boulders crashed down where he had just been standing. Berserker had actually picked up the stones from the ground and hurled them at him. Roar! Berserker's attack missed, and he let out a furious bellow, kicking a nearby rock and sending it flying. Whoosh! 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 Here it comes. Projection, activate. The arcs of energy generated by the projection magic coalesced in Shirou's hand, transforming into the form of the Kusanagi sword. Chidori, blade. As the sound of birdsong echoed, a layer of azure lightning chakra enveloped the Kusanagi sword. Aegis of the earth, sword. In Shirou's other hand, the blade materialized, forged from the essence of Aegis of the earth. With dual-wielded weapons, Shirou swung his blades, shattering the incoming stone projectiles into fragments. Berserker's assault missed once more as he charged at Shirou with his colossal axe, covering the mere 10 meters in an instant. A trivial distance for a servant of his caliber. As Shirou sliced through the last piece of stone, he was startled to discover that Berserker had closed the gap to less than 2 meters. At this range, Berserker could strike with ease. Alarmed, Shirou swiftly retreated, preparing to unleash a ninjutsu technique. Chidori. Flow. With a crackle, the arcs of Chidori transformed the surrounding area into a zone enveloped in lightning. While the power of Chidori, flow was not overwhelming, it could paralyze close-range foes in an instant. Yet, Berserker's massive form merely hesitated for a brief moment before launching another attack. "Is that all you have?" Shirou exclaimed. Pivoting to deflect Berserker's strike with his Kusanagi sword, angled protectively before him. Bang! The axe collided with the Chidori-infused Kusanagi, causing Shirou to leap against the blade's edge, his body spinning twice in midair. "Here it comes!" Sasuke suddenly shouted a warning, as Berserker attacked his other hand. Now free, clenched into a fist, and aimed at Shirou in midair. Enveloping him in the Susanoo, a gigantic hand emerged, catching Berserker's punch. The immense force nearly sent Shirou flying, but he managed to stabilize himself against the ground with the support of Susanoo's hand. Great fireball technique. Upon landing, Shirou immediately conjured a massive fireball that engulfed Berserker's form. The patterns of his Sharingan whirled as he activated his ocular technique. Amaterasu. The black flames intertwined with the fireball, transforming into a fiery blend of black and orange, igniting every inch of Berserker's skin. Roar. Berserker, consumed by the flames of Amaterasu, was reduced to char, yet within mere seconds, he had restored himself completely, shattering the Amaterasu flames with a forceful display. After having killed him once with ninjutsu, it will no longer be effective for a while. He appears to be immune now, Sasuke observed, noting the pattern. During their first encounter with Berserker, he had manipulated Shirou's body to utilize Amaterasu against him. Then, as now, after being incinerated, the remnants of Amaterasu had been dispersed by Berserker's overwhelming might. Must we employ different methods to defeat him? If he revives too many times, we shall truly find ourselves in a predicament. Ryder, what do you mean by that? Emiya questioned, gazing at Ryder, who had surprisingly suggested letting her go. Sakura can no longer control herself. The Holy Grail's corruption over her intensifies. I cannot bear to see Sakura become that way. As her servant, I am bound to obey her wishes. However, at this moment, she no longer had the luxury to consider our situation. Ryder had already sensed the battle unfolding within the void. If I am not mistaken, Shirou and Rin have already intervened. They would never abandon Emiya, especially Shirou Emiya. Emiya was aware of Shirou's arrival, and a joyful smile graced her face. Shirou would never disregard my plight, but now is not the time to flee. She lifted the heavenly garment, preparing to execute the third law. Ryder observed Emiya's actions, a frown knitting her brows. To accomplish this, you will. It's merely a precaution. Besides, how much longer can this body endure? A year? Perhaps 2? Chapter 56. I don't want to be human anymore, sister. As they entered the tunnel, they gradually distanced themselves from Shirou and the two servants, only faintly hearing the sounds of battle. Rin walked ahead while Shinji followed closely behind, constantly glancing around. Why are you so unperturbed? What reason do I have to be anxious when I see my sister? Yet here you are, lacking even a semblance of an older brother. Truly pathetic, Rin replied with a smile that made the veins on Shinji's forehead throb. However, he refrained from retorting. He dared not provoke Rin at this moment. Suddenly, Rin halted. Not far ahead, several small black figures scurried across the ground as if animated. What are those? How disgusting. They're here to guide us, sent by Sakura, Rin said as she stepped forward, the small figures ushering her and Shinji deeper into the tunnel. Shinji followed, glaring discontentedly at Rin's back. This insufferable woman appeared so composed. If it weren't for him shielding her from a blow, she would have already perished. How could she be so careless, following them without fear of a trap? Tap, tap. One of the small black figures approached Shinji's feet. Huh. Shinji looked at the diminutive creature, which was smaller than those leading the way and distinctly different. In the next moment, he wished to crush it underfoot. The little figure extended a hand towards him, lacking fingers, yet Shinji could discern its intent. It was giving him the middle finger. After mocking Shinji, it raced to catch up with Rin, bouncing excitedly at her feet. Favoritism? That's Sakura. Shinji seethed through clenched teeth. Soon, guided by the swarm of small figures, they emerged from the tunnel into a vast cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a pool of seething magma, the intense heat warping the air around it. Above the magma, a large black hole slowly expelled a sludge-like substance. At that moment, Rin narrowed her eyes. She spotted Sakura standing quietly at the edge of a distant cliff, gazing toward them. Sister, you indeed came. Are you here with your mentor to reclaim Emiya? Emiya will surely be taken back, but there is another person we intend to bring with us, and that is you, Rin declared, pointing towards Sakura. Don't think that just because you've connected with the Holy Grail and acquired a few servants, you are invincible, looking down upon me. Now that I possess this newfound power, is it not natural to wield it as I please? Sister, I have made up my mind. This world is utterly repugnant, Sakura replied, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. I have long pondered. If I were to possess power that transcends all, then those who failed to extend a hand during my times of hardship, grandfather, brother, the Matu family, this town, and you, sister, shall all be trampled and obliterated. This is merely misplaced anger, a tantrum. Indeed, but... Sakura lowered her head with a smile, gazing at Rin, her hands intertwined before her chest, resembling a bashful maiden. Surely, I possess the audacity to do so now, don't I? Indeed, but what about Shirou? The mere mention of his name plunged Sakura into an immediate silence. He is the one I truly wish to eliminate. Hey, don't jest, Sakura. That is Emiya. Haven't you always held affection for him? Shinji could no longer contain himself, shouting at Sakura. Observing Shinji's animated demeanor, Sakura found it amusing. Ah, so you've come too, brother? My apologies. I was so engrossed in my disdain for the creeping pests beneath me that I didn't notice your presence. Rather than taking offense at Sakura's words, Shinji regarded her with a serious expression. The dark crimson light emanating from the Holy Grail did little to illuminate the cavern, casting shadows across half of Sakura's face. Sakura, if you wish to kill me, you may act now. Eh? Both Sakura and Rin were taken aback by Shinji's sudden proclamation. Every day spent in the Mata household is akin to hell for me. Why do you think I often cavort with other girls? It is not merely my lecherous nature. I seek to escape the repulsiveness of being in the Matu family, a lineage of magicians. Shinji clenched his fists, reminiscing about his childhood. Upon encountering magic, he felt an exhilarating thrill, only to soon discover his complete lack of talent for it. For those born into the magical world, lacking magical prowess renders one an ordinary person, no matter their other merits. I vented much of my pent-up resentment upon you, as I dared not voice my grievances to grandfather. I fear him. Sakura, I am indeed a wretch. Brother. Sakura gazed at Shinji's bitter smile, feeling a twinge of empathy. I never expected your forgiveness. I am aware of my own wretchedness and have no intention of reforming. I came here merely to release the pent-up frustration within me. Sakura, whether you descend into depravity or meet your demise, after leaving the Matu household, such matters mean nothing to me. The only thing I care about is, at this point, Shinji's emotions surged, causing him to move more vigorously than intended, inadvertently aggravating a previous injury, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head, breathing heavily. Once, you cared so deeply for Shirou Emiya, yet you now express a desire to kill him. Isn't that contradictory? When I spoke of wanting to kill him, you were furious with me. How can that be reconciled? Even now, Emiya still wishes to save you. And so what? It has already become inconsequential. You all come here, uttering these flowery words merely to usurp the power I currently possess in pursuit of happiness, casting me once more into the abyss of despair, where light cannot reach. How could you possibly succeed? What you can obtain from me is nothing but despair and dread. Sakura displayed an expression of utter madness, as if the diminutive figures that had previously guided Rin and Shinji were now under her influence, surrounding the two and gradually enlarging until they transformed into towering giants, gazing down upon them from several meters above. Sakura, it appears you are on the verge of becoming something inhuman, Rin remarked. Indeed, sister, I have cast aside my humanity. Sakura cackled, and the giants prepared to launch their assault. This is dire. Shut your mouth if you wish to live, Rin admonished Shinji sharply, seizing two gemstones and simultaneously grasping Shinji by the collar, leaping high into the air. Suspended in midair by Rin, Shinji, terrified of heights, began to scream. Yet one of his hands remained stubbornly buried in his pocket, unwilling to withdraw. The gemstones detonated amidst the encirclement, releasing a brilliant radiance and potent magical energy that created a breach in the circle. Rin seized the opportunity to escape through the opening, hurling Shinji aside as they fled. Chapter 57. Together, Sakura, you are quite impatient. I haven't even asked you where Emiya is, Rin remarked. In order to obtain the complete power of the Holy Grail, she must serve as a sacrificial offering. Otherwise, it will be my turn, dear sister, Sakura replied. Very well, then let it be you. I believe Emiya holds far greater significance than you at this moment. After all, she shares a bond with Shirou, and she is also his sister. If Shirou were forced to choose between you and her, I suspect he would, in his profound sorrow, choose Emiya. Rin's words momentarily stunned Sakura, her heart feeling as if it had been tightly squeezed. Then, Sakura burst into laughter. Sister, you truly are wicked, deliberately uttering such heart-wrenching words. Unable to kill me, you resort to psychological torment? I am merely speaking the truth. Or have you become so deluded that you can no longer accept reality? Shut up, Sakura shouted furiously, as the towering shadows around her grew agitated, swinging their massive arms towards Rin in an attack. Come at me. Rin sighed inwardly as she observed the impending assault. Life must go on. She brandished a handful of gemstones and hurled them with great force, instantly deflecting the shadow's attack. Countless gems soared through the air like missiles, deftly maneuvering around the shadows and heading towards Sakura, who stood atop the cliff. Boom! The gemstones struck Sakura, resulting in a tremendous explosion. However, as the smoke cleared, Sakura revealed a defensive posture using the shadows. It's futile, sister. Your gemstone magic cannot harm me. There is no one in this world more adept at magic than I am. Your only chance is to engage me in close combat like last time, but this time, I shall not allow you to approach. While the sisters exchanged magical blows, Shinji scrambled to hide behind a nearby boulder. He leaned against the rock, panting heavily, contemplating whether to use the object clutched in his hand. Berserker swung his colossal axe at Shirou. As the massive weapon summoned a tempestuous wind, Shirou felt the very space before him beginning to collapse. The skeletal form of Susanoo enveloped him, manifesting arms in the process. Projection commence. In Susanoo's grasp appeared a weapon identical to Berserker's massive axe. Unlike Berserker's weapon, Shirou's projection was merely an empty shell, devoid of any inner substance. Yet, even an empty facade could be elevated to unprecedented heights through the enhancement of ninjutsu. Thousand Birds, Axe Sword. The colossal axe held by Susanoo gleamed with the radiance of 1,000 birds. The collision of the two immense axes unleashed a horrific force, creating a shockwave that radiated outward from the center of their clash, shattering the surrounding stone walls and pillars. As Shirou occupied a lower position, berserkers might nearly overpower the Susanoo, causing the ground beneath Shirou to buckle, rendering him unable to maintain his stance. However, Shirou could utilize chakra to anchor his feet to the earth, assuring that even when the ground turned upside down, he would not fall. The arm of Susanoo gripped a colossal axe, which cleaved through Berserker's form, severing him in twain. Blood gushed forth in torrents. Upon the dismemberment of Berserker, his internal organs cascaded to the ground, a sight most gruesome. Yet, even in his bisected state, Berserker did not cease his assault. Instead, he reached out, seizing Shirou's head. A sense of dread gripped Shirou's heart. In that instant, a brilliant light emanated from Berserker's body as his noble phantasm, the 12 Labors, activated, seamlessly restoring his severed form while still clutching Shirou's head. Roar! He bellowed, hurling Shirou away with tremendous force. Whoosh! Shirou's vision rapidly retreated. With half-opened eyes, he glimpsed Berserker charging towards him at an alarming speed, poised to launch another attack. Tenryoku. The positions of Shirou and Berserker were entirely inverted. For an ordinary person, such a positional exchange would induce a moment of bewilderment, let alone Berserker, who had succumbed to madness, devoid of rational thought. He remained oblivious to the switch, perceiving only that Shirou had vanished. Then, boom! Berserker's body collided violently with the wall. Shirou's arm gathered the radiance of 1,000 birds, soon fused with black flames. Kagetsuchi, the amalgamation of the 1,000 birds and Amaterasu. With a thrust, Shirou's arm pierced through Berserker's chest, shattering his heart. In the distance, Saber observed the fierce clash between Shirou and Berserker, deducing from the comparison of their powers that Berserker would inevitably lose. Should Shirou maintain this intensity in battle for an extended period, it would merely be a matter of time before he defeated Berserker. Shirou's growth was astonishingly rapid. Under Sasuke's guidance within the realm of the mind, their synchronized essence propelled their strength to unparalleled heights. coupled with the magical energy bestowed by Rin and Iliasville. Shirou's prowess surpassed her expectations. Sakura must prevail. Saber resolved with unwavering determination. After Shirou, employing Kagetsuchi, claimed another life from Berserker, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. Almost immediately, a formidable surge of magical energy struck his back. This blow cracked the defenses of Susanoo, and to make matters worse, Berserker had already revived, swinging his colossal axe towards him. The colossal axe instantly shattered the already cracked Susanoo, sending Shirou crashing to the ground. Thud. The impact transformed Shirou into a mere wooden post. Saber, intervening midway, is ill-advised. No need for further words. I cannot allow you to approach Sakura. That is my duty. And everything else is inconsequential. Saber, wielding the holy sword, unleashed a terrifying surge of magical energy from the blade. She is far more fearsome than both Berserker and Lancer combined. Ah, I am aware. Shirou nodded in agreement with Sasuke's assertion. He raised his hand, concealing a pre-sealed shuriken scroll within his sleeve, summoning a multitude of shurikens directed at Saber and Berserker. If that is the case, let us commence the second round. You may both come at me. Chapter 58. The celestial cataclysm is unraveled. A flurry of shurikens whirled through the air, hurtling towards Saber and Berserker. Saber stood resolute, prepared to defend against the onslaught, while Berserker charged forth like a relentless locomotive, barreling towards Shirou. The shurikens struck Berserker, producing a metallic clatter that echoed ominously. The enraged black giant swung his colossal axe, shattering the skeletal arms of Shirou's Susanoo with a single blow. In an instant, Susanoo dissipated, and Shirou executed a sliding maneuver, skirting beneath Berserker. As he passed the hulking figure, Shirou pivoted and unleashed an attack. Chidori, sharp spear. With a piercing sound, the brilliance of Chidori struck Berserker's shoulder. Yet it failed to penetrate, leaving only a faint scorch mark. Had Chidori's potency waned? A sense of foreboding enveloped Shirou. Once more, employ that technique. A black sphere was cast from Shirou's palm, soaring towards Berserker while simultaneously drawing in fragments of debris from the void. The powerful gravitational pull lifted Berserker into the air. Roar. Though Berserker was devoid of reason, his instinct honed from countless battles alerted him to the perilous situation. He flailed his arms wildly. Yet with his feet no longer grounded, he found himself helpless against the allure of the celestial cataclysm. That black sphere. Saber, distanced from the gravitational pull, focused on the orb suspended in midair, her holy sword emanating a dark luminescence. The moment Shirou detected Saber preparing to strike, he swiftly unleashed a ninjutsu. Chidori, thousand hands. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of chirping birds accompanied the onslaught of Chidori, thousand hands directed at Saber. Estimating the potential damage, Saber ultimately remained steadfast, braving the impact of 6 or 7 strikes. Her limbs, now immobilized by the barrage, rendered her powerless. However, before being struck by the Chidori, Saber managed to release a magical attack. A potent surge of magic surged towards the core of the celestial cataclysm. Roar. Berserker, ensnared by the core, swung his weapon and fists, shattering the boulders that rained upon him. Yet, a multitude of stones had already engulfed him, rendering any defense futile. This is bad. Saber has unleashed her attack. Heavenly Hand Force. No, it's too far. Sasuke interrupted Shirou's incantation. The Heavenly Hand Force had distance limitations. Attempting to swap the positions of his and Saber's attacks was impossible. As Saber's assault struck the core of the celestial cataclysm, it ignited an immense explosion in an instant. No, we must seize this opportunity while these two distance themselves and eliminate one of them, preferably this Berserker. Otherwise, once he becomes immune to all our attacks, defeating him will become an arduous task. Sasuke's heart raced with urgency. Since his arrival in this world, the sorceries and servants he encountered appeared to him as rather feeble, at best comparable to the strength of the 5 Kages. Yet, the Berserker's noble phantasm, with its 12 resurrections, was exceedingly vexatious, not to mention that with each revival, he gained immunity to previous assaults. Should he face an impenetrable bulwark, Sasuke would find himself at a loss. He could either resort to sealing him with the earth-shattering stars, as he did with the likes of Matu Shinji, or incinerate him entirely with Amaterasu. However, the Berserker had already become immune to Amaterasu. Perhaps employing the divine sword of Kagaya might yield results, but the Berserker's defenses and vitality were not comparable to those of Lancers. Even if he were left entirely unguarded to be engulfed by Amaterasu's flames, it would still demand considerable time. Roar! Shirou bellowed, and in an instant, Susanoo took form around him, skeletal structure sprouting veins and muscles, soon enveloped in skin and armor. Then, a complete humanoid figure emerged, draped in samurai armor, with enormous wings unfurling from his back. Fully realized Susanoo. What in the world? It's enormous. Saber gasped, astonished to witness the colossal purple giant soaring towards the core of the earth-shattering stars with haste. Boom! Saber's attack struck the core, shattering it instantly. The gravitational pull of the earth-shattering stars was lifted from the berserker, causing him to plummet from the sky. However, before the berserker could touch down, a massive hand seized him, propelling him skyward. Damn it, not a chance. Saber realized Shirou's intention to dispose of the berserker alone, and thus she leapt from the falling debris, chasing after Shirou and the berserker. A surge of magical energy coalesced around the holy sword, shooting forth like a laser towards the back of Susanoo. Shirou sensed the disturbance behind him, and Susanoo shifted slightly to the side, evading Saber's strike. The magical blast struck the hollow ceiling, exploding it into a gaping hole. Is that the ground? Through the breach, Shirou glimpsed a glimmer of light. Let us break through. Sasuke noticed the sound of rain cascading from the opening. It had begun to rain outside. If there was rain, that meant. The berserker relentlessly swung his weapon against the massive hand of Susanoo, but the defensive power of the fully realized Susanoo was on an entirely different level. Unless the berserker unleashed his noble phantasm to attack, he could not hope to penetrate it. Splash! Berserker's form burst forth from the gaping hole, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. As he soared through the breach, Shirou dispelled his Suzu no En, executing a graceful roll to land on the ground beside him. He glanced around. This location was nearly the point of entry they had previously traversed. The nearest area to the ground in the cavern below, where the ceiling was perilously thin, barely a few meters high. The winter in Fuyuki City often hovers around the freezing mark, resulting in sporadic snowfall and rain. At this moment, the rain was falling, icy droplets striking Shirou's face, cooling the heat that had surged through his body from the recent battle. After crashing to the ground, Berserker swiftly regained his footing in a dramatic display. Immediately locking his gaze onto Shirou, thunder rumbled ominously in the distant sky. Chapter 59. Here in the night sky was shrouded in ominous black clouds, pressing low as if within arm's reach, enveloping the city of Fuyuki. Lightning flickered within the clouds, mingled with the ominous rumble of thunder, heralding an impending, formidable strike. Do not rush. Await the most opportune moment. Utilize the energy of Raijin as a catalyst. Should an error occur, swiftly conjure Susanoo for protection, Sasuke reassured Shirou, calming his frayed nerves within the confines of his mental space. In his initial attempts at mastering this technique, he too had been drenched in sweat and trembling with anxiety. Much like Shirou now, the forces of nature were indeed terrifying, and strictly speaking, this phenomenon did not fall under the realms of ninjutsu or sorcery. Even if Berserker was not entirely vanquished, there was no guarantee that he would not develop resistance upon resurrection. Rising from the ground, Berserker caught sight of Shirou and charged towards him. Having lost his weapon in the earlier clash, he uprooted a massive tree from the earth as he ran, wielding it with immense force, bearing down upon Shirou with overwhelming pressure. Boom! The tree crashed before Shirou, the impact sending him hurtling away. It is not yet the time. I must create distance. Shirou steadied himself mid-air, rapidly leaping towards the mountain summit along the jagged rocks. Saber had just emerged from underground and witnessed Berserker pursuing Shirou up the mountain. Does that fool Berserker not perceive such an obvious bait? Truly, the Berserker class is utterly exasperating. Saber felt a surge of frustration, gripping her sword tightly as she followed in pursuit of Berserker's retreating figure towards the peak. Upon reaching the summit, Berserker lost sight of Shirou, yet in the next instant, Shirou appeared before him. Roar! Berserker, undeterred by Shirou's audacity to confront him, reached out with a massive hand, seizing Shirou's arm. The enraged giant swung the seemingly frail boy with ferocity, slamming him repeatedly against the ground. Bang! Shirou's form dissipated into a wisp of smoke. HM? Berserker stared, momentarily stunned by the vapor in his grasp. In the following heartbeat, he felt a piercing strike to his back, courtesy of the Thousand Birds technique. Berserker roared in fury, spinning around to deliver a powerful blow to Shirou's face. Then, bang! Once more, Shirou transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing. Almost immediately, dozens of Shirou clones emerged, launching simultaneous attacks against Berserker. The real Shirou, concealed not far off on a high ledge, crackled with the energy of Raijin, arcs of electricity dancing in his grasp. The shadow clone technique, which he had previously struggled to master, had finally yielded a combat-capable clone. However, now Shirou, drawing upon his prior experiences, has managed to distinguish dozens of shadow clones to engage in battle. Yet, his lack of proficiency still prevents him from unleashing his full potential, let alone enabling the shadow clones to activate Susanoo. Watching Shirou employ shadow clones as a feint to buy time in search of an opportunity, Sasuke could not help but smirk. Why would one with their own capabilities resort to learning the tactics of that fool Naruto? Nonetheless, Shirou has indeed surpassed him in the art of shadow cloning. Sasuke is familiar with the technique, but seldom utilizes it, as the shadow clone jutsu divides one's chakra. If an individual's chakra is excessively dispersed, it diminishes their strength, and in extreme cases, could even be fatal. Chakra serves as both the driving force behind ninjutsu and the essence of life itself. With the substantial magical reserves provided by Ilias Veil and Rin Tosaka, Shirou's available chakra now rivals that of a tailed beast Jinchuuriki. On the mountaintop, the dim light amidst the torrential rain further obscured visibility. However, for the heroic spirits, such conditions did little to impede their combat. Berserker was swiftly annihilating Shirou's shadow clones with astonishing speed. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. "It's coming!" Sasuke called out to Shirou, who promptly leaped out from behind cover. The shadow clones surrounding Berserker simultaneously vanished. Shirou raised his hand high, and as the arcs of electricity danced within his grasp, the lightning from the storm clouds responded in kind. Saber also arrived at the mountaintop, witnessing the tumultuous spectacle above. A profound sense of foreboding welled within her. She sought to assist Berserker, but was taken aback to discover a colossal creature writhing within the dark clouds. From his elevated position, Shirou raised his left hand, and the chakra of lightning erupted in a brilliant display. Berserker, sensing an intense threat, gazed skyward, only to behold a gigantic head emerging from the layers of thunderclouds. This was an immense beast composed of lightning, its fearsome visage surveying the earth below, its gaze fixated on Berserker. In that fleeting moment, Berserker, who had been engulfed in madness since the onset of his summoning, regained a fragment of clarity. He looked towards Shirou, drew a deep breath, and suddenly, bang! Berserker's form transformed into a blur as he lunged towards Shirou. The monstrous entity in the sky radiated an overwhelming terror. Berserker believed he could not withstand such an attack, so to secure victory, he must defeat Shirou before that technique could be unleashed. "Berserker, this technique does not stem from my own power. It is derived from this world, from the very forces of nature. I urge you to confront it," Shirou proclaimed, forcefully bringing his hand down. "Let it dissipate along with the thunder." Kirin, the beast forged from lightning, plunged down from the heavens. The Berserker surged forward with astonishing speed, a shockwave erupting around him, scattering nearby foliage and debris. Yet, even as he breached the sound barrier in an instant, he stood utterly motionless in the presence of the true lightning from the Kirin, struck without a hint of doubt. The Kirin opened its massive jaws and swiftly devoured Berserker whole. Crack! Thunderous roars echoed through Fuyuki City, as vast areas suffered a power outage due to the recent lightning strike affecting the power station. Lightning has struck the mountain. Oh my! Why has there been such calamity lately? There was a gas explosion in the city, and now lightning on the mountain. Atop the peak, Shirou, having guided the Kirin, leaped down to assess Berserker's condition. He lay on the ground, his body a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Through the lenses of the Sharingan and Rinnegan, he perceived a flickering flame within Berserker's chest, slowly extinguishing. The Kirin had, in an instant, obliterated Berserker's remaining chances of revival. This was the mightiest strike from Sasuke, second only to Indra's arrow. Chapter 60. Both wounded that Berserker actually, Saber halted in her tracks. The Berserker had perished. The potency of the recent attack was undoubtedly on par with her noble phantasm, Excalibur. Advancing recklessly could lead to dire consequences should Shirou unleash another strike. The charred remains dissolved into specks of starlight amidst the howling winds. Following the terrifying blow from the Qilin, the thunderous beast erupted in a blinding glare of lightning, transforming into countless flickering arcs that gradually vanished into the void. The surrounding air seemed to be torn asunder by this overwhelming force, twisting violently. A pungent aroma of scorched earth and charred foliage permeated the atmosphere. What was once a lush expanse of greenery had now succumbed to desolation. The blackened ashes carried away by the breeze. The storm clouds above began to dissipate. Having expended all their energy due to Shirou's invocation of the Qilin, the rain ceased. unveiling the starry sky beyond the clouds. It appeared that such an attack relied on natural conditions. With the thunderclouds gone, Shirou would no longer be able to employ that technique. Saber gazed at the celestial tapestry above, her heart somewhat eased. With the storm clouds dispersed, the fear of that recent assault reappearing had faded. At that moment, Shirou also turned his attention to the approaching Saber. Saber, I shall ask you once more. I intend to rescue Sakura. Will you stand in my way? To shield my master from foes is the duty of a servant. And only by obtaining the Holy Grail can Sakura truly be saved, Saber stated resolutely, her sword pointed at Shirou, a formidable surge of magical energy radiating from her. She has been tainted by the entities within the Holy Grail. Her thoughts can no longer be gauged by ordinary reasoning. Your efforts are in vain. Upon hearing Shirou's words, he nodded, closing his eyes in anguish. When he reopened them, his Rinnegan shimmered with an eerie violet light, locking onto Saber's tense form. Universal pull. The force of gravity instantaneously acted upon Saber, swiftly drawing her towards him. Saber gasped in alarm, without the ability to fly. Once her feet left the ground, she lost control over her movement. As Saber was pulled closer, Shirou leaped into action, gathering 1,000 birds attack aimed at her chest. Swish. Realizing the impending danger, Saber immediately swung her holy sword. In that fleeting moment of unleashing her magical energy, she cleaved a blade of light towards Shirou. Heavenly Judgment. Saber's magical release was instantly shredded by the invisible repulsion field surrounding Shirou. As the pull vanished, Saber did not halt. Instead, she harnessed the very force drawing her in to accelerate towards Shirou, brandishing her sword in a sweeping strike. Clang. Sizzle. Saber's assault was deflected by Shirou's projected Kusanagi sword, augmented by the 1,000 birds technique, blocking her blow from the side. Kagutsuchi. Sword. With a blade in each hand, Shirou and Saber clashed in a flurry of strikes, exchanging blows in a mere heartbeat. Saber raised her sword and thrust it towards Shirou's chest, only to be met with his dual swords in a fierce block. The collision of their weapons sparked a brilliant shower of flames, reflecting their faces upon the gleaming blades. In the struggle, Saber remained almost immovable, while Shirou exerted himself to the point of whitening knuckles, his arms quaking under the strain. The sheer strength of Saber was overwhelming. In a contest of power, he was undeniably outmatched. Shirou, I never anticipated you could grow so formidable. Had you unleashed that technique against Berserker again, I fear I would have met my end. Saber remarked. Thanks to the assistance of Sasuke, Tosaka, and Iliasville, I would never have reached this point or brought Sakura home otherwise, Shirou declared, concluding his statement with a hand gesture that formed a seal. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and in an instant, dozens of shadow clones surrounded Saber. Clang. Realizing she was encircled, Saber forcefully parried Shirou's weapon, swiftly retreating while sweeping her holy sword to unleash a crescent arc of light, obliterating half of the shadow clones in one stroke. Your shadow clones lack finesse. They vanish with the slightest touch. Continuing this tactic will merely prolong the inevitable. That is of little concern. I have another plan, Shirou responded solemnly, blending his true self among the shadow clones while continuously conjuring more. Damn it. Which one is the real body? Saber exclaimed, her sword strikes creating a wide arc of destruction, powerful enough to obliterate swathes of shadow clones with the force of the winds they generated. The shadow clones charged fearlessly, and Shirou maneuvered among them, closing in on Saber once more. Prepare yourself. The shadow clones suddenly unleashed a barrage of shuriken. Saber was taken aback. The shuriken were hurled skyward. Yet each clone manipulated numerous threads, guiding the projectiles in a twisting arc toward her. Suddenly, a fierce gale erupted, swirling around Saber's sword, transforming into a tornado that surged forward. Wind King's hammer. The violent vortex instantly shredded the multitude of shuriken into fragments, and countless shadow clones dissipated into smoke, with one unfortunate clone being swept away and cast over a precipice. However, within the tempest, a purple silhouette emerged, defying the wind's pressure and charging directly at her. The skeletal form of Susanoo was devastated by the Wind King's hammer, yet Shirou successfully launched a surprise attack from the eye of the storm. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth. Saber's chest plate fractured, leaving a grotesque wound upon her torso. Cough. Saber staggered, bracing herself with her sword to avoid collapsing. As Susanoo disintegrated, Shirou knelt, clutching his arm. A deep gash, exposing bone, marred the outer side of his right arm, inflicted by Saber's sword in the fleeting moment of their clash. Her reaction speed was astonishingly swift. Had it not been for Shirou's Sharingan, he would undoubtedly have had his entire arm severed in an instant. No, perhaps even his head would have been taken along with it, while the use of Susanoo would have shielded him from such a lethal strike. Its colossal size would merely render it a target for Saber's magical onslaught. Shirou, you must be halted here today. Even if it means my own body crumbles into oblivion, I will impede you before Sakura can achieve her success. Saber tightened her grip on the holy sword, as countless specks of light converged upon its blade. This is bad. She intends to unleash her noble phantasm. Sasuke shouted urgently. Now, with Shirou also injured and in a precarious state, the situation was dire. Saber's speed in releasing her noble phantasm was extraordinarily rapid, as she almost instantaneously gathered magical energy to unveil the true name of the weapon in her grasp. Excalibur. A dark, malevolent aura emanated, exuding a sense of annihilation that obliterated everything in its path, striking Shirou in the blink of an eye. Chapter 61. Continuous Heavenly Hand. Divine Reprimand. Instinctively, Shirou invoked the Divine Reprimand. However, the formidable repulsive force failed to deflect Excalibur's onslaught. Instead, it steadily eroded the barrier. How unfortunate. I missed the chance to evade. I must withstand this. During the duration of the Divine Reprimand, Shirou activated the Susanoo. The violet half-giant positioned the shield forged from the spirit of Kaguya in front of him. In the subterranean void, before the Holy Grail, Rin Tosaka gasped for breath. The encircling shadows drained her energy merely for self-preservation. Glancing at her sister not far ahead, Rin allowed a relieved smile to grace her lips. Though there are suspicions of foul play, she has indeed surpassed me. Sakura, that child, truly. Sister, cease your futile resistance. Do you not see? I have been holding back all along. Of course I noticed. You claim you wish to slay us, yet when it truly comes to this, you cannot bring yourself to do it. You have always been a kind-hearted child. Sakura suddenly froze, her eyes widening in anger as she glared at Rin. Do not jest. You merely desire to create a commotion, to ensure we acknowledge you, to value your existence. You have certainly endured much during your years in the Mata household. Boom. The shadow's arm shattered the very ground where Rin had just stood. She leapt back to evade the assault. Matu Shinji has exploited this weakness, and so has Ungra Mainyu. Sakura, Shirou will soon arrive here to take you home. Therefore, if you are willing to apologize to your sister before he arrives, I might still plead on your behalf, so he won't blame you. Senpai would never blame me. That's just who he is. Precisely because of that, I am filled with rage and despair. No matter what I do, Senpai will never hold me accountable. I see. Then Shirou's gentleness has become the last straw that broke the camel's back? Rin murmured, suddenly noticing a shadow attacking from the side. Before her gem defense was fully deployed, Rin was struck, plummeting to the ground and fracturing several bones upon impact. Hey, are you all right? Shinji called out anxiously towards Rin. While he found amusement in Rin's plight, he understood that if she were to perish, he would be next. With that thought, he retrieved a scroll from his pocket. Should he use it? Now. Here, sister, vanish. Sakura's icy voice resonated as the shadow's assault surged forth towards her. Whoosh. A phantom darted through the shadow's defenses like the wind, cradling Rin's body and evading the strike. Observing the one who saved Rin, an expression of displeasure crossed Sakura's face. What do you mean by this? Rider gently set Rin down on the ground, turned to face Sakura, and approached her with measured steps. It appears I must employ a command spell to ensure your compliance, or perhaps transform you to be akin to Saber? Sakura raised her arm, extending her hand forward, revealing the back of her hand. At that moment, her pupils trembled. Where is Rider's command seal? When did this happen? This is a necessary measure against you. Sakura, Iliasveel's voice echoed from nearby. Iliasveel, do not be so agitated. Rider's contract with you has been severed. I am now her master. Iliasveel lifted her hand, displaying the pattern of the command seal. In her other hand, she grasped a short dagger shaped like a flash of lightning. I apologize, Sakura, but this is for your sake. If you wish, we can re-establish our contract once this is all over. Rider stood in front of Iliasveel and her companions, addressing Sakura. The might of Excalibur exceeded Shirou's expectations. The divine conqueror was engulfed by the holy sword's power in an instant. The Susanoo unfolded, its rigid purple bones transforming into a half-giant that blocked the attack. However, the hastily summoned Susanoo was only capable of this level of defense. If it had been the Yada no Kagami or a fully realized Susanoo, it might have been able to withstand the onslaught, But at present, Shirou could only manifest the skeletal form of the half-giant Susanoo. Do not panic. You have another defense at your disposal, do you not? Huh. What else is there? The shield that Archer once projected. You can surely replicate it. Archer's. Shirou recalled the shield that Archer had used to deflect an attack before his demise, a shield that blossomed like a lotus flower. His magical circuits ignited with fervor as he raised his arm, aiming it forward. As the sword is born of heaven. Projection, begin. The blazing celestial seven-layered ring. The lotus-like shield unfolded before the Susanoo, but unlike Archer's seven-layer shield, Shirou's shield consisted of only 3 layers. Nevertheless, even these 3 layers afforded Shirou a moment of respite. In that fleeting instant, he caught a glimpse of another self leaping up from the cliff not far from him and Saber. Another shadow clone? He then noticed his shadow clone pointing at its own eternal eye. The shadow clone possessed independent thought, yet it was still Shirou Emiya. A glance and a gesture conveyed its intent. The force of Excalibur continued to surge, and the defense of the blazing celestial seven-layered ring began to shatter. Crack! As the shield splintered, Shirou caught sight of the shadow clone leaping high between him and Saber. The shadow clone soared into the air, its gaze locked onto Saber, who was unleashing her noble phantasm. Tenshiki Jin. Whoosh. Saber's form vanished from the spot, replaced by the shadow clone of Shirou, who landed steadily, grasping Excalibur. Here it comes. As Shirou witnessed the shadow clone exchange positions with Saber, he immediately unleashed the power of his Rinnegan. Heavenly hand power. In an instant. The real Shirou also swapped places with Saber, causing his physical form to move, and thus, the Susanoo vanished as well. The moment Saber realized she had been displaced by the heavenly hand power, it was already too late. Excalibur's assault descended upon her in an instant. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted atop Fuyuki City. What on earth happened? Was that another gas explosion? Where would gas come from at the mountaintop? Panic spread among the people in Fuyuki City, and the lines for emergency calls were overwhelmed. Chapter 62. A chain broke in the shadows. Assault was ferocious and relentless. While Ryder adeptly evaded the onslaught with agile movements, each strike narrowly missing him. It seemed as though he would be struck at any moment. Yet he managed to elude every blow. Watching Ryder dance across the battlefield, Sakura felt an increasing sense of urgency. Suddenly, she sensed a swelling sensation within her body, as if something were forcefully intruding upon her. No, this can't be. Berserker has actually lost. Do not enter. It is not the time yet. Enduring the intense discomfort, Sakura collapsed to the ground, clutching her shoulders, trembling violently. From a distance, Iliasville heard Sakura's words clearly, her brow furrowing into a sorrowful expression. Hey, what is wrong with Sakura? Shinji, noticing Iliasville's demeanor, seemed to grasp the situation. Berserker has perished. His soul has returned to Sakura, the vessel of the Holy Grail. This process is accompanied by excruciating pain, and the more souls absorbed, the more her identity as a human will gradually dissipate. What does that mean? To put it simply, Sakura is on the brink of losing herself completely, Iliasville explained calmly to Shinji. Ultimately, Sakura was but a counterfeit vessel, forcibly created from the fragments of the Holy Grail, her true purpose being to contain Ingrameño. Expecting her to shoulder a burden meant for another was an unreasonable demand. Iliasville stepped forward. Wait. Ryder halted Iliasville's advance. Sakura's body ceased its trembling, her expression blank as she slowly rose to her feet. Rin approached, clutching her abdomen, retrieving several jewels from her pocket, which she held delicately between her fingers. There has been progress on Shirou's end. We must intensify our efforts, or we won't be able to hand over our dear junior to him in one piece when he returns. Sister, I have truly had enough of this frigid world, where only you all share warmth and love. Even that once worthless brother of yours has joined you, while I am left with nothing. After a prolonged silence, Sakura murmured her lament. Upon arriving at the Mata household, I feared they would treat me poorly, so I desperately tried to present myself as a good child. Yet, grandfather cast me into the basement, day after day, day after day, day after day, day after day, day after day. I was defiled by countless insects upon my skin. Rin was taken aback by Sakura's revelation. Although she was aware that Sakura's life in the Mata household was far from pleasant, she hadn't fathomed it could be so abhorrent. It hurts so much, my body aches, sister. It is not just grandfather. Even brother has subjected me to unspeakable things. Sakura sobbed as she clutched her shoulders, prompting Rin to whirl around with a sudden intensity, casting a glance at Shinji. This greater grail. It is indeed too much of a grail. Shinji averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Rin's eyes. I can endure everything. But what I cannot tolerate is that my sister lives a life entirely different from mine, glamorous and blissful. In the end, even my senior will be taken away by her. Why should it be so? I truly loathe you. I'm sorry, Sakura, Rin unexpectedly replied. Eh? Sakura was taken aback by Rin's sudden confession. To be honest, I've always kept an eye on you since we were young, though my concern was mostly superficial. I never delved deeper into your situation within the Matu family, thus failing to realize that you have been living in such circumstances. The Tosaka and Matu families had once signed a non-interference agreement, and Tosaka Tokiomi had cautioned Rin that, barring extraordinary circumstances, such an agreement should never be broken. Sister, and yet, despite your claims of resentment towards me, you have consistently worn the hairband I gifted you. Startled, Sakura instinctively reached for the hairband atop her head. It was a gift from Rin during their childhood, a token that had remained with her through the years. Deep within her heart, a voice echoed in stark contrast to her words. Sister, I despise, love, you. Tears streamed down Sakura's cheeks. Thus, return, Sakura. There is still a chance. We can turn back. Rin extended her hand, urging Sakura. Sakura stared blankly at Rin's outstretched hand. At that moment, a thunderous wail emanated from the hole of the Holy Grail behind her. Ungramenyu. Sakura gasped in shock. It was the manifestation of Ungramenyu. Resembling a colossal pillar of flesh, adorned with four massive eyes, fixated intently on the crowd below. At that moment, all the shadows that had belonged to Sakura were manipulated by Ungramenyu, encircling her. Sakura. Ryder felt anxious but was powerless to assist. Although Ungramenyu was also a servant, it originated from the depths of the Holy Grail, possessing a natural suppressive force over them. Those shadows, Ryder would not only be unable to break through them, but even a mere touch could spell instant death. At last, you have arrived. I suspected you possessed your own consciousness. Rin exclaimed with a knowing expression, tossing a gem she had prepared earlier. Smash. The gem aimed at the shadow was swatted away, landing on the edge of a cliff. The four enormous eyes seemed to convey a sense of derision. Fool. The trajectory was calculated. Rin mocked, raising her hand to throw the last gem, which flew perfectly above Sakura's head. In that instant, gems around Sakura's feet began to emit a dazzling light. And together with the gem that had just been knocked to the cliff's edge, they formed a powerful array, creating a formidable barrier to protect Sakura within. This barrier not only serves to protect Sakura from your harm, but it will also gradually sever all connections to magical energy. In other words, as long as I maintain my distance from this barrier, in due time, you shall lose Sakura as your master. Accept your fate, Ungramenyu. Rin revealed a triumphant smile. Oh, Tosaka, it seems you possess some skill after all. Shinji exclaimed, leaping with excitement as he gave Rin a thumbs up. Previously, he had thought this woman was merely a loudmouth, but it appears she has more to her than meets the eye. Suddenly, a powerful tremor erupted from the mountaintop as the explosion from the artifact struck, causing the edges of the underground chasm to crumble. The gem perched on the cliff's edge plummeted into the abyss. With the loss of one gem, the barrier shattered into fragments. Gah! Rin was instantly rendered motionless. Chapter 63. Reverse summoning. The shattering of the barrier caused a momentary pause in the actions of everyone, including the shadows, as they were caught off guard by the unforeseen event. Hey, you insufferable woman. How could you falter at such a critical moment? Truly useless. If your chest is so small, why is your brain equally deficient? What? How dare you? Shinji, you scoundrel. I shall make you pay for this. In response to Shinji's accusations, Rin fiercely retaliated, and the two soon found themselves embroiled in a physical altercation. Shinji, lacking the prowess to contend with Rin, was swiftly subdued, and Rin perched herself upon him, vigorously tugging at his lips. Sakura. Sakura's cry halted Rin's bullying of Shinji as she turned to face her sister. I will do my utmost to restrain this child. Now, you all must flee. What are you saying, Sakura? If we abandon you here, even Shirou, no matter how mild-mannered, will surely be furious with us. Rin wiped her hands on Shinji's clothing, nonchalantly retrieved the scroll beside him, and rose to her feet. Rin, Ungramenyu has gone berserk, and Sakura cannot contain it. At this moment, we are not equipped to confront it. Ryder, observing Rin's apparent lack of fear, hesitated but felt compelled to offer a warning. She did not believe Rin to be one who would misjudge the situation, yet the image of her faltering earlier lingered in Ryder's mind. But what if, indeed, we should retreat now? Rin nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Sakura felt a flicker of relief, grateful that her sister had finally heeded her counsel. However, a wave of sadness soon washed over her. She felt abandoned. Yet, Rin's subsequent words took her by surprise. Now, it is Shirou's turn. Rin unfurled the scroll in her hand and, following Shirou's instructions, struck the scroll against the ground. This was a summoning scroll imbued with a reverse summoning technique, crafted under Sasuke's guidance, capable of calling upon Shirou in dire moments. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted from the scroll, and as the mist was dispersed by the winds, Shirou materialized before them. It seems this side is nearly resolved. Senpai, does this mean Saber? I did not kill Saber. Shirou directly interrupted Sakura's words. Atop the mountain, due to Excalibur's assault, the peak had been nearly flattened, vegetation obliterated, leaving a desolate landscape riddled with craters. Saber, having been subjected to her own Excalibur in a position swamped by Shirou's mystic eyes, had narrowly avoided meeting the same fate as Berserker. Although she had survived, her armor lay in tatters, and she was gravely injured, collapsed upon the ground. Chains radiating a golden light bound her limbs, restricting her movements. Witnessing Shirou's summoning, Rin immediately explained the recent events to him. Shirou, Ungra Mainyu is now beyond Sakura's control. Our strength alone is insufficient. I understand, you all should leave first. Otherwise, if something unexpected occurs, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to ensure your safety, Ryder stated, casting a glance towards Shirou, who responded with a reassuring look. Shirou, bring Sakura back, Rin shouted as she dashed outside. Damn it, Emiya, be careful, Shinji stammered, managing to utter those words as he departed. Iliasville, cradled by Ryder, flung a dagger towards Shirou. Shirou, catch it. With a swift motion, Shirou grasped the dagger without even glancing at it. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Shirou began to move. Since his arrival, his gaze had remained fixated on Sakura, never wavering for a moment. Senpai. Sakura felt a twinge of embarrassment under Shirou's earnest and fervent gaze, turning her face away, reluctant to let him see her current state. I apologize, Senpai. I have acted irrationally before. I fear the situation may be irreparable. Please convey my apologies to my sister. Apologies are something one must make themselves. But right now, Senpai, Ungra Mainyu embodies the embodiment of all evil in this world, a foe no ordinary servant can contend with. My eyes perceive this clearly. And it is precisely for this reason that I possess the means to rescue you. Shirou advanced step by step towards Sakura, who stood at the precipice. As she watched him approach with unwavering determination, her lips trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. Why, Senpai? Why do you persist in not giving up on me despite the many wrongs I have committed? I am no longer the original Matu Sakura. I have done so many wrongs. Indeed, I am now a bad child. To me, Sakura has always been Sakura. The one truly at fault is I. Even when close at hand, I failed to notice the trials you endured within the Matu family. In the days to come, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that you never endure such trials again. Shirou raised the dagger in his hand and suddenly dashed forward towards Sakura. She closed her eyes in peace, trusting that her senpai would indeed save her. At that moment, Ungra Mainyu emitted a piercing shriek, a cacophony reminiscent of countless beasts, sending chills down the spine. Shadows enveloped Sakura, unleashing countless tentacles towards Shirou. The tentacles, metallic in texture, clashed with the projection of his Kusanagi sword, sparking a fierce collision. Senpai. No. It's not me, I know. Shirou glanced at the gaping hole of the Holy Grail behind Sakura, where Ungra Mainyu fixated on him with its four enormous, hollow eyes. Even as Shirou had mastered Sasuke's power, the gaze of Ungra Mainyu sent shivers down his spine, not from fear of strength, but from the essence of existence itself. The existence of Angalmois embodies pure malevolence, fear, sin, and all things negative. It represents the very essence of all evil in this world. Rather than merely a concept for heroic spirits, it wields a profound impact on ordinary humanity. Even though Shirou possesses the strength of Sasuke, he remains, at his core, a genuine human being. Do not underestimate me. Dealing with a foe like you is far simpler than confronting Saber or Berserker. Shirou reassured himself, knowing that to rescue Sakura, he must confront this terror without the slightest hint of retreat. The shadow unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Shirou, yet none found their mark. Harnessing the power of Chidori, Shirou's body was invigorated by lightning chakra, granting him a terrifying speed and agility. Amidst the onslaught, he evaded the strikes with an almost balletic grace, severing the shadow's tendrils with Chidori. Chapter 64. The one in hibernation, a colossal shadow, loomed before Shirou, only to be pierced by Chihiya's sharp lance, shattering into nothingness. Most of Sakura's strength had been seized by Ungra, leaving her to stumble toward Shirou. Yet she was thwarted by a thick, black, mud-like barrier. Sakura, deeply fused with Ungra, understood all too well the peril of this substance. Any ordinary person or heroic spirit unfortunate enough to encounter it would suffer severe mental anguish, with some potentially descending into madness, cursed until death. Senpai, do not touch either the black mud or the shadow directly, or else, I know. Just stay right there, Sakura, and wait for me to bring you out. Shirou deftly evaded the new shadow's attacks, but the projected Kusanagi blade had finally reached its limit, shattering into countless fragments. The splintering debris grazed Shirou's cheek, leaving a shallow scar of crimson. Realizing the necessity of preventing Shirou from approaching Sakura, the shadow amassed a deluge of attacks aimed at him. With determination, Shirou propelled himself skyward, his legs springing with great force. In response, the shadow unleashed a torrent of strikes from the ground toward him. Confronted with such a concentrated assault, Shirou immediately activated Susanoo, erecting a barrier that repelled all incoming attacks. The shadow's blows struck against Susanoo, yet were thwarted by its formidable defense. Return Sakura to me. Shirou's eyes blazed with fury as he commanded the skeletal arms of Susanoo to seize the shadow's attacks and rend them asunder. As the shadow's onslaught was dismantled, Shirou swiftly deactivated Susanoo, targeting the ground beside Sakura's feet, and threw forth 2 shuriken. Whoosh! The shuriken, imbued with lightning chakra, transformed into meteors, embedding themselves into the earth at Sakura's feet in the blink of an eye. Swish! In an instant, Shirou switched places with the shuriken, a manifestation of Tenketsu's power. Senpai! Sakura exclaimed in delight. Shirou grasped the short dagger gifted by Gilgamesh. This might sting a bit, bear with me. As soon as the words left his lips, he plunged the dagger into Sakura's chest. In that moment, a brilliant radiance erupted from her heart. Blood did not flow from the wound, for the dagger had not penetrated Sakura in a physical sense. It was the original artifact of the caster's noble phantasm, capable of severing connections related to sorcery as per the user's will. In a flash, the shadow enveloping Sakura dissipated, resembling a gown, while her hair transformed from a snowy white back to its original violet hue. Shirou had severed Sakura's bond with Ungra, cleansing her of the myriad spells implanted within her by the Matu family's dark legacy. Senpai, Sakura smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she closed her eyes and fell backward. Sakura! Shirou rushed to catch her, discarding the dagger aside. At that moment, a small, black shadow at Shirou's feet waved at him. Shirou lowered his head and noticed a small object. He watched as the petite shadow leaped up, enveloping Sakura and transforming into a layer of black clothing. So, you are Sakura's. There is no time. Just as Shirou was about to speak, he felt a tremor emanating from the ground. The Holy Grail, or rather Ingra, having lost Sakura as its vessel, could no longer wield the powers that once belonged to her. Without anyone succumbing to the black mud of the Grail, it was nothing more than a paper tiger. Glancing at the Kusanagi sword embedded in the ground nearby, Shirou activated his mystic eyes, breaking free from the encirclement of the black mud. Upon emerging, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Ugh, what is happening to me? You've exhausted your chakra. Do not worry, there is still enough left. But your body has never channeled such a volume of chakra before. The same goes for your magical energy. Your body simply needs to adapt. Akin to how someone unaccustomed to exercise feels sore after a day of intense activity. Is that so? Shirou looked at the mark on his shoulder. Rin's had dulled, while Ilia's still radiated a verdant glow. Boom. After Shirou formed a hand seal, a cloud of smoke engulfed him. Shadow clone technique. As the smoke dissipated, 2 Shirous appeared, one of whom scooped up Sakura and instantly dashed toward the exit. Now it's your turn, Shirou said, turning his gaze toward the Holy Grail. The black mud continued to surge forth from the opening, consuming the molten lava beneath it. Should all the black mud from the Holy Grail flow out, it would unleash a calamity more terrifying than a decade ago. Lives would be lost, and sorrow would blanket the land. Such a scene was one Shirou never wished to witness again. Can you hold on? Sasuke inquired. Although Shirou had sustained little injury in this battle, his stamina was severely drained. Even with sufficient magical energy and chakra, his body was on the verge of giving out. It's fine. There's just this one task left. Shirou approached the Holy Grail, contemplating how to destroy it. At that moment, weakened from exertion, he stumbled, nearly falling. Whoosh. In that instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed by. It was a pitch-black dagger, wielded by a cloaked figure, thrusting towards his left eye with alarming speed. Thud. The dagger pierced Shirou's eye of reincarnation directly. Ugh. Shirou collapsed to the ground, clutching his left eye, a look of terror etched on his face. The cloaked figure landed gracefully, flicking the blood from the dagger onto the ground. Umph. I've lain in wait until now, simply to seize the opportunity to eliminate your troublesome abilities. Though I've only taken one eye, you, already exhausted, possess little capacity for resistance, the figure said, turning to face the fallen Shirou, a delighted laugh escaping their lips. It was none other than the supposedly deceased Kiritsugu Emiya. Chapter 65. What kind of waste Shirou lay on the ground, shielding his eyes, gazing upon the figure of Kirai Kodomine, who stood before him, gripping a black key. The area around Kirai's heart emanated an eerie violet glow, exuding an ominous aura, reminiscent of Sakura, though even more sinister. I cannot permit you to destroy the Holy Grail. Its contents must be brought forth into the world once more. 10 years ago, the priest paused momentarily before continuing. Your father, Kiritsugu Emiya, upon nearing victory in the Holy Grail War, discovered that the Greater Grail had long been tainted by Ungra Mainyu. Thus, he commanded Saber to obliterate the Grail, resulting only in a disaster for Fuyuki City. If we were to fully liberate the contents of the Greater Grail, it is likely that the entire world would succumb to corruption. He chuckled as he approached the Greater Grail, observing the hole from which black sludge perpetually flowed. A glimmer of light finally appearing in his eyes. Turning to Shirou on the ground, a smirk danced upon his lips. I should have perished in the last Holy Grail War. This entity can consume all servants and pollute all humanity, with but one exception, Gilgamesh. As Gilgamesh's master at that time, the black sludge could not taint him. It instead transferred to me, the master. My heart is now hollow, composed solely of that sludge. When Sakura Mata descended into madness, I seized the opportunity to feign death. As an executor of the church, I possessed the means to fabricate a scene of false demise. I see now, Kirai Kodomine. I once thought that perhaps Gilgamesh would betray in the end, but it appears it is you, a supposed corpse. Shirou gritted his teeth. Humph. Sakura was abandoned by Ungra Mainyu midway. Since I too once bathed in the black sludge, when you severed Sakura's connection to Ungra Mainyu, his power transferred to me. Though I cannot wield this power as freely as one might use the Grail-S vessel, you, exhausted, and with one I rendered useless, pose no threat. Kirai lifted the black key, aiming to pierce Shirou's remaining eye. Boom. Suddenly, Shirou, who lay on the ground, dissolved into a cloud of smoke. Kirai, taken aback by this unforeseen turn, stood alert, clutching the black key. Ah, so that was the case. I even mourned your demise for a brief moment. Indeed. Is the one who exited truly your true self? Kirai turned to face Shirou, who had returned from the exit, speaking with a calm demeanor. I had sensed someone hiding here long before. It seems that pretending to be a shadow clone to observe was indeed a prudent choice, Sasuke remarked with a cold smile. Yet you would not have me intentionally stabbed, would you? While shadow clones do not relay the sensation of pain, the imagery of a blade penetrating my eyeball is utterly horrifying. Well, without a genuine performance, how could I instill enough trust for him to emerge? He truly is naive. What kind of waste would be blinded by such a sneak attack? Even in its true form, it can detect an ambush in the blink of an eye, with countless methods to respond. Ah ha ha. At this moment, Sasuke laughed heartily in the realm of the mind, mocking the audacity of Kirai Kodomine, who dared to launch a surprise attack on Shirou in such a manner. However, Shirou was not in the mood for laughter. He regarded Kirai with cold indifference. Kirai Kodomine, considering your previous act of saving Tosaka and Sakura, I shall pretend I did not hear your words just now. Stand down. Sakura Matu, this child is beset by misfortune. Matu Zangetsu has placed heavy burdens upon her, and I too share this fate. From her, I can discern the harbinger of calamity. Should she perish, all subsequent events would cease to unfold. Did you save Sakura merely to witness the current predicament? Shirou clenched his fists tightly. Indeed. Imagine the self-destruction of a maiden, instigating a catastrophe capable of reshaping the world. What a delightfully exquisite scenario that would be. The sound of 1,000 birds shrieked. Lightning flashed. With a swift motion, Shirou's hand, radiating the light of 1,000 birds, severed Kirai's left arm completely. Kirai gazed indifferently at his dismembered limb, his expression devoid of shock, as though the severed arm were merely an object detached from him. The blood gushing from his shoulder seemed not to belong to him. Yet, the black mud on the ground began to writhe and gradually enveloped Kirai. What is this? The unfolding events demanded vigilance. Could it be that in the absence of Sakura, the black mud had chosen Kirai as its host? While I would prefer not to wield such power, the remnants of humanity within me are utterly incapable of confronting you directly. The black mud twisted and coalesced, forming a new arm of darkness where Kirai's severed limb had once been. A thick black mist enveloped this new appendage. A curse. As the embodiment of all the evils of this world, Ungramenyu's curse bore down upon Kirai. Unlike Sakura, who was a vessel for the Holy Grail, Kirai, as an ordinary human, faced a fatality upon contact with the black mud. Even though he had assumed Sakura's role as the vessel for Ungramenyu and gained a physique akin to a heroic spirit, he was no different from the deceased. It was merely a matter of time. I shall not allow you to advance another step. Kirai's expression twisted into a grimace, unleashing a terrifying aura as he lunged at Shirou. Projection, commence. Shirou manifested the Kusanagi sword, swinging to counter Kirai's assault. Clang. The weapons clashed. Kirai discarded his black keys, wielding two weapons resembling fearsome beast fangs, obscured by the black mist. As the two grappled, Shirou suddenly lifted his gaze, imprinting the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and Rinnegan shadows upon Kirai's eyes. Illusion. Kirai froze momentarily, but his eyes quickly regained clarity. Returning to his senses, Kirai deflected Shirou's Kusanagi sword and retaliated with a punch to Shirou's chest. The punch lacked the visceral sensation of impact. Lowering his gaze, Shirou observed that his chest was enveloped by the skeletal form of Susanoo, rendering the force of his strike insufficient to penetrate its defenses. With a sharp motion, Shirou seized Kiritsugu's wrist. Amaterasu. Dark flames erupted as Shirou's gaze locked onto the target, yet Kiritsugu deftly evaded by tilting his head. After dodging Amaterasu, Kiritsugu reversed his grip on Shirou's wrist, hurling him through the air. As Shirou executed a series of somersaults and prepared to land, he raised his eyes only to find Kiritsugu had already closed the distance, standing directly before him. Thud. Kiritsugu sidled in close, his body suddenly descending, delivering a powerful shoulder charge to Shirou's chest. Chapter 66. The Path of Humanity Roar. In the face of Kiritsugu's assault, Shirou displayed an expression of panic, yet found himself utterly powerless, sent hurtling away. In truth, Shirou had already perceived Kiritsugu's attack. However, his physical condition was lacking, rendering him unable to react in time. My body has grown sluggish, Shirou thought as he crashed against the wall, creating a sizable circular dent from the impact. After receiving Sasuke's power, Shirou's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary mage, even eclipsing that of many servants. Yet, this prowess was merely the result of Sasuke's rigorous training combined with Rin and Iliasfield's enhancements. Over the course of nearly 24 hours, he had continuously battled Lancer, Berserker, and Saber, all of whom were formidable even among the heroic spirits. At present, Shirou resembled a delivery van equipped with a racing car engine. The engine possessed immense power, and the tank brimmed with ample fuel. However, the van's exterior and framework were on the verge of disintegration from the relentless strain of high-intensity racing. Ungramenyu, as a heroic spirit, was exceedingly weak, so weak that any heroic spirit could effortlessly defeat him. In a previous Holy Grail war, he had been summoned only to be killed without the chance to resist. However, Kiritsugu, as the vessel for Ungramenyu, was a different matter. As the executor of the church, his combat abilities were sufficient to rival certain non-frontline servants. With the power of Ungramenyu and his connection to the Greater Grail, his combat prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Damn it, if only I could still control Shirou's body, Sasuke thought anxiously, lamenting that it would have been better had he called Ryder to escort Ilya and the others away before returning. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately shook his head in denial of the fleeting notion. Kiritsugu had now become the temporary vessel for Ungramenyu. In other words, he was now the will of the Grail. A servant like Ryder could never hope to resist the power of the Grail. Saber and Berserker were prime examples of this. At this moment, dealing with Kiritsugu is paramount. Should Ryder fall under the same control as Saber and the others, it would lead to catastrophic consequences for both him and Shirou. In recent days, Sasuke had come to a clear realization when Rin initially explained her situation to Shirou. She had mentioned the concept of pseudo-servants. Yet, despite being a servant, Shirou bore no command seals binding him to a master. The command seals on his hand had vanished after Sakura had taken Saber. Other servants had been completely overrun and assimilated when facing Sakura. Yet Shirou had been able to resist her. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of resisting Sakura but rather the corruption of Ingramanyu. This indicated that he was fundamentally different from those servants. If that were the case, even if he were to leave Shirou's body, he might not necessarily vanish due to the loss of his so-called master. It is possible that he may transform into the appearance of the Sage of Six Paths. Shirou seize the opportunity to utilize the power of the human realm on me. Huh, the human realm? Why, enough with the chatter. After being scolded by Sasuke, Shirou obediently closed his mouth and sought the chance to employ the abilities of his Rinnegan. Kirei Koto mind swiftly morphed into a shadow, closing in on Shirou. Kagetsuchi. From beneath Shirou's feet erupted several sharp spikes composed of Amaterasu, instantly repelling the encroaching Kirei Koto mind. Whoosh! Before Shirou could catch his breath, a black key shot forth from Kirei's hand. Clang! The palm of Susanoo blocked the strike, and when it withdrew, Kirei's form had already vanished. Where did he go? Above you, Sasuke prompted. Shirou looked up to see Kirei descending from the air directly above him, extending his massive hand. Boom! Cough! Kirei's hand firmly clasped Shirou's neck, causing the Kusanagi to fly from his grasp. With Kirei's grip tightening around his throat, Shirou felt that if he did not break free, his neck would be crushed in the next instant. His eyes turned crimson, fixating on the soaring Kusanagi. Jinchuuriki. Swish. Kirei's hand was suddenly empty. Shirou utilized Jinchuuriki to reposition himself directly above Kirei. Chidori blade. In Shirou's hand, Chidori transformed into a longsword. Unlike Chidori blade, this did not require the Kusanagi as a medium. In a flash, the radiance of Chidori struck toward Kirei's neck. Yet it lost its target in an instant as Kirei evaded the attack at an uncanny angle, then inverted his body to kick the airborne Shirou away. Protected by Susanoo, Shirou sustained no injuries, yet the force of the impact was undeniable. In the moment he was sent flying, he unleashed a volley of Chidori, Saban, and Kirei. Unable to evade in time, was pierced in the arm. Zzz. Kirei extended his hand to extract the Chidori, Saban, but the projectiles, composed of lightning chakra, felt akin to an electric shock upon contact. His left arm, paralyzed by the Chidori, Saban, rendered him immobile, eliciting a cold snort from Kirei. Shirou Emiya, you are more troublesome than your father. My father is far stronger than I am. After rolling several times on the ground, Shirou projected the Kusanagi, embedding it into the earth to support himself as he stood. Ah, indeed. Kirei closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about the clash with Kiritsugu Emiya a decade prior. One was a representative of the church, while the other was a magician killer, neither fitting the mold of an ordinary sorcerer. But you both made the same choice. And my choice remains unchanged. This time, I will not allow you to destroy the Holy Grail. Is that so? Seizing Kirei's moment of taunting, Shirou quietly summoned the power of the human realm. In the depths of his mental space, Sasuke's spirit suddenly felt an overwhelming pull. The power of the human realm can extract the soul from one's being. Within Shirou resides two souls. If he could liberate his own, perhaps the residual chakra of the Sage of Six Paths within him could assist him in manifesting action even in a spiritual state. In the blind spot of Kiritsugu's gaze, Shirou discreetly spread his hands, releasing a sphere of light. That was Sasuke's soul, and upon detaching from Shirou's body, Sasuke immediately felt a dizzying sensation, akin to the moment when he clashed with Naruto's Rasengan while utilizing the God of Thunder. It was reminiscent of that feeling. He could not afford to delay, otherwise he would perish. Sasuke sensed his soul becoming lighter, yet the power of the Rinnegan residing in his left eye transformed into a radiant layer, enveloping his soul.